Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Long wrist shot. Score! Deflected in front. Guess who? It's the captain, it looks like, Mark Stone. Welcome back, Mark Stone, and welcome to Game 1 of Vegas and Dallas.
With Peyton Russell and company booing in the background. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In order to thank you extra for that, we got some Rangers tickets to hook you up with during the 7 o'clock expressway. But the Dallas Mavericks followed the Cowboys. Game 1 opening playoff performance. And last night early, the Dallas Stars followed the Dallas Mavericks because they were down quick. And they end up losing to Vegas. And this was a game, to me, again, not the biggest hockey insider. Correct me throughout the entire day on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. But this was a game that Vegas absolutely deserved and earned in terms of controlling.
No, they did. The last 8 or so minutes, the Stars really controlled. Now, I don't know if Vegas was like, okay, we got, even though they had the lead.
Second period, even. Every commentator was like, second period, yeah, they scored, but the Stars are kind of controlling the period.
Yeah, and then in the last, 8 minutes or so, after they had cut it to 1, and I don't know if Vegas was just like, okay, we're not giving up, because they had given up 2 kind of.
Oh, the Marchment goal was.
That's a soft goal.
I don't have to. I don't feel nervous about making a hockey opinion on this.
Yeah,
that was one of the worst goaltending jobs you could ever do.
It was terrible. He just wasn't paying attention. Not that he wasn't paying attention. He just didn't give it the respect a shot on net deserves.
Marchment was like on the ice.
Oh, I mean, he barely
at a perfect angle to be stopped with like defenders in front of him.
Yeah,
he still scored.
But the 2 other goals they gave up, one was a goal. It was in transition. It was a lapse defensively by them, and then the other one was a turnover in their own zone, and then Robertson was there on the other side.
Stankoven.
So those were the 2 other goals. But after the Marchment goal, I thought because the Stars really controlled it, and I was like, all right, maybe Vegas is sitting here just like, we're not giving up anything in transition. We're not trying to go into the other zone.
It's like the hockey version of prevent defense.
We are going to a prevent, man. We're sitting back, and they're just not going to score. And the Stars had a lot of opportunities in the last 6-7 minutes of this game. But I mean, look, they did not deserve to win by any stretch. Vegas completely dominated them for the most part, and their stars kind of came to play. Like Stone had a goal, and Hurdle had a goal, Marchessault had a goal. Like their guys came to play, and that's a good team. That's a good team over there. Like they're the chance for a reason. They're not the same team, but they're a good team.
2 goals in 29 power play seconds, just like that. It's a penalty on the Stars 26 seconds in, and then Stone with the deflection. 26 seconds in, bam, they make you pay, and you're down 1-0. And then there was a penalty, and the Knights scored 3 seconds into that power play.
It's quick. That's quick.
29 seconds of power play action, 2 scores.
2 scores. It was quick. And look, the first one, I think the first one was the high stick. There was a penalty late I didn't care for on the start. I didn't think it was a hooking. I don't think he got him. I don't think they scored on that one, though. But it was, I didn't think it was a terribly officiated game. I think they got the call right. The Stars were offsides in their first goal. That was the right call. It was a quick replay. I don't know, Peyton, what kind of review they showed in the stadium.
Pepe, you were there. Take us inside the AAC for Game 1.
Well, it was really loud, and then the game started. Because, a minute in, you're already down 1 goal. I mean, look, give Vegas credit, man. They were really aggressive. They looked like the defending champs. They really did. I mean, from the moment they dropped the puck, they were really good. And I mean, but this is what the Stars do in Game 1s. And they haven't won a Game 1 in a series since the bubble. Since the Stanley Cup Final. I mean, they lose Game 1 and they go and they take the series. I don't know if it's like the curse of the Rangers or something. Because
I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh no.
I hear it.
That voice, baby.
Yeah.
That late night voice.
You want to know why?
Because they started at 8:50.
Yeah.
That's why.
Did you say at the end?
I did. And
good for you.
I was telling my girlfriend Mackenzie, I was like, if they go to overtime, I think we got to stay. I think we got to stay through the whole thing. I got to do it. And thankfully, they didn't go to overtime because she was about to lose her mind.
So how long did it take you to get out of the garage?
The garage was pass only. You had to have a pass to get into it. So I had to park in that lot, the big lot, I think lot B or C or whatever.
Did you go home to Rockwall or stay here?
No, I went home to the Rockwall. I drove McKenzie there, so we had to go all the way back. And it took us 20 minutes to get to the lot and then 35 minutes to get home once we started going. It wasn't that bad of a drive home.
So what time did you get home and what time did you wake up?
I think we walked through the front door at 12:40. I was in bed by 1. I did not shower. I showered beforehand.
You showered this morning?
No, before
the game.
we
Before
left.
the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I did not shower last night, and then I woke up, 3:15. So, 2 hours.
Ouch.
But I think the voices, because I did this last year, I went to the game last year and then slept here, but I don't think I've talked like that. But
Well, were you
I was
yelling and screaming last
I
night?
was screaming, man. Trying to get a USA chant going. Bobby joined the Twitter Spaces. We might play some audio later on, but it was fun and playoff atmosphere. But the Stars, they were on the heels the whole game, man. It was bad, but
Can you get just as good of a feel there for the game action? Who's doing what as on TV with your hockey seats there in person?
Yeah, I think so. They do a good job with the replays. Because you're seeing the whole rink. You're seeing everything there, no matter where. Because it's not like it's only 20,000 seats that hold there. So you're seeing everything, but it's fine. Even though you're in the 300 section like I was last night, you can still see everything. And going to a bunch of hockey games, I can see the puck more and more each time I go, so it makes it easier.
So, when did she kind of look at you like this is really late? Like this is not good. She was praying for it to end in regulation.
After the first period, because she said, we're usually in bed right now. And so I was like, oh my goodness. And I explained to her, I said, man, if they go to overtime, it's not like it's, in regular season where it's like 5 minutes of stoppage and you go to OT. They got 20 minutes of intermission just going to overtime. And I talked about last year's double overtime game against the Wild. And I was like, it could be a while here. It could be a while, but.
You get to overtime in a playoff game, man, nobody wants to make a mistake. It's a bunch of just sitting back.
Yeah.
And you could be there for days.
877-881-1053. If you stayed up with us to watch the Stars Game 1 loss to Vegas via the Franco injury attorney text line, could you get any feel, Vegas pretty well, could you get any feel for just whether the Stars don't match up here in this series or something that's going to be a problem throughout all these games?
Defensively, Vegas is really, really solid. And I think the thing is, if you looked at last night, when did the Stars score? They scored off Vegas mistakes, and you've got to be able to capitalize on them. And the problem is that the Stars let the Vegas score off Stars mistakes, penalties and stuff. But yeah, I think it obviously is a matchup issue. There's no other reason. Look, they won all 3 games in the regular season. Now, one was in regulation, right? So only one of them regular. One was in overtime, which is a completely different overtime than we have now. One was in a shootout, which you don't have now. So it's a little bit different, right? But obviously last year they took a 3-0 lead in the series on the Stars before they wound up winning this. I think they won in 6. But this is not the easiest matchup for them. Like, it clearly is. Yeah, they've had their injury problems, and when they're not 100%, they're vulnerable. Stone's back. They're much healthier now. So, and as Spittle said yesterday, they probably have 3 of the 5 best players on the ice. And that becomes kind of an issue.
All Stars, or how many Knights jerseys were sprinkled in?
Man, during the anthem, I thought it was a Vegas home game. When Knights came around, it was loud, and people started to boo. Even though it was the
when
anthem.
Knights came around during the anthem, like what did they?
They yell.
They yell Knights.
Night.
Where we go Stars?
Yeah, because I think you say Stars twice and Night comes up once in the anthem, but it was loud there too. Vegas, even in the 300 section, Vegas fans were all over the place. It's shocking, man. A franchise that's been around for 6-7 years, and that many fans travel.
Well, you can't boo that because we do that on the road, and nobody boos that. Yeah, you can't boo that.
Yeah,
that's you can't do that. Yeah, because we do it. So what are you gonna do?
I think it was booing because it was. It was loud. It was loud.
We need to
buy more tickets.
We need to talk about goaltending. Was there an Ottinger problem last night? We need to talk about some of these calls that led to the power play opportunities for Vegas. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. And while all that was going on, they're calling this maybe. This is from Ernie Johnson. This is from Barkley. Maybe the greatest playoff doubleheader in TNT NBA history. The craziness of the playoffs with Game 2s last night. You'll have to hear this audio next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Rangers back in action. They will host the Mariners.
Kevin Harlan with the call of two epic games last night in the NBA playoffs. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ, soon to be joined by Bobby Roberto Belt in 15 minutes on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. The LA Lakers blow a 20-point lead in Denver. Jamal Murray, who is struggling all night and really all series, hits the game winner over Anthony Davis at the buzzer. Denver now makes it 10 in a row over the Lakers, an absolute backbreaker.
Is that good, winning 10 in a row over a single team?
Pretty good.
I think it's pretty good. This is, and of course, when you blow a 20-point lead, the first thing you do is blame the referees. It's the first thing that you do, because it would never be on a team to blow a 20-point lead. You go right to the refs. Now, granted, the referees do blow a lot of calls, and there was quite a bit of controversy yesterday, but can't blow a 20-point lead.
There was a bad call with D'Angelo Russell getting hit across the face, but look, Darvin Ham, I mean, while we're talking about Jason Kidd here, sometimes I have a hard time deciphering and breaking down what Jason Kidd is responsible for or screwing up. You could see it last night with Darvin Ham. Every Laker possession was broken. It was stagnant. They weren't running any plays. There was zero motion. They just give it to a guy, wait for 6 seconds on the shot clock, and jack one up. Just totally broken offensively. Denver was getting easy buckets. Darvin Ham ended up with the loss with his challenges that he did not use. But LeBron James, he ended the post-game press conference by walking out.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I said it. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers-Knicks game too. What are we doing?
Bro, he then drops the microphone and walks out. You blew a 20-point lead, dude. Come on. This was not a 4 or 6 point game until the very end. One call on D'Angelo Russell did not cost y'all. Y'all choking. That's what that was. That was an absolute choke job, and the Lakers have their back broken.
Yeah,
Crushed.
in Darvin Ham's defense, I don't even know what he's actually in charge of over there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in charge of the replay. LeBron is.
How many stories about LeBron waving off calls? Yeah, I don't blame Darvin for the offensive ineptitude or the plays they're run, because that's LeBron's call. Like, he's made it so. Like, Darvin is not in charge of anything. He basically, I mean, I'm not even sure if he's in charge of rotations. I don't even know why he's there. He's just there. He's there because I think the league rules say you got to have a coach. LeBron ought to just be the coach. Now, that doesn't mean LeBron's wrong, that there were calls that were bad, because there were, and that needs to be changed. And, yeah, the replay system probably is a little on the broken side. But that doesn't stop the 20-point blown lead. It doesn't stop a lot of things. That call was with 40 seconds left in the third quarter.
Yeah, there's a lot of positions left. A lot.
They were up 10 with 40 seconds left in the third quarter when the foul was overturned. That would have been 2 more free throws for Russell. Okay, third. This wasn't 40 seconds left in the fourth. I could understand him going off about that.
And look, the Lakers had a foul to give at the end. They had a foul to give at the very end, right? Why did you not foul? Make them inbound the ball again. Make them reset their offense up. Don't give them a full offensive set.
Man.
Now that's on Darvin, right? That's on Darvin, I would think. Unless LeBron's in charge of that too.
Just very whiny. Anthony Davis picked up his fourth with 2:40 remaining in the third quarter. I don't know if a team has complained about calls as early in the contest with as much time left. And I was rooting for the Lakers. That hurt me. I want to see a little bit of a series. I don't know if I want to see like LeBron James just swept on out for the second straight year. Lakers, reason to watch, like the New York Yankees and Duke basketball. I was rooting for LA, but come on, man. But then the game before also had absolute craziness at the Garden.
Shot clock is off. DiVincenzo, no. Hardenstein with an offensive rebound. Another chance here. DiVincenzo. He's got it. The Knicks have the lead again.
That gave me goosebumps. That was the call on TNT. I could not believe what I was seeing. This was over. This was Philadelphia going back with the split. This is done. Tyrese Maxey hit the nail. That's it. This is done. And then all hell breaks loose.
They were up 5 with less than 30 to go. Shot clock was off as basically as soon as the Knicks got the ball after the Brunson 3.
The lucky Brunson 3.
Very lucky 3. And then
I guess they're complaining about what happened after that.
So Philly's complaining about 2 things. One, they thought Maxey got mauled. I think he did. That was very...
It still looked like he should have caught the basketball.
He should have. He was wrapped up from the waist before the ball was inbounded. So there's 2 things. Was it a foul or was it physical? I think when your arms are extended and you're trying to grab the guy, that's probably a foul. The Nick Nurse timeout, I mean, he pump faked that first one. You got to get up there. You want to call a timeout, you got to call the timeout. You can't just put your hands up. I mean, you got to yell it. You got to yell at the official. And then after that, the second time, the ball was already kind of up in the air. They no longer have possession. So I don't have a problem with that one. But yeah, the Maxey, that was probably a foul.
8 points in 27 seconds for the New York Knicks. 8 in 27 seconds. DiVincenzo misses the first. How about, having Joel Embiid, the MVP? How about getting a defensive rebound? How about that? Offensive rebound, New York kicks it back out to DiVincenzo, and he hits the game winner, and the guard explodes.
And then it's funny because...
but these are all the topics today. Yeah. I can already tell you what's going to be on first. Referees, who got cheated, more backbreaking loss, or both series over for Philly and LA.
And it's really a shame because the entire world is seeing that Hartenstein looks just like J.J. Watt, only 7 feet tall.
Looks like J.J. Watt?
The J.J. Watt's like, why am I in this game? He's like tweeting, why am I in this game? Because they kind of do look like.
What's his name?
Hartenstein.
Okay. I'll try to find him.
Isaiah?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he does look like J.J. Watt.
He's like a 7-foot J.J. Watt.
Yes.
It's kind of funny. But, he had a big play, big rebound there. I mean, that Knicks team is, at home at least, they're fun to watch because the home crowd really, the Garden really gets into it. But there were some problems there. I mean, again, I thought that was a foul. I don't care about the timeout. Nurse has got to be better. I mean, he's got to really, really yell it. You got to yell. You can't just put your hands up. Okay, the referee's got a lot. There's only 3 of them. They got a lot to do. But you got to get the other call right.
Yesterday, you were talking about an all-time money run for Mr. Inwood Tavern, Scottie Scheffler.
Scottie Scheffler is doing things on the golf course we haven't seen since Tiger Woods. And if you go and look at his last 5 tournaments he entered, he wins the Arnold Palmer. That's $4 million. Write this down. 4. He wins the Players. That's $4.5 million. He was second in the Houston Open. $500,000. He wins the Masters. $3.6 million. He wins the RBC. $3.6 million. That's basically last month. So we are talking about 8, 14, 15, $16 million in the last month of last 5 tournaments.
How's that one tournament that I barely heard of get the same as the Masters for the purse payout?
I mean, yeah, the Masters I guess, because there's only 85 players, so it's a little bit smaller, but the Masters chooses what their payout is, and since they don't take any TV money, the Masters doesn't take, they leave $260 million a year on the table.
Oh.
They don't take money from CBS to run their TV. That's how they can control what's on the broadcast.
Back to the Stars at 6:20, but we are days away from the NFL Draft. Patch of the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res here on DFW Sports Station. A former number 2 quarterback, number 2 pick, has been traded. We'll update you on everything that the Cowboys are thinking or not doing. And who else do you know that has no cell phone and 5 landlines like this draft insider? That's all next. Inside the Star with our insider, Bobby Roberto Bell, right here for the 6 a.m. Club.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. How is everyone doing? Morning number 1 of late night week. Peyton Russell is sounding rough. Bobby Belt is in here with his Stars jersey. He's standing up. He looks like he is energized. Are you?
Go Stars, baby.
Let's go Stars, baby.
6:20. We'll get to all that. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James, Choppy, and of course, we have another late one tonight with the Dallas Mavericks playing the Clippers. You got the Rangers and Mariners on this radio station at 7. And then Thursday, it's the NFL draft with the Path to the Draft brought to you by Zero Res and Pluckers. And yesterday, maybe another quarterback cautionary tale that RJ Choppy is going to warn you about. The New York Jets finally trade and get rid of Zach Wilson to the Denver Broncos for a 6th-round pick.
Woo! Almost. But the Cowboys got for Amari Cooper.
We're never going to be able. Amari Cooper, forever in DFW, going to make a 5th and a 6th interesting.
Yes, he is.
Because anyone traded for a 6, we are going to go ahead and compare. And any backup scrub QB, we'll get to it in a second, Bobby. Roberto is going to be comparing to what we did as well.
Yeah, because a 5th and a 6th, there ain't no difference in the two. You're getting a 2% flyer, a lotto ticket.
Deron Bland, baby. Deron Bland was a 5th rounder.
Deron Bland. Yep. I think Skandrick was a 5th rounder too. But you can get a good player there. You know, it ain't every year. It's every several years. But yeah, it's like, you're getting a flyer, you're getting a lotto ticket. But, the Jets, and this is what's happened around the league. Justin Fields for a 6th. Mac Jones.
Man, so Zach Wilson goes for the same price as Justin Fields.
Yeah, so the league is kind of telling you, like, they view all kind of non-star quarterbacks the same. You're just like, throw it here, you go. That's like there's a pedigree, right? Mac and Justin and Zach are all 1st-round picks, so like there's, I guess, a value there.
Sure.
But that's it. Like there's Justin's maybe better than Zach, but does it matter if he's better because he ain't going to be a starter anyway?
Yeah, and the league has told you exactly that. That is the value, is a 6th-round pick. If you came from that 2021 draft class and you are a bust of a quarterback, you are worth a 6th-round pick. Unless you are the Dallas Cowboys and you openly talk about how when the phone call came in, you essentially just went, whatever. You're making Trey Lance available? Yeah, F it. Give me whatever.
Don't get off the phone.
Don't even have to call McCarthy or Dak or anybody else. We don't have to communicate internally about any of this. Give it to me. I don't even care what the price is. And they go 2 rounds above what everyone else in the NFL is paying for. And you're the only one of these 4 teams that traded for one of these 1st-round quarterbacks that had definitively a quarterback that's been in the top 10 in the league consistently.
Now,
you're the only one who had a quarterback situation worked out, and yet you still paid 2 rounds higher for this guy to do nothing for you. They are so dumb sometimes.
Can it be argued that the time of year that the trade happened with Zach plays into it? Like, so anyway, Zach was so Justin Fields, for example, was traded for a 6th next year, which is really a 5th. Okay, and then since the Cowboys traded it further away from the draft, the draft pick doesn't hold as much value, right? Because picks hold more value today than they did in like October, just because of the timing of it. So maybe since he's really worth getting a 5th, Justin Fields in this year's draft because it's next year, and then you add in the fact that it was in October. Hey, I mean the Cowboys almost got a steal here.
Got 2 people, I guess, on this show accepting payments from the Joneses for arguments now. That's my sense of it. No, in fact, there's no argument to be made. You re-signed a backup quarterback already. You had 2 on the roster, and we were past the draft. The idea of future 1st-round picks or future picks is with the idea of you've got a draft coming up. Draft was already in the rearview mirror. That pick was for the next upcoming draft, which means that value was a 4th, and they feel the value of a 4th right now, not having one. And then they're sitting there stuck, not spending in free agency, and then like, well, we're also short picks. Yeah, because you did it. You did it to yourself. You can't complain about it.
So only one of the 5 quarterbacks selected in the 1st round of the 2021 draft remains with his original team, and that is the overrated golden child, Trevor Lawrence. The other 4 have all been dealt. Wilson, Lance, Fields, and Mac Jones. All of them. traded. RJ, that goes to your very fascinating quarterback point that it does not matter. The scouting of the quarterback does not matter. And go ahead and wait at 3 to pick one, and don't trade up to get one of the top two.
Obviously, like, if you think there's a big gap between Caleb Williams and everybody else, I mean, then you kind of use that. But if you don't, then if you're New England at 3, why would I trade up to 2? You're going to use resources for a coin flip that has the same % chance of hitting either way.
So was it stupid to trade up from Mahomes 16 spots?
No, it's the same process, right? Like, he was the second pick. The point is, he was like the second quarterback taken. Nobody had him as the best quarterback in the draft, and that's the whole point, is to show that.
I mean, Kansas City did.
Well, I don't know. Like, they did.
No, they've talked about it. They had him. He's their highest graded quarterback.
Bill Polian said he had Tom Brady as a 1.
I mean, there are legitimate ways to check that, and they do. They said that he was their number 1 quarterback. I just think that this is a bad example of, like, it doesn't matter, because that whole class turned out to be. They were talking about that was a historic draft class for quarterbacks, and they all busted.
But isn't that the point? We don't know. Nobody knows.
I mean, then why even bother watching any of it?
Exactly.
Okay, so literally, throw me Hendon Hooker, just take every single quarterback that's available in the draft, and it does not matter. Pick players based off names.
Yep, basically, yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's shown. It's you have the guy picked after the top guy has just as good of a chance of hitting. We have there's mounds of data on this. They hit at about the same rate.
They don't. And because I hate this, because now I'm gonna have to spend this whole week going back and doing it. But we don't have mounds of data. We have 45 minutes of Googling and Pro Football Reference searches from you over 20 years or whatever. There's not mounds of data. It shows the scouting process is valuable. The scouting process matters. It is not blind dart throws. It is not blind dart throws.
It's as close to a blind dart throw, comparatively speaking, to the time and energy they put into the process. For the time and energy put into the process, they should be much, much better.
Massively disagree, because Washington would have tripped into more success over 20 years than they have. That's because
here's Washington's problem is they're like, well, this guy's a can't miss, and we don't want to take Justin Herbert or Tua, so we'll take Chase Young because he's a can't miss. Washington's problem is how many times have they even tried a first round pick at quarterback?
A lot.
Have they?
Yeah.
They should be doing one every year.
Patrick Ramsey, Jason Campbell, Dwayne Haskins.
Okay,
they've
so that's
done
3
Robert Griffin
in
III.
30 years. 4 in 30 years. They should be doing one every 2 years.
That's 4 every 20. That's literally, you draft a guy, he gets through his rookie contract, you draft a guy. That's what they've done.
They knew better.
They're about to draft a 5th.
Before. And our RG3 was fine. He was a hit until he got hurt.
Since Peyton Manning retired after the Broncos' 2015 Super Bowl win, they started games with 12 different quarterbacks, 13 if you count Philip Lindsay during the COVID thing. So Sean Payton, my theory is that Sean Payton, this is another FU attempt for Nathaniel Hackett.
Oh, yeah.
Payton just wants to get Wilson to have him do something and be like, see, Nathaniel Hackett is a piece of trash as coach. But there was a lot of talk last week about Sean Payton doing everything in his power to get a quarterback anyway, and they are picking at 12.
To the point of drafting, trading their entire draft, or trading every possible player on their roster. They were going to trade up. They were going to move the receivers. They were going to move players. They were going to move picks just to get up in the draft. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they could stay pat. There's a lot of movement for the Chargers pick. I think we all know the Chargers pick is up for sale. Minnesota or Denver. Maybe there's a wild card team thrown in there that wants to move up for him, and you would get J.J. McCarthy or you would get Drake May, depending on what New England does at 3.
Jaden Daniels not comfortable with his Commanders visit. You're hearing some smoke around that, Bob. And then in addition to Louis Riddick saying it, one NFL head coach said that Jaden Daniels, it's a no-brainer to take him over Caleb Williams. It's a no-brainer to me. Jaden looks like the best guy in the draft. That is an anonymous head coach per ESPN.
Yeah, I'd want to be anonymous with that take, too. I wouldn't want that to stick to my name. Jaden Daniels was really upset that the Commanders brought in like all of the quarterbacks outside of Caleb Williams and like took them to Top Golf and hung out with them and just wanted to see, like, I mean, it honestly was like an episode of The Bachelor where it's like we're group dating all of you right now. And Jade Daniels was pretty upset by that. And the New York Post reports about this that says Jaden Daniels is apparently wondering about his NFL draft options because he's been a little turned off and put off by the Washington Commanders. Now, Adam Schefter wrote yesterday that he has reached out, talked to people, and as much as Jaden Daniels may be frustrated by it, and his agent Ron Butler's openly like posting these thinking emojis and stuff like that, quote tweeting these stories, that ultimately what it is that they're going to end up picking him anyway, it sounds like, and that they'll work it out. It's just bruised feelings, hurt emotions, whatever else. But I think this is another thing. I already thought Jaden Daniels, when I watch him play in general, I still think I don't think it's going to work out at the next level for him. But when you throw in this and you throw in the petty, like, I wanted me time. I don't want to do it this way. I wanted me time. And you see the way that Caleb Williams has handled the whole draft process and everything else. It's like, all right, here it is. These are the first seeds of what NIL era players believe the process should be like, rather than whatever has been dictated the process is supposed to be like.
It is, but just like in the regular work environment, you have to adapt to the personnel you're getting, like to the type of, like, companies are changing their entire structure. They're giving more mental health. They're giving more time off because that's what's demanded of them by the people coming into the workforce. It's up to the teams to change their philosophies on what makes what, because that's what you're getting. Otherwise, you're screwed. If you're worried about getting NIL kids who want it all handed to them, well, that's what you're getting.
Do you think it's a bad look to have hosted all of them together?
No.
The positive and the negative of it?
No, I don't think it's a bad look. I mean,
or a bad idea?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a bad idea. Top Golf's fun.
No, it's a great idea if it shows you that Jaden Daniels whines and can't handle it.
Like, weed him out?
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, they're not going to. Apparently, they're still going to say, pick him. And you know why, Chop? Because scouting and personality scouting and everything else matters, and they have bad ones.
No, I mean, I don't know what you're like. I don't know what you're scouting there. Like, if the guy doesn't, maybe he likes to just be alone.
I was joking.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just maybe he likes to be alone.
But it doesn't matter. Like, sorry, you're the quarterback of a football team. You don't get to be alone. But this is some weird stuff that Jaden Daniels keeps doing.
Well, does he have any personality / character stuff?
Not character, but like, I mean, he's done weird stuff throughout the draft process.
He was a transfer.
He refused to. He didn't do any of the testing at the combine, which fine, whatever else. But then, like, NFL teams thought it was really weird. He refused to get measured at the combine either. He wouldn't get measured. He wouldn't weigh in. He wanted to do that at his pro day, and he said some weird thing, I guess, about like he was standing in solidarity with his receiver who didn't want to weigh in at the combine or something. It's very spoiled brat, entitled, like I said, NIL era behavior.
And by the way, the 2022 NFL draft, that's not going well either. Kenny Pickett at 20, traded. Desmond Ridder, traded. Malik Willis, QB3. Matt Corral, Birmingham Stallions, excuse me.
He was in Frisco yesterday.
Bailey Zappi, we all know about him. Sam Howell, traded.
Did any of them get traded for a 4th-round pick, or no?
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Peyton Russell is going to try to stay awake after going to the AAC last night. Do we have more of an officiating problem or a goaltending problem? Should Ottinger have been pulled earlier last night with the Stars' Game 1 loss to Vegas? That's next here on 105.3 The Fan. But are you feeling a little tired, a little grumpier this morning? You may be feeling it all week long with this late night sports.
to Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-303-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Across the line, Barbashev. On the backhand, centers. Oh, Marchessault rips a one-timer off the flip from Barbashev. It's 2-0 for the defending champions.
5 goals scored in the first period. The Stars cut it to 1, but they end up losing by 1, 4-3 at the AAC last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby Belt in his Stars attire, if you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, and Peyton Russell, who went to Game 1 last night, along with Rai setting up the fan cam. Bobby, your take, since you asked the most interesting questions to Gavin Spittle yesterday in our hockey preview?
Well, I think what it showed is that I can't just go off of the analytics, okay, as much as I want to, because one of the questions I asked was, hey, what is it about, even strength? They're pretty even with each other, but on the power play, when it comes to the specials, Dallas just kicks Vegas's ass. Like, Vegas is one of the worst, and then they come out and they score 2 power play goals like that and dominate.
Do we have a huge problem with the calls that led to the power play opportunities? Peyton, I'm sure inside the arena they were booing the hell out of every decision, but when we objectively try to look at it, how many were deserved and not?
Yeah, I mean, the offsides was obvious. As soon as they showed the replay, I mean, it was quick for a reason. But there were a couple hooking penalties early on. It's like, yeah, skate made contact, but it wasn't like no one fell down for the Knights, and like it wasn't enough to avoid the penalty. And you knew, like, after they scored the first one real quick, when the Stars were down 1 and the Knights go back on the power play, you knew it was going to be trouble. But I mean, it just seemed like, and then every time a Stars player fell down, there was no calls, and I wouldn't say it's a ref show out there, but it was a frustrating crowd.
Didn't they signal too, though, on that offsides? Like, even if it was the right call, didn't they signal it was onside and then they whistled it?
Well, no, they challenged it.
Is that what it was?
Vegas challenged it.
Okay, yeah.
And then generally, when you challenge an offside, it's like you've already seen it, so you know what the outcome's going to be.
It's just, I mean, look, when I'm watching this last night, like, the thing that stood out to me that was funny early on was, like, Gavin was talking to us about, hey, all these injuries and stuff like that. So it's like, hey, guys like Stone, when it's like, oh, it's kind of 50-50. It's like, hey, he didn't look nearly as bad as everybody had been talking about.
Yeah, missed 26 games.
Looked like he was completely ready to go.
He did. He looked ready.
Got a weird hair thing going on, too. When I saw the first intermission, they went inside the Vegas locker room. His, like, bald spot remaining hair has, like, two long things coming out of it. I didn't care for that very much.
Yeah, I didn't care for the marchment penalty. There's only 2 of them, so I didn't care for the first one. The high sticking was the right call. I didn't care for the marchment one, and that led to the hurdle goal a couple seconds later. But I mean, it's one call. I mean, you could easily make a case that it was the right call. I don't think it was, but I think you can make a case for it.
Pete DeBoer after another Stars Game 1 loss.
I mean, I think as advertised, good team. Obviously the additions make a difference for them for sure. I thought, if you're going to knock off the Stanley Cup champions, you're going to have to, bring your A game every night. And, I just thought tonight we did some decent things. We did some things well, but we were chasing the game the whole night from the first shot of the game on. So tough to play from behind against that team.
Absolutely chasing. Vegas controls and deserves to win Game 1. What I really want to talk about, and this is where I need some Tolo perspective and hockey knowledge, is Ottinger. I'm trying to decipher after giving up 2 and the way that they're giving up, whether that qualifies as a goaltender problem. I have a hard time dinging you and wanting to pull you for deflections. So at what point last night, if there was one, were you saying to yourself, he doesn't have it, they need to change him? Because you're going to get that from people whenever goals are scored. It doesn't matter how they're scored. But that's the fascinating thing about hockey and goaltending, is judging what you're actually responsible for after a crazy deflection and tip.
Oh, they're not going to change him. There's no changing. There's no changing him.
So he's not going to be pulled in any of these games.
He may be pulled in a game, yes, but that doesn't mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Last night, should he have been pulled or swapped out?
No. Like, you may pull a goalie. I mean, every goalie will get pulled at some point in a playoff game in their history. I mean, Brodeur, they all got pulled in a playoff game at some point. But that's when you give up like 5 or 6 goals in the first period and change, and it's like, okay, it ain't your night. It's like a pitcher. But no, that I didn't think he was. I thought he was not great, but it was the rebounds. Some of the rebounds that were the problem yesterday. I mean, some of those goals, you get some redirects, or I didn't notice there were soft goals, like the one that Vegas goalie gave up on the Marchman.
Yeah.
That's a soft goal, right?
Yeah.
That's like if he had given up 4 goals and then he gave up that one, it's like all right, man, let's take a seat, regroup, come back on Wednesday. It's one of those kind of things.
Peyton, did you think about that? Were any fans screaming about getting Ottinger out or that he was playing bad?
Yeah, the fans were restless early on. I mean, 3 goals in 1 period. I mean, that it at least puts it in your mindset. Okay, one more. If you go down 2 goals again, you might have to pull a change. But I mean, Ottinger's really good. He's been good all year, good in the postseason for them. So I mean, I didn't think a change was going to happen, but you were getting really close.
Ottinger, an all-star, obviously allowed 2 goals or less in 10 of his last 11 regular season games. He had 11 saves last night, but 3 goals in the first period.
And goalies, they're fickle, and there's kind of a mounting analytical goalies don't matter thing in terms of like contract. Because we don't see a Hasek, a Waugh, a Brodeur anymore, right? And it's like there's I've seen some metrics lately. It's like, is it the defense? Would you rather have an elite defense and an average goalie, or a great goalie and an average defense? And there's kind of debate. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't follow closely enough.
I was gonna say I thought goalie was. At least my understanding, was that goalie was supposed to be just like, it's the ace pitcher or the quarterback or whatever.
Used to be.
That's how you win.
The rules may have changed that, though. It used to be like that when you get neutrals on trap, and it was just different. Now it's I don't know, it's just a little different now. Because you don't even see it. Like, who's the goalie that sticks with one team that is a legendary, surefire, goated goalie?
Roman Turek.
You just don't see that anymore. Now, did we grow up in an era of just elite goaltenders and there was nothing else? I don't know. You just don't see that same type of netminder anymore.
Tolo, Trey, you guys didn't automatically know this was going to happen when Bassett got tickets to this game. Did Bassett get tickets to last night? He wasn't outside practicing parallel parking with his son. He don't have time to be going to hockey games.
Yeah, I didn't realize it. Maybe he said it and I just didn't hear him. Yesterday, Mike was clearly in crosstalk in such a mood that I was like, I'm not even going to hear anything he says today.
You think he was in a bad mood?
No.
He was raring to go.
That's what I mean. He was so clearly unserious that I was just like, I'm checked out on the seriousness of Mike right now.
He's on a high. He just spent a week in 5-star hotels.
They have it in Detroit?
Oh, they've got 5 stars. I don't know if anybody goes there, but they got 5 stars. And because baseball's got rules. Baseball's got rules. The players union that you've got to stay in the highest rated AAA hotel you got, or whatever the hell it is.
Highest rated factory in Detroit, or whatever dilapidated place they put you in.
So he's on a high, man. He's like, dude, we've been staying in this place in Oxnard, this place, and whatever. And he's like, nope, I'm in 5-star places in Atlanta.
Friday off, golfing. Well, I think with Dave Raymond, doing his show. He's in heaven.
I don't there are still to this day people in Michigan, no joke, legitimately people in Michigan who can't get clean water right now, and the idea of Mike in a 5-star hotel just looking over the city those poor people down there is just too much.
Man, they got money. I'll tell you somehow, because Lion fans are traveling all over the country to go to these games.
Yeah.
I mean, they got cash.
Peyton, what are the Tolos saying about Ottinger?
Yeah, Tolo's saying no to pulling Ottinger. 817 says Ottinger should not have been pulled during that game. Another 817 says just a couple of bad bounces, not his fault.
Yeah. It felt like it was more bad bounces.
I mean, the expected goals from moneypuck.com, Sean, which I've told you to put in your prep work, the expected goals was 3.5 to 3.1 Dallas. So they say that in terms from an offensive standpoint, Dallas actually outplayed them over the majority of the game.
All right, should we get to Peyton's Twitter Spaces or the chant attempt first? I guess we'll go with the chant.
It's the same thing.
All right,
Go Stars, baby.
Let's play the first one from last year. This was Peyton walking around the AAC. We need to compare. Bobby, before we play it, how would you describe what he attempted and executed last year? You were with him?
Yeah, I was standing right there. I was like telling him to get the chant going. We're walking around the concourse, and he was incredibly embarrassed at the idea of just shouting with 5 people walking around the concourse. So he gave it his best half-hearted attempt.
So for those that don't know, like, part of Peyton's job is to like go and get like extracurricular audio. Like we call it MOS, man on the street. Go in a bar, come up with a funny bit, produce it, all that type of stuff. Gavin Spittle like values that more than any sports topic. If you ever want to work here, get a recorder, go in bars, do bits, and you'll probably be hired.
And open that screen door too.
We all know this. Yesterday in the meeting after the show, it's known that Peyton is going to the game. And Spittle's like, you going to get some audio? And Peyton's like, yeah, maybe. An all-time classic response to your boss who's clearly trying to say, go get audio. And Peyton's like, yeah, I might. I don't know. Like, it's just right over his head. It was amazing.
We were tried yesterday when he was at the arena. We were talking about, like, what you should do is you should just go up to people, ask them, how did they celebrate Earth Day? And then ask them what their one thing was.
Yeah.
And then,
well, it's a good question.
Yeah,
good.
What is your one
quote.
thing? Yeah.
So Pepe did follow through, but this was last year. This is last year trying to get it going in the AAC.
All right, there's not a lot of people in here right now. It's like an hour and 15 minutes before the start of the game. We're true fans. Yeah, look, I mean, they didn't give me that #1 Stars fan little foam finger for nothing. So what we're going to do, though, is because there's so few people, we're just going to walk around the concourse here, and Peyton's going to try and get a Let's Go Stars chant going with like 5 people around him. What do you think, Peyton? You can do it?
I think we do it. Stars Nation is out here tonight. We got the rally towel going. We're ready to go.
Go, do it. Come on, Wuss.
Well, let's get a Let's Go Stars going. Come on. Game 7, baby. Hey, we got one. Let's go Stars, baby. We got people getting food. It's okay. It's early, you know. We're nervous.
My favorite part is
Go Stars, baby.
the inflection up. Come on.
Let's go Stars,
No,
baby.
he's trying to like say it as short as possible because he's cringing. That made me cringe right there. So let's see if last night was any better as Peyton tries to get more chants going at the game.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes from the anthem. We got a nice crowd here. I think we can do it. All right, here we go. The last year it flopped. We're going to let's go Stars, baby. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars.
Nothing.
Did anybody chant
we're
with
0
you?
for 1. We're 0 for 1. My girlfriend Mackenzie has left. She got up and walked away.
That's 0 for 2, not 0 for 1.
We got people looking at us.
Try USA.
Oh my God. Okay, I think that'll get some people chanting.
Try it.
We're gonna try USA chant. It's not a Canada team though. USA, USA, USA. All right, 0 for 2. You know what? It's okay. It's a late arriving crowd.
How far before the game was this?
6 minutes before the anthem.
Where were you?
In his seats.
Yeah,
You were in the seats? It sounded like you were in the bathroom.
It did.
It's because it's
dead
Twitter
quiet.
Spaces.
Yeah, I was on the Twitter Spaces, so maybe some of the audio, and then Bobby was on there as well.
So
But yeah,
people were around you.
Yeah, there were people. I mean, the empty seat next to me, maybe right in front of me. But I mean, it was 6 minutes before they started the whole pregame stuff. So I mean, it was still a full crowd. Nothing. Just got a bunch of looks, man.
There were people around him until when he started trying to chant, Mackenzie left. She literally walked away from him because she was so embarrassed hearing him chant that. But he couldn't get it going in the stadium either.
You know, it's really embarrassing for the Dallas Cowboys getting outsold by Caitlin Clark, a story that's going to set Bobby off on the home of America's team. They used to be America's team. Now it's the Indiana Fever, who are America's team. We'll talk about it next. But we need to go ahead and talk.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We got a Texas Rangers 4-pack giveaway during the commercial-free expressway in the 7 o'clock hour. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club, especially if you've been watching on YouTube and Twitch. Sometimes we know there can be a little bit of a call delay, like 2 or 3 seconds. So we're trying to get you to go ahead and win it for being part of the strongest audience of the entire show here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. So a Rangers 4-pack giveaway today and every other day this week during the expressway. This story was setting Bobby off yesterday. It came from someone you know in New York, RJ, that you followed for a long time.
Yeah, Dick Weiss. He called Hoops Weiss. I've known him for a long time. Cooperstein is walks on water.
Jeffrey or Chuck?
Chuck.
Oh,
walks on water. So if it comes from him, he's not like a reporter, right? I mean,
I've never heard of him.
Oh yeah, he dabbles.
It's not Peter Vesey. I don't care.
Oh, way better than Peter. Way better than Peter. He's like a historian kind of thing. Like he just very wealth of knowledge, and for somebody who's his age, he tweets way more than he should.
Here's what he wrote yesterday in the New York Daily News. The Dallas Cowboys are undoubtedly the most popular team in the NFL, but even they are apparently no match for the phenomenon that is Caitlin Clark. Clark, the #1 pick by the Indiana Fever, sold more jerseys on her draft day alone than every player on the Cowboys roster combined did last year. Considering that Micah Parsons had the best-selling jersey in the NFL and Dak placed 5th on that same list, Clark outselling the entire team is simply mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's
right
unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, I totally see it, though. Every girl in America is getting her jersey. This isn't just Fever fans, okay? This is every girl in America. This is
it's just Fever fans, like that wild collection of 12 people.
Everyone's got a fever.
Yeah, this is an entire generation of young girls who've been dying for someone to look up to and buy this, and that's this. Like,
He's the Tay-Tay of the sports world.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is unlike Messi and unlike LeBron and unlike Shohei. There's been dozens of male athletes for years that have changed the game for young men to look up to. She is a one of one. She's the first one that they all are like, oh my God, this is amazing. History, breaking ground, shooting from all over the place, the Steph Curry, all the things. And that's what this is. This makes perfect sense. I can totally see it. She's a one of one.
The team over at WFAA, they're like Bobby, and they're like, yeah, right. What are you talking about? So they contacted Fanatics for the jersey numbers. They didn't really do an in-depth report here. It's kind of funny with the one sentence of rebuking.
Well, it's because they don't publish numbers.
Rebutting. Rebuke or rebut?
Rebuttal. Yeah, rebuttal.
The rebuttal. Fanatics, who produces and sells jerseys, we reached out to them. The company said the information was not true and inaccurate. They didn't provide more details on how many Cowboy jerseys were sold compared to how many Clark jerseys were sold. So there's WFAA getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah, now people are saying this was tongue-in-cheek from... I don't know this guy's energy. Is he a sarcastic individual, Chop? Is he one?
He's got a good personality. He's on the air. He's on the air. He's got a good personality.
Okay, because what I saw somebody claim the other day was this was a meme that was being passed around, and then that this idiot saw the meme and thought it was a real report and then tweeted it.
I know it's not real if this is him.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a bird's nest.
That's an all-time hairpiece.
That's a bird's nest.
Is that him?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that thing.
That's top 10, right? That looks like...
wow.
That's a Saul Goodman hairpiece.
Well, that is bad.
So, this was... when this was tweeted and everybody kept quoting it, I mean, there were a lot of big accounts quoting it.
Barstool.
As like, ooh, look at this. Or Cowboys down bad. Oh, the Caitlin Clark. People are not ready for women's sports in this, current era. They're not ready for the takeover. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. This was never going to be close to being right. But everybody was willing to eat it up. They were so eager to eat it up because they are so desperate for her to be like their damn,
the savior,
shining savior of the women's lib sports movement.
Whoa.
That's what it is.
Politics.
That's not that's not politics.
You said
Liberation, not liberal.
Whatever.
They are so desperate.
All the same.
They are so desperate for her to be like this example. Let her stand on her own. Let her accomplishments stand in their own lane. You don't have to say it's up here and it belongs here. No, we can categorize things.
We can.
We don't need everything to be common area. Like everybody can have their own thing. That's fine.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I don't know.
I can't tell if your opening comments were serious or not, or you were trolling Bobby or being sarcastic.
Well, look, I mean,
all right, I can already tell. I can see you. You just made the RJ face.
Who?
I just saw it.
Who are you going to trust here? Okay, one of the most trustworthy,
me or Dick?
Legendary, groundbreaking.
Because I don't trust Dick.
You get trust one of the most legendary, trustworthy, and groundbreaking news sources, or Channel 8. Okay, who are you going to trust? I know, having followed college hoops my entire life, that was the guy. Affectionately referred to as. Do they call Mike Leslie Hoops?
See, I was going to say, I'll be honest. If you, it is.
They
tough.
don't call him Hoops.
When you draw it as a comparison,
they call him Hanson.
You know what they call him? They call him. His waist is too small to be an alpha. That's what they call him. Okay.
I read that in your email last night. I did not think you were going to say that on air.
So I'll believe Bobby can believe the place whose last story they broke was the Kennedy assassination. All right, that's who
they didn't even break it.
Hoops Weiss here.
That's fine. And look, I will say you make a compelling argument when you draw the comparison instead of being WFAA versus Dick, you tell me it's Mike Leslie versus Dick. You're right. That does make it more difficult for me to pick. But
good hair, man.
At the end of the day, when I see things like this, I don't trust Dick. That's how I look at it.
All right, Bobby, well, let's shoot holes in this. The Dallas Wings confirmed yesterday that they sold out of season ticket memberships for the upcoming year for the first time in their franchise history. The sellout comes less than 2 weeks before the team's opening preseason home game against Caitlin Clark on May 3rd.
You like that?
Yeah. Man, they draft and then have a preseason game on May 3rd?
Dude, I have no idea. Like, way to get you in the practice here. You know, like, how much time are you actually giving these people?
Yeah.
These people?
Yeah, the team.
Women, you mean? Jeez.
Wings season ticket memberships account for nearly 40% of the 6,200 seats inside College Park Center in Arlington.
Oh, they sold out College Park Center. So what is that? They sold 500.
It's where UTA plays. Yeah, it's a few thousand.
Boy, bro,
they're expensive. No. They have jacked up the price for the
Tarleton's Arena, which we're getting rid of. We're building a new mecca. Tarleton's Arena dwarfs College Park Center.
The Wings CEO told WFAA that individual ticket sales for games are already up 1,170%. And overall ticket sales were up 220%. More fake numbers, Bobby. More fake information, fake news.
I mean, look, we've set a precedent now that we're willing to lie about these numbers in relation to the sport right now. Because
all right, your daughter says, "Daddy," and you have to pick one. I want to go to the Taylor Swift concert with all her new stuff. It can only be the new stuff, or I want to go to the Caitlin Clark preseason game.
Let's go see Caitlin Clark, baby.
Oh, over a concert? Over Taylor?
Yeah, let's be specific. Not over concert. Over Taylor Swift and the Heaven's Gate cult that follows her around.
Stop it.
You're going to stir them up.
Boy, you are going to stir them up, man.
Yeah, stir them up.
She's
I
fantastic.
haven't stirred them up before. You know how many times I've tweeted stuff about Taylor Swift and it gets caught by one of those idiots and gets sent off into the ether, and my mentions look like slot machines the way they keep like refreshing on their own. I don't care. It's no coincidence that she just is able to churn out like 200 songs a year. Like, that's not like she's that much of a genius. That's how like lazy and vanilla she is.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline here on Sean and RJ.
You got a Gloria Steinem article you want to read now or something?
Who?
Sean, Gloria Steinem?
Who's that?
She's the famous women's attorney. She's always the one representing any woman who needs any sort of lawsuit done. She's the Johnny Cochran of female lawyers.
Allred?
Yeah, Gloria Allred too. Gloria Steinem is that's who I'm mixing up. Gloria Steinem.
I know Allred.
Yeah.
Gloria
Steinem. I know Gloria Steinem's name. I can't think of where she's from. Now I got to Google this one.
All right.
Journalist and activist.
All right.
They're all the same to me.
Choppy, salmon. That's the new key. If you wanna go ahead and increase the body count, is that the key to the dating world? Salmon?
Yes. Perhaps if you're having trouble, women are having trouble getting in the mood, perhaps salmon is her cure. Women are getting salmon fertilizer injected to improve their sex lives. That's what they're doing. That's the new thing. This is the new thing. It's $500. It's $500 per injection.
Fish hub.
As the story said, they will try anything to improve their sex lives.
500 per injection.
500 per injection.
What's it supposed to do?
It's supposed to bring arousal, all kinds of frequency of action,
like oysters, like an aphrodisiac, or
like
something?
an aphrodisiac, of course, of sorts, I should say.
So when
that's
y'all
the new
sit
thing.
there, y'all were on a fish diet. When you sit there and eat salmon 2 or 3 times a week, you think that is what leads to y'all's kinkiness?
That's a
you feel
great,
really frisky after you guys unfreeze and thaw your your salmon.
That's a great question. I don't know. It may have to be fresh. They have to be fresh, but they're saying that this has been a staple in Korean skincare for many years. This particular use of the fertilizer. So now women are using it to get more in the mood.
What's up with this man's leaning into dad jokes lately? He hit the mulch joke in our text conversation yesterday. He just said anything. He tweeted yesterday, I'd say Ben put the goalie on skates there, but that's a little redundant. He is hitting dad jokes hard lately. And when I told him he's hitting dad jokes hard lately, he said, might as well tell them while he's still around. That was his tweet reply to me yesterday when I said he's hitting dad jokes.
While who's still around?
His dad.
My dad. I could say that.
I thought you meant you with your lightheadedness and
no, I was
blood pressure.
That was just that was a simple blood pressure drop because I've lost so much weight on soda that my blood pressure medicine is now too strong. And I checked my blood pressure yesterday, way too low.
90 over 60?
No, it was like 115 over 70 something. For me, I'm in like the 140s over 90s. That's a big drop. Oh, no wonder. No wonder.
What do the Mavs need to do for Game 2? And you have to hear the audio of the baseball incident that went viral yesterday. Plus, a Rangers 4-ticket giveaway on the home of the World Series champs. All next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Murray makes a move. The Nuggets have won!
Ernie Johnson thinking that maybe that was the greatest playoff doubleheader in the history of TNT. And it ended with the LA Lakers blowing a 20-point lead in Denver to lose their 10th straight to the defending champs as Jamal Murray hits the shot at the buzzer over Anthony Davis, who was just complaining. And I actually, and you know how much I can't stand Anthony Davis, I agree with him on this about the disrespect towards Defensive Player of the Year. But that got hit right in his face. And then Anthony trips on someone and has to fall into the Denver bench with them all mauling Jamal Murray. He's in the middle of the mosh pit as the Lakers fall down 0-2. Wow.
Boy, the Nuggets, it really is. There is, I know they say no lead is safe period in the NBA these days and everything else, but it really does feel like it doesn't matter that you're up 20 on the Nuggets. They're going to make a run. You may end up winning the game or whatever, but they're going to make a run and they're going to eventually turn it into a close game.
I told you what happens with every single one of their games, basically. It's close. The Lakers play with them. Jamal Murray and Denver is more clutch. And that's what happened. The Lakers offense went stagnant, and they're sitting here crying about all the calls and the officiating. LeBron drops the microphone, walks out of the post-game presser. AD looks like he is going. You did not get robbed. The D'Angelo Russell foul call happened in the third quarter where he got hit in the face and he should have had free throws. I think, in my mind, I thought it was the fourth quarter, but I was probably sleep deprived from staying up with the stars. And the article says it happened with minutes left in the third quarter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. You choked. That was an absolute choke job. And the Lakers have their backs broken.
Yeah, and look, it's just they're not as good as Denver. That's ultimately what this is going to come down to. They can play their best basketball they want. Denver is one of the best teams in the league. It's going to be tough for them to. It feels like this is going to be tough for them to win a game.
They're not better than Denver, but when you're up 20, that's a game you got to win. And that shows
Denver.
that
Denver does this.
Yeah, I know, but that shows that you are I don't know. When you get up 20 on a team, I think it does show there's a difference in the two teams. Don't get me wrong.
Not a sweep difference.
But it's not a sweep difference. It's not this thing is over difference. This easily should be a 1-1 series heading back to LA. When they wind up eventually losing this series, I think we all agree they're going to point back to this one.
Game one of the night in the Garden.
Shot clock is off. DiVincenzo, no. Hardenstein with an offensive rebound. Another chance here. DiVincenzo, he's got it. The Knicks have the lead again.
Philadelphia is not happy that they didn't get a timeout called. Now, the only legitimate complaint from last night, in my opinion, from the two games, did Tyrese Maxey get mugged, stopping him from catching the inbound pass? That's the only topic for me. That's the only issue. I honestly didn't sit there and examine it over and over again because I was switching over to other stuff. Did Tyrese Maxey get mugged? I was watching DiVincenzo hit it, all the reactions. I was studying how bad Jalen Brunson has been recently with all his shooting, and that before that lucky roll started everything for the Knicks, who broke Philadelphia's back. So where do we stand on Maxey getting fouled?
Oh, I thought it was a foul.
Yeah.
It was even before the ball was inbounded. He was wrapped up there.
Didn't the Knicks get the benefit of this as well? Didn't they win a game in the regular season where there was an absolute mugging that took place? Someone dove at someone's legs.
A lot of muggings in New York. I don't know specifically for the Knicks, but this is.
You know what I'm talking about, though? There was a game we were talking about. I think DiVincenzo fouled someone. He went low on someone.
I don't like him, by the way.
No?
Yeah, we had a sales guy left a bad taste in our mouth.
No way.
Listening in Nashville on the Odyssey app.
He helped hook up Lee Bryce. Something is just off-putting about DiVincenzo. I don't like him.
All right, I'm looking at this.
The Nova Knicks.
Brunson appears to have wrapped up Maxey by the waist.
Yeah.
It looks like he's grabbing him. This is slow motion. I'm trying to see, though, if Maxey still had this in his hands and he should have caught it. It looked like he reacted a little bit late to the ball, and I'm trying to figure out whether Brunson's grabbing kind of, impeded or screwed up him catching the inbound pass. It still kind of looks like Maxey should have had it.
He should have had it. But even if it didn't impede necessarily, what is the threshold for a foul? Is a foul?
It's going to be higher in that situation.
Yeah, it probably is. And also, I don't mind physical play.
Unless you're UConn, Iowa, offensive foul.
Right. Yeah. Physical is not a foul. A foul is a foul. If this was just physical, I could get away with it. That was you could tell he was he was trying to foul him. Now sometimes the coaches will tell you, hey, we're going to try to foul here. Watch for this. So they know it's called. I don't know if that was the case or not, but, then also Nick Nurse trying to get a timeout.
Yeah, so all the of course, you can screenshot everything and slow-mo everything, but it looks like Maxey is on the ground, and I think that's Nick Nurse here with looks like he's wearing jeans, though, in that shot, standing up for a timeout.
Yeah, he was, but I think the officials were looking at it was he did he have full possession of the ball? It's a split-second decision. The first time Nick Nurse tried to get a timeout, he pump-faked it. He pump-faked the timeout. Right? It was like, timeout. You got to yell it. You can't just put your hands up and say you want a TO. You can't just sit here and do the hands on the shoulders. I need a 20. Can't do that.
Let
him know.
This, by the way, the offense through the first 3 days of NBA playoffs here, I was just looking this up. There are 12 teams that averaged 115 or more during the regular season. There's been one game where somebody scored 115 so far in the playoffs.
Wow.
Last night,
there
have been 3 teams who have won. 3 times games have been won scoring 90, scoring under 100 points. Last night the scores were 96-86, 104-101, 101-99. It was very early 2000s basketball.
Game 2 for the Dallas Mavericks tonight in LA. They are favored by 2.5 over the Clippers. Yesterday, the Clippers went through their non-contact walkthrough, which Kawhi was supposed to be participating in, but no contact. I was listening to Tim McMahon, Brian Windhorst on the Hoops Collective, and McMahon said he would be very, very surprised if Kawhi Leonard played in this game. What do the Mavericks have to do?
Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
They got to get revenge for one. They got to break the home streak here. Home teams have not lost an NBA playoff game yet.
Wow.
So they were
10-0?
Yeah, so 3-0. I think they were 3-0 last night.
Yep.
So it's 10-0. 11-0.
11-0. It's like me picking NFL games in the playoffs.
The NHL started 7-0. They started 7-0. But
yeah, 11-0.
They need more help.
Who didn't win in hockey? Who didn't win the home game in hockey?
2. Who
was the first?
Boston.
Okay.
Boston and then us. If you go to last night, the team that had more players in double figures won every game.
Yeah, I would think so.
Well, that's not always the case. The Mavs basically lived all year with just basically two guys. But that was the case the other night. The Clippers had 6 guys double figures, Mavs had 3. You got to get more help.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys, and they were not.
The rest of the Mavericks box score was sad.
It was sad.
It was pathetic.
And Kyrie and Luka were not without fault in this game. They had their own issues, particularly the first half. But they need more guys to step up. Like I said, even the other teams in game 1, Miami had 5 guys, Boston had 6, Lakers had 5, Denver had 5 in game 1, Sixers had 4, Knicks had 5, the Mavs had 3. And they had 2 through 3 quarters. That's just not enough help from other people. And then the other thing is, to me, if you're a favorite, you got to make your free throws. And when they were trying to make that comeback, how many times did they go to the line to make 1 or 2? And you're not going to complete a comeback when you go to the charity stripe and you're just making 50%. Now, they weren't 50% of the game. But in the fourth quarter, Kyrie missed 1. You had a bunch of guys missing the front end of the 2 shots.
They shot 25 of 33 for the game.
Yeah, they were 70-something% for the game.
76.
But in the fourth quarter, there was a couple times where they were trying to make that comeback. Yeah. And they only made 1 or 2, and that's just not going to get it done when you're trying to.
They actually had 20 more free throws. The Clippers only shot 13 free throws.
Yeah, when you're knocking down 30-foot threes, I guess it doesn't matter very much. But no, they went 4 of 8 from the free throw line in that second quarter, and I think they went 4 of 8 or 4 of 7 in the fourth.
Oh man, I cannot wait for Brett Boone tomorrow at 9:20 to talk about what happened to his brother This is Aaron Boone tossed from the Yankee dugout, but it was a fan. It was a fan behind him who was screaming at the home plate ump, and then all the confusion happened.
The first base umpire you saw making that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron, we're done.
There you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything.
You're gone.
Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
No, I don't care. I did not say any word. It was a father dugout. I did not say anything, Hunter.
I did not say anything, Hunter. That's Aaron Boone. First off, when did we start getting these interactions mic'd up? I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Thank you to, was that the Yankees TV?
Yes Network, yep.
The Yes Network. That was incredible. But the camera's on Aaron Boone the whole time as he's not saying anything, and the home plate umpire is like, I don't care. You're out of here.
You're out. And the home plate umpire said this to the pool reporter.
His pool report, I mean, I could do 20 minutes on this guy's quotes.
Stones,
I thought
baby.
this was actually like fake.
Yeah.
Until I read the amount of talking he did here.
Right. It's like he had a chance to rectify this, and he took every opportunity not to.
Well, he's acting like he did the Yankees a favor.
Yeah, he goes, Aaron Boone is the manager of the Yankees and is responsible for everything that happens in the dugout. I don't want to eject a ball player.
He's trying to say, no, there was chirping in the dugout too, but I wasn't going to throw out a player. Fans are here to see the player. So
yeah,
he wasn't just saying, okay, it was the fan. There was chirping in the dugout, and Aaron's responsible for it.
Yeah,
You're gone.
And he goes on to say, apparently what he said was there was a fan right above the dugout. This isn't my first ejection. In my career, I've never ejected a player or manager for something a fan has said. I understand it's going to be part of the story or something that's because that's what Aaron is portraying. I heard something from the far end of the dugout, had nothing to do with this area, but he's the manager, so he's the one that had to go.
Do we trust that an ump is going to have like a perfect handle on the acoustics of an open air stadium of like, it definitely was coming 10 feet down the line.
But here's my serious question, because obviously the umpire looks bad here.
Yeah.
How is he supposed to judge if something is coming from Aaron Boone or not? My counter to this is just copy the National Football League.
Or just don't throw him out?
Just like NFL coaches don't get techs or personal fouls or taunts. They don't get flagged. And you know they mother F referees up and down. The NFL has that not be a factor. It is a non-factor in football of a head coach cursing out an umpire or ref. Now, should they be able to say whatever they want? No, but how is the home plate umpire supposed to judge whether that came from Boone or not?
Well, that's a good question. And according to him, he's not. If it goes to the dugout, it just goes to him.
No,
So,
but I'm just saying,
yeah.
what if it was the fan?
Right, yeah.
How is he supposed to judge whether it's the fan or Boone if we still want to throw guys out?
He can't but say that. Don't come up with this stupid excuse after they even go, no, I heard it came from 10 feet to the other side. Like, that's fine. Just say, I heard something. I can't judge anything other than I told him to be quiet, whatever else. If we go back and look at it and we see it's wrong, then I made a mistake. But in that moment, don't make up a story about, like, it came from down the further end of the dugout, and I know it had nothing to do with a fan above there.
I don't know. Is it better to
sounds
say
silly.
that something came from the dugout versus I don't care? That's what he's saying to Aaron. I don't care if it was a fan. That sounds bad too.
That sounds very bad.
So anyone sitting behind any dugout can get a manager toss.
A manager toss. I know it doesn't sound.
How's he supposed to tell Aaron Boone's voice versus anyone else?
It was it was a noon game on a Monday in the middle of the work week, so it wasn't as attended as like a night game.
Right.
So you could hear things more, and you might be able to decipher Aaron's voice a little bit better in that way versus.
And maybe you don't hear it in a more crowded
day. Maybe you don't hear it as much with more ambient noise. I don't know. But that's. Plus, it was like the first inning, so it's still filing in. I mean, people are on their lunch break, so I don't know.
Fascinating.
I'm going to the Rangers games and sitting above the visiting dugout and trying to get people thrown out.
How
See
you
if it can work.
afford those seats?
Come on.
With your tax return?
Come on.
877.
You don't know a bunch of taxes because you're broke, Sean.
877-881-1053 for the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. A Cowboy possible quarterback going to Atlanta, Adam Schefter, with all of his last-second draft notes, plus maybe our most text messages of the entire week. We'll ask Reddit along with a Rangers 4-ticket giveaway during the Expressway after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We have a Rangers 4-pack giveaway coming up momentarily. Commercial-free Expressway on your home of the World Series champs. They return to action tonight with a 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock against the Seattle Mariners. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And we're a few days away from our NFL draft coverage. If you go anywhere else, you are robbing yourself. Of course, led by Brian Broaddus. We got Bobby working multiple days over at the Ford Center of the Star in Frisco, and Zach Wolchuk will be leading the way.
And we have Jerry Presser today, baby. Oh, don't roll your eyes. You know you love it. You're going to roll your eyes now, then tomorrow we're going to have so many cuts that are like, oh, listen to this. This is such a, like there's going to be drama to it. It's all we're going to want to talk about tomorrow.
Are they going to keep asking him about like the all-in stuff?
Yes. Which, I mean,
We'll be all right.
I get the frustration of like, how many times do we have to answer this? Like, I do understand that perspective of it.
Until you say the truth, maybe?
But I think that's the thing. I think they're going to keep getting pressed on it until you give an answer that makes sense. Because your answers haven't made sense yet.
Or people are going to be, the reporters today will be like, what would be an all-in draft pick? Like, how many different types of, it's like,
wide receiver.
It's like Chopped. Like, how many different ways can you fit the magic ingredient into the recipe? How many different ways can you fit all in into any of your questions?
Do you think they'll ask them, get the trio of off-season quotes in there? Like, just say, hey, you guys looked really fatigued at the end of the season. When you're looking at who to draft, how do you go all in necessarily? And then you get in all three of their quotes there.
Mike Florio went and mocked the all-in on ProFootballTalk.com. He kind of stole my gambling, parallel where you're sitting there at Choctaw or WinStar and you go all in. And they're like, well, why aren't all your chips in the middle of the table? Well, because I'm using the Jerry all in. You think you can do that?
Literal. No.
You think you can do that? You drop Jerry's name at the official casino of the Cowboys and they have to accept you keeping half your chips?
If you're at a poker table, you could just throw one chip in, but if you say all in, but you just throw one chip in instead of your whole stack, that's all in.
They take it?
They accept that as all in.
Really? Here's what Florio said. The Cowboys have done nothing to prove they're going all in. Contracts with current players have not been addressed. See, that's where they have no escape, because their justification is, no, we're going all in with our current guys. And they're 0 for 3. They're 0 for 3 there, so you haven't even done that. Well, the offseason's not over yet. I'm sure everything's in negotiation, but no Micah, no Lamb, no Dak. So that all-in, which you're trying to tell us we're misunderstanding, that didn't happen either. Florio, contracts with current players have not been addressed. Significant help has not been acquired. Instead, the Cowboys have offered up every possible definition for all-in, except the definition that it's always had. In so doing, we're now left to consider whether all-in actually does mean something other than what all-in has always meant. Jerry has not done it this year. He never has. He's apparently not willing to do anything now that might force him to take a step back into a later year. What you think, RJ? Because if and when the Cowboys ever fade from contention for 2 or 3 straight years, they might lose their hammerlock on the America's Team moniker and the profile and profit that goes along with it. I've been wondering for a while whether Jerry Jones wants to desperately win. Truly. Does he desperately want to win another Super Bowl, or is he just a carnival barker who hopes to say what's necessary to get the suckers born every minute to open their wallets every year for tickets and jerseys and hats and overpriced food and beverages at AT&T? And just as importantly, to flock their eyeballs to Cowboy games on national TV? Well, here's my current assessment from Mike Florio. He's a salesman, a huckster, a guy who pretends to want to reach the top of the mountain while counting the cash in his tent at base camp. And it's worked. Saying he's all in late January was just part of the process of getting fans to think things will be better in 24. Then after the fans go all in with the renewals of season tickets, the Cowboys can do something other than go all in while claiming they actually are. The all in means something other than what it always has. And it's an impressive trick, a sleight of hand that lets Jerry pick the pockets of those who still hope to see the Cowboys turn the clock back to the early 90s.
Okay, so what he's missing here, It's very
here
poetic.
Here comes Venmo Bell from Jerry's account.
It's very poetic. What he's missing here is just the possibility that he misspoke. That's ultimately we of all the things where we're like, did Jerry say that? Did Jerry mean to say that over the years? This is the one where it's like, nope, this is it. You said it that one time. We're holding you. And I'm not saying that he's not responsible for the words he says. He absolutely is. But I think that him saying something one time and then
But he did follow up, Bobby, with extensions. That's what he said. He talked about extensions. The quote is right here from the combine.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just like a Tank. I believe that Tank Lawrence misspoke more so than Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I think that Jerry, but
because you could be all in with.
Because Tank didn't go into, well, we were tired. Look, when you're coming out of the second half and you don't get that banana for potassium, and we ran out of the water coolers and whatever bananas do, you don't get the vitamin. If he really goes into depth about being tired, then I believe it's less of a misspeak.
Right.
Sure.
Out, man. Yeah.
He didn't, and Jerry did.
Jerry did. Now, listen, I guess Jerry could be saying, this is probably on the Franklin injury attorney fan text. If you're all in and you only have $50 worth of chips and the whole table's got $200 worth of chips, you're all in, but you're the short stack. So you're all in for less because you don't have as much money to spend. So technically you're all in.
I want a justifier bell.
Yeah.
From Chant.
See, technically you're all in.
How is it that, I'm trying to think, has there ever been a phrase?
But this has been Basic's theory. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
This has been Basic's theory forever that Jerry, and I've been slow to believe it until this offseason, that Jerry sells it, gets us all hooked, and then really does nothing to take it over the top. That's what Mike has basically been saying. This is what Florio is writing here. Sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
No, I just I'm trying to think if there's ever been. Has there ever been a comment Jerry's made that the fan base has held him? No, held to him as much of dude, this is turned back on him. There are tons of times Jerry says things that people get frustrated about and everything else, but I can't think of a comment that he's made that has lasted this long in terms of fans being able to hold us no, you are being held to account for saying this, and we're not going to let up until it becomes reality. And that's fair. I'm not saying it's not fair. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a time where Jerry's own words have been held as a standard against him by the fan base other than this. I don't think there ever has been.
No. Maybe there's no check code right big enough. Every one of 500 guys could coach this team. That was a bad one to say.
Any one of 500 guys could coach this team was a bad one to say.
But that was 30 years ago.
Well, my answer to that is no, because they never give any sense of direction of what they're going to do with their planning.
Right.
And he did with this. Mm-hmm. When he said that, I was like, oh, here we go. Guns a-blazing. This is a Maverick off-season of I'm going to turn over every single rock.
And it turned into a real Mavericks off-season.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but if you look at it because they've been a really good team for 20 years. You can't really argue that. They've been a really good team.
Yeah.
So why haven't they advanced? Statistically, it's improbable that they have not made at least the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
Every 8 teams. You should make the NFC Championship game every 8 years. You should literally, if you just the way the NFL is structured. And they just haven't done that. So are they not good enough? Well, I don't think that's the case. They've been good enough to make it there. Are they unlucky? I can make the case.
Well, you can also say they haven't a special enough quarterback.
Sure, that could be it.
And that's not a Dak shot. I'm throwing Romo right into that. I think Romo's better than Dak, but Tony,
if you don't have the best quarterback in the league, you are subject to randomness.
Bobby's face.
Has it been coaching?
The hell did you just say?
Romo is
no.
Yes.
No. Ceiling.
With my life on the
right?
the line to play a game or 6 games, I'm taking Tony Romo over Dak Prescott. But Tony Romo was still never upper echelon.
No, he got the
Tony Romo's going to the Hall of Fame. Nor should he.
No, Dak and Tony got more out of their career than their draft slot said they should have. Now, that doesn't really matter, but I mean, you don't expect when they drafted Dak Prescott. When they drafted Dak Prescott in the 4th round, and they took Tony as an undrafted free agent. They didn't expect to give them second contracts. for hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't expect that. So they got benefits out of that. But are they falling short because they're not good enough? No. Is it? I mean, I could point to 3 situations where they were a little bit unlucky. One of the greatest throws in playoff history, a fumbled snap on a bad football, a dropped first down by a sure-handed receiver.
A bad NFL rule.
Yeah, but you know what?
NFL rule with a catch.
But
I mean, they could have. There's a lot of situations.
So what are you getting to? Do you have an answer for that? Or you're just saying why?
I don't think it's fair to say like what Florio is saying. Just kill it. I say that's all. This whole thing is Jerry just wanting to stay relevant. I mean, they've been good enough. They just haven't
They haven't been good enough to win the Super Bowl.
No,
but you can maybe point out 1 or 2 years.
07.
Okay,
they were
I'm
not
so
good.
freaking tired of hearing them. Not from you.
Yeah.
Give me a reference within the past like freaking 15 years.
16.
They haven't.
16. They were good enough.
16. They were good enough to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
who would they have played that year? They would have played
New England.
Because
that was 28-3.
Yeah. Or now they probably would have lost to Atlanta. Atlanta was on a run that year.
But they were never like they're the favorites. They're going to the Super Bowl.
16, a lot of people I think felt they were.
I could see
was 16 the
16
Green
was
Bay
they
Dads?
were the number one. No. 16 was Dak's
14.
rookie year. No, they were number 1 seed.
Oh
Zeke was.
God. Dak's rookie year. They weren't going to the
they
Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback.
They were the number 1 seed.
I never thought of it.
13-3.
I never thought. We were still having an argument whether Tony should come back.
I thought
so there was a.
That's because you think Romo's good.
Any Tony opinion you have is disqualified.
14,
I don't know what he did to
any
you.
Dak opinion you have is disqualified.
No, it doesn't. I'm open-minded. Fair as F.
I think 07,
FAF.
obviously 14 and 16.
Raff and Faff.
Raff and Faff.
Rename the show.
Those 3 years, they were good enough to get to the Super Bowl. 07, 14, and 16. They were good enough to get to the Super Bowl those years. Win it. I mean, I don't think they were going to beat New England in 07. They didn't have the front. They had already played that year. They got pretty worked, right?
I mean, if they were just not, I don't know what the hell happened with that run defense in the Rams playoff game in 2018. But I mean, the Rams went to the Super Bowl that year, and Dallas was good enough to be on the field.
They were
with them.
good enough.
Like 18, they were after the Amari trade. They were good enough.
Florio ends it with this: the Cowboys are currently worse, not better, than the team that won the division and lost badly in the first round. That makes Jones's repeated use of the term "all-in" even more jarring in hindsight. Makes it hard not to wonder whether the end result of the coming campaign will prompt plenty of customers to go all out for 2025. Of course, that's when Jones will fashion with a new pitch for keeping them engaged, possibly by hiring Bill Belichick to coach the team, and here will be the carnival bark. Step right up, folks. Come on to see the greatest coach in the history of worldwide sports take the Cowboys to unprecedented heights in the year 2025. Marvel at the surly curmudgeon who does nothing but win and win and win. Yes, folks, this is the year you will not want to miss. We're all in. We're not all the way in. I meant last year, but all the way in, they'll make you give us all your money again. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Never mind. How about them Cowboys? So that's Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com.
The reality is, like, he doesn't. Does he absolutely do things to increase the Cowboys brand and everything else? Yes, but like, there's more than enough being done by ESPN and everybody else to keep the Cowboys brand relevant. That, like, Jerry is not like in desperate need of getting revenue in here.
I just wish he would have said the opposite and the absolute truth of this is this group's final shot. I would have just preferred that. And I don't know how you give out the all-in statement to be totally opposite of what seems to be the case of one-year deals, and then we're going to be all out. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This is one and done.
I mean, and it should be.
This is make or break.
If it doesn't work this year, you need to blow it up. You need to.
So then maybe we should be applauding them a little bit more for not giving out all the extensions. It just feels like what's disappointing to me is the make or break kind of gives me a feeling of negativity going into the year. And I'm sure for everyone McCarthy's going to be looking over his shoulder. Dak's going to be looking over his shoulder. CD, why am I not getting paid? What Micah drama are we going to have? Like, it just doesn't, it's not a good culture. It doesn't feel like a positive culture to go and win the championship when it's like, nah, this is your last dance. Go be the Bulls.
Yeah, it's
like Jerry Krause said it. Like,
right. The difference is they had Michael. You know, like that. There's a difference when you have.
So do the Cowboys, according to Bobby. Michael Penix, hopefully.
It's pronounced Penix.
We'll get to that all coming up. Let's hook you up. for turning it on, leaving it on the home of the Rangers.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Washington Nationals on May 1st. And you want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nathan Eovaldi replica postseason jersey presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. And it's also Dollar Hot Dog Night at the ballpark. Get tickets and info now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And 3 more giveaways just like that tomorrow with the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
Then Thursday, then Friday. It's Tuesday. It's Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts on the YouTube and the Twitch as we kick around Ask Reddit here in the studio amongst ourselves. We'll get your thoughts here on these questions. Every week it is the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum, the 45 million member discussion group over there on the interwebs. RJ Choppy.
Robert Montgomery Belt.
You don't get mad about a lot. You don't. You generally don't get worked up. But what is a relatively small thing you're still angry about years after it happened?
There was a kid named Dan Lee.
You take your girl too, like Alan Thicke?
No.
Is it Thick Lee?
Worse. Way worse. I was playing in the Optimist Golf Tournament. I was 17 years old.
Wow.
And it was the top 6 went to Miami to play in the Nationals. And I was in a 1-hole playoff with 2 guys for 1 spot, the 6th spot. And I come in second on that 1-hole playoff. My second shot, my approach shot, sailed the green by about 30 yards and went right into a tree. I have no idea what happened. I hit my pitching wedge about 40 yards further than I've ever hit it before in my life. So I was the first alternate. It was in a month and a half in Miami. The guy who finished in 6th place, named Dan Lee, could not make it. He was supposed to call me and tell me that I was the first alternate and that I was supposed to go. And he never called. And I saw him at a tournament like later that year. I was like, bruh, what happened? And he goes, I didn't want anybody to go my place and take my spot. Wow. I was like, you weren't going. Like, this wasn't your decision to make, bro. So I hope Dan Lee is in a real bad spot right now. I don't care what he's doing. I don't hold grudges at all. If you could try to take my job, and I don't care.
Or your girl.
Or my girl, and I don't care. I don't hold grudges. But Dan Lee can kiss my ass. Okay? That's all I got to say about that.
Sean, what's your one thing?
Man, this is really difficult for me because
you have lots of things. Total
opposite of Choppy. Petty, bitter, vengeful. How many years back does this qualify as? Like,
years after it happened.
I just gave you 34 years or 24 years or something.
Yeah, I was saying, like, how short can I go with the years? A lot of liars that we used to work with. I don't know if I'm going to go ahead and forgive that anytime soon. Just
how many years ago was this?
Just people not straight up putting on a public act and just lying. Like, to me, I'd always rather lose out like being honest, especially if you're boys. You know, like, okay, if my secret gets out and if you go and repeat and tell something to someone else, I would rather get burned that way than like lie to you, not be upfront. Like, I got a small circle of people that I'll tell everything to because I just trust them. I believe that we're tight. I believe that we're boys. And when the opposite happens and it's a little shock and surprise, man, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. I don't care what happens as long as you starve.
Oh my gosh. I was we're at that
type of stuff matters to me though, and I know a lot of people view that as like an overreaction or not. It's like, yo man, I want you to know, like, I got you in really bad situations. I'm gonna take up for you. I'll get in trouble for you. Should be vice versa. You know, that to me is like what real actual friendship is. Like, yeah, man, I'll I'll get in trouble for you. We'll get a file written up for you.
File. The file's big.
We'll lie to bosses for you.
I had been.
That was the only time, Gavin. By the way,
This is that you know of. This is the. It's such a small thing. We were over at somebody's house when we were kids. Our family was over at somebody's house, and my dad. I was standing by their pool, and as you know, Sean, I don't swim at pool parties. I don't do it.
That's right, hoodies.
Exactly, hoodies. And so we were out there by the pool, and I was just
Emerald Custom Pool.
Everybody else had got in and was swimming, and I wouldn't do it. Like I was just like, no, I don't care. And my dad pushed me in near the end of the day. And I got out of the water, and I was so pissed off.
You've never forgiven your father for that?
I can forgive him and still be angry about
it. Forget.
Wow. I won't, and so because of that, like I won't even stand. I won't stand near the edge of your pool.
That's what scarred you?
No, it's not even a scar thing. It's just like no, and that used to be a funny prank, by the way, like 30 years ago. Now when you do it, you're ruining like $1,000 worth of equipment because people have cell phones in their pockets and stuff like that.
So did you ever get him back?
I mean, I pushed him when I got out of the water. I was big enough at that point that I could.
But you never like shoved him back in the water.
No. But I hate like that's one of the reasons why, other than because it's my wife's job. That's one of the reasons I don't like doing dishes is because I hate just like getting like wet on like my clothes and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I don't like it.
But you'll sweat through T-shirts every day.
All right, because that's natural. It's my natural must. Peyton, what is a relatively small thing you're still angry about years after it happened?
So before I was 18, 15, 16, 17, I had a curfew of midnight. My parents, were strict about that stuff. Nothing good happens after midnight. Be home on the weekends before midnight, and we're fine. And so I was always made sure I was home by probably 11:55. And so I was pulled over one night on my way home because I did not turn on my blinker 100 feet before the stop sign. BS excuse. He was just looking for a reason to pull me over. I was going through the neighborhood, but he stopped me, talked to me for 15, 20 minutes. I was late by curfew by 5 minutes, explained it to my parents, grounded 2 weeks. I was grounded despite being pulled over for, the bogus reasoning. I didn't get a ticket or anything, but I was pulled over and I was still grounded for 2 weeks.
So you're mad at the cop or your parents?
Or yourself for not putting the blinker on early enough.
Yeah, or
it was 100 feet. I was like, you got a measuring tape, cop?
Whoa!
There's no way.
He's Peyton Pig Russell. Peyton Pig Russell.
So yeah, it was the parents, but now it's the cop, Officer Jefferson.
Not yourself for action. Was it Jefferson?
No, I made that up. This was like 8 years ago.
Hey, don't you have? You've told us before though. Don't you have like kind of a short fuse? You do have a temper, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Interesting. I want to see
for little things too.
Like stupid, like little small. I haven't seen you ever snap up here.
Oh, I have.
Well, Bobby's seen it because he comes in here and messes with me every break, and then that messes with me. So
I can't tell whether you're actually like real in that reaction.
I try and keep it professional here.
817. When I was 10, my grandpa gave me and my cousin money to play games at the fair. My cousin spent my part. I'm 37 now, and I still hate him for it.
Wow,
that is something that like
that's small.
That would linger with you a little bit. Here we go. This is kind of on the idea of being petty. Sean Sharif. Is it easier to forgive others or forgive yourself? This is way easy for me. I can't
forgive yourself.
I can't. I have to. I think I've told you this before. If I'm mad at somebody, I need to separate myself from them because if I want to hold on to being mad at them,
yeah.
Because if they approach me and talk to me, it's like, all right, I can't like stay mad because they're contrite and I feel bad like holding on to it. So I try to like not, it's like, well, if I can't hear you apologize, I can stay mad.
Yeah.
And so I try to separate myself. Yeah. Whereas I will beat myself up routinely about things.
I would agree with you. I would agree. It's harder to forgive myself. I hold on to like, oh, I should have done this with the house. Mm-hmm. How could I have screwed this up? I should this, I should that. And then if the builder comes to me and he's like, yeah, sorry that like there's water in your electrical box. I'm like, okay. You're nice. I like you.
Here's how hard it is for me to forgive myself, Chap. In general, or these are the standard. This is literally on my phone screen.
How can you?
Those are notes to remind myself. Those are my priorities.
What does it say?
Go ahead, read it. Yeah.
Is it worth death? ?
Oh,
doing something stupid. Is this worth dying over?
Breathe, MFer. Slow the blank down. A bunch of dollar signs. Stay motivated.
Dollar sign.
Quit effing up.
Yep. That's what I wrote down. Like,
is this from therapy?
No, it's just something I've always had like notes like that on my phone because I'll forget otherwise.
See, I think Jared Sandler would say, "How can you forgive yourself when you're never wrong?" So, what have you been wrong about that you've beaten yourself up over?
Well, that's because Jared, like a lot of people on the fan text, for some reason believes a total character that, like, when I start like leaning into bits or whatever else, there's like no nuance with.
No,
Jared,
no. It's not all an acting.
It's not. It's
acting
not.
right all the time. You have a very hard time saying.
I don't have to forgive myself. No, here's what I'll say. I totally disagree with the notion that I can't say I'm wrong. I will admit I'm wrong about things other than sports because I'm always right about sports. But other things, I routinely admit that I was wrong about something, I feel like.
Okay.
Yeah. It's easy. I forgive others. All you gotta do is say you're sorry, and I buy it. Very gullible with that. But myself, there are things that I still just like driving. If I get caught in a moment of silence in the car, my mind wanders in places of things I've done wrong.
See, that shocks me. I didn't think you would hold yourself accountable.
I hold it internally. I don't ever let you know that I was wrong. Okay, that's
weak, right?
It's weakness. It's a sign of weakness.
Yeah.
You're never wrong. Everything always happens according to plan. But I beat myself up about it internally. But I forgive others. It doesn't buy. Whatever. You say you're sorry. You're fine.
Peyton, forgive others or forgive yourself?
Yeah, it's easier to forgive others. You know, I'm like choppy. I'm a sucker for the apology. You know, you just say I'm sorry, give me a little reason. We're best friends again.
All right, Peyton. What are some things you will always say yes to? And fan text. What are some things you always say yes to? 877-881-1053 as we do Ask Reddit.
So it's making money. Any opportunity I have to make money, it could be $1, $5, $100. Doesn't matter what the task is. I'm most
so if
likely
we asked you to record audio outside of the building and paid you, you would actually do it.
Oh, if you paid me? Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course, getting money. Yeah.
Choppy, this is great for you because you say yes to everything.
Yeah, that's the problem. The answer is anything. I will always. I can't say no. I can't say no to people. I don't know. It's a very big flaw I have. Thank God nobody's asked me to do anything illegal with them because I wouldn't be able to say no to that either.
Well, so if the question is, what are some things you always say yes to for us? What are some things, because it's probably a short list, that you will always say no to, Chop?
Really nothing. Like, that's the thing. Like, I will almost always, I'll say yes to it, and then I will spend the next X amount of days trying to find ways to get out of it.
Yeah.
I can't say, hey, do you want to grab lunch? I have to say, yeah, I can't say. And then what I got to do is I got to keep canceling. And I will never actually say no. I may not follow through with the yes, but I will never say no.
I'll say this. If you have, and maybe it's just a default, like, fallback, it's easy to do it this way. It's what saves you. But generally, like, if you and the kids have baseball, like, you won't say yes to somebody.
No,
you'll say no, can't. This is a hard line. I can't do anything.
I have a built-in excuse there that I know that I don't have to think about. But if it's like on a weekday where I've got, or whatever, I have time, I may have a minute to be able to do something. I just can't say no. So I say no, then I say yes, then I come up with an excuse to reschedule.
I am the one who, like, as has been put on display, generally, if you're like, come on, let's do a shot, I'm always, yeah, all right. It feels rude to even if I'm like buying my own, it feels rude not to partake in that. It's like a social, it's like whenever somebody says, let's do a shot, I feel like they're saying, like, let's be friends. Like, let's show a sign of being friends. And to me, if you say no, you're kind of, it feels like you're saying no to their offer of friendship. That's why even when I was over at your place and I was like, I'm just going to have one. You're like, come on, it's been 3 hours. You can have one more. I was like, all right, fine, I'll do well.
Yeah.
I'll have one more. But I almost always will say yes to the offer of, come on, let's do one more shot. Then I'm always going to say yes to that. What about you, Sean?
I don't know. This is tough for me. I feel like I say no to a decent amount. When my wife generally asks me to do something or go somewhere, I always like kind of do it.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time saying no for something that she wants to do, but other times I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. I kind of have a general rule laid out during the course of the week, Monday through Thursday. Anyway, I'm not going to do anything. Now we'll see what happens with kids' practices and sports and all that type of stuff, but I don't really have a great one.
Yeah, the Tolo's weighing on the fan text 940. I always say yes to my wife wanting to order more food, and 903 free sports tickets. Always down to free sporting event.
Nice.
Yeah, and I will also always say yes to whenever the wife suggests certain, quality time spent together. All right, Sean, this one's perfect for you. What celebrity are you a fan of their work but hate who they are as a person? I feel like you could have a lot of people that you enjoy their what they do, but you just can't stand them as people.
Oh, this would have to probably be like a really corny, cheesy humanitarian.
Sean Penn. I love Sean Penn as an actor. I cannot stand hearing that man speak outside of his acting ever.
Has he been in the news at all, like recently?
I don't know. Are there is there some Guatemalan workers union that needs help on the protest lines or something? Him and Kyrie together. Kyrie, there's my answer.
It's Morgan Wallen, man.
Oh, I thought you want to party with Morgan Wallen.
I do. Because it's fun to do bad things.
Do hood rat stuff.
Do
with
hood
your
rat
friends.
stuff with your friends.
Throw chairs off reunion.
But like,
did you see the video of it? The chair flying off the building. Yeah. They've got security footage of it. It is just a chair. Like you see, like everyone just kind of walking around. All of a sudden, you just see some giant chair fly
he's an
off.
idiot, man. Like he's like the poster boy of like what like growing up in a. I don't know.
Is
just
he
like
trying to do a bad boy thing? Do you think he's really like kind of dumb?
I don't know. He's trying to be like that.
You know, like the
Southern
rebel,
dude, like the rebel kind of country East Tennessee guy. That
dude,
he sucks, man.
There's a ton of
He's
Tom
great.
Cruise on the fan text. Like that's the most
what
common
does Tom
name
Cruise
I've seen.
do?
He is weird.
Jumps on chairs.
No. The good. The light.
He's a good actor.
Oh, okay, for acting.
Yeah, he's a good
Peyton?
actor.
Yeah, mine was. I hate to say it, but Kanye West. Early on, his music was really, really good. You know, his work ethic. But now he's just obviously a bad person.
Is it because of what he did to Taylor Swift specifically?
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot of people could be Chris Brown, Michael Jackson,
Anthony Edwards,
Robert De Niro, Tom Hanks.
Anthony Edwards. That would be mine.
Tom Cruise, Trump, Will Smith.
Ask Reddit. Every single Tuesday during the Expressway, home of the Texas Rangers ticket giveaway. Does Vegas actually believe in the Dallas Stars? We'll talk about what happened. Another Game 1 loss for the Metroplex next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door in Proud Tolo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
On wrist shot. Score! Deflected in front. Guess who? It's the captain, it looks like. Mark Stone. Welcome back, Mark Stone, and welcome to Game 1 of Vegas and Dallas.
ESPN with the call that was 26 seconds in. Just like that. The Mavs get punched in the face. The Cowboys get punched in the face. The Dallas Stars get punched right in the face. And then it was 2-0 before the Jamie Benn breakout to score. And then another power play, and the Knights score 3 seconds into that. So 29 total seconds of power play action, 2 goals for Vegas. Then Stanky with a nice defensive play sets up Robertson for the answer. That makes it 3-2.
I don't know what if Stank Acid or Stanky is the worst name.
Stank Acid. Yeah. Stanky sets up Robertson 3-2. Second period, all the announcers thought that the Stars kind of controlled the action, but it was Vegas who got on the board. And then you end up with the 4-3 loss at the AAC.
Yeah, and they really had chances at the end in the last 7 or 8 minutes. Oh, and they pulled the goalie early, and that gave them a good 2+ minutes with an empty net, with a man advantage, and credit to Vegas. I mean, they stopped them, and 2 of the Stars' goals came on some major mistakes defensively, lapses. One of them was a mistake when they let Ben go all the way, and then the other one, Stankoven, had the turnover, had the steal. But Vegas, they're defensively, they're very, very good, and their Stars came to play. Hurdle had a goal, March had a goal, Stone, so they had some guys that are big players for them. Scoring this one.
Yeah, and it's like I said yesterday, Vegas is just so much better on the power play, both on it and killing it, compared to the Stars. And that's what was on display yesterday, is that, when things are off even strength, Vegas is better. And I'm just going to hope that nobody remembers that I said the exact opposite yesterday.
Yeah. So. The NHL home teams, it wasn't just the NBA that went undefeated. I think we're at 11-0 now in the NBA playoffs for home court. NHL home teams started off 6-0. Obviously, they got broken and did not follow through yesterday. But here's Vegas and what they thought heading into Game 1 for the NHL playoffs. The favorite to win the Stanley Cup from Bet Online was who?
The Rangers.
No. Carolina.
Carolina at plus 550, followed by the Rangers and Panthers. Any guesses after that, or would you like me to run?
I mean, Stars have to be there.
Not next.
Edmonton?
Yep, good job. Edmonton at 7-1, then the Stars at 15-2. This is before last night. Bruins 10-1, and then Colorado, Vancouver, Vegas, Winnipeg, all at 12-1. The Caps have the worst odds to win it all at 200-1. If you think that the Stars are going to make the Stanley Cup Finals and lose, you can get them at 15-4 just to win the West. So second best odds behind Edmonton in the Western Conference. As for the series odds, minus 142. So basically a 59% chance of winning the series. 59% for the Stars before last night.
Yeah, I wonder how that's changed at all. I mean, it makes sense. They are the 1 seed. They have been the best team in the West for a majority of the season.
But easily, well, not easily, the only other series where it was closer odds was Winnipeg to beat Colorado. The Jets have a 61% chance, but Carolina, 89%.
Yeah.
Boston, 71%. The Rangers, 91%. Florida, 80%. Vancouver, 75%. And Edmonton, 67%. But That's why I asked Spittle yesterday, did the Stars get unlucky with this draw because they have the lowest chance of the favorites to win and advance?
You know, fans of teams, people don't want to admit this. Sports is not never about, but it's often not about who the best team is. It's about the draw you get. A lot of it has to do with the draw. Go to the NCAA tournament.
Now, the Cowboys, we got that great draw last year.
Go to the NCAA tournament.
The Mavericks without Kawhi.
Yep. It's a draw, man. Like, you get a good draw, you got a good chance. If you don't, you get screwed with a draw, and you get just tough matchups. Now, obviously, look, if you're UConn, you're just that much better than everybody else. But it's so much about draw. It really is. And Stars got an unlucky first round matchup. Vegas even shows it. Like, the Vegas odds even showed that they got, for the 1 seed, the overall 1 seed in the West, to have a situation where they're playing a series where they have the closest odds.
Does it feel like
any of them?
The Warriors got in as like an 8? I mean, it's easy to say now Vegas more of a threat than the Warriors, but does it feel like, injured, wounded champion, but you don't want to face them early?
Getting healthy? Yeah, of course. Of course. And there's a championship hangover, too, that happens in the regular season. And, like we talked about yesterday, they kind of have a Patriot-y thing to them where they kind of just let you go. If you're not a superstar, all right, well, we'll just find a replacement. They've got a good system there.
Other chaos happened last night on the ice.
Off the boards, it comes up on the wing. A long lead pass for Matthews. Matthews is in alone. Scores! Holy Mackinac! Big Pappy has given the Leafs the lead.
Toronto radio with the call, 3-2 Leafs over Boston. And what ESPN was following while our game was starting was what was taking place with Carolina and the New York Islanders.
Man,
this was 3-zip.
3-zip. They pulled the goalie with minutes to go. Minutes, like a lot of time. And they wound up scoring a handful of goals in 8 seconds. It was crazy. It was just a crazy finish there.
5-3 Carolina wins.
They win, and that's a crippling loss for the Islanders.
Then Edmonton puts up 7 on the LA Kings, 7-4 Oilers.
Oh, that's almost the same amount that the Mavericks scored in LA in the second quarter. Just one off there. That was very, very close there. 5 assists for Connor McDavid in that game.
5 assists?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. As for some NBA, actually, before we leave that, what's up with this Peyton Twitter Spaces? I still don't know what a Spaces is. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you get compensated. I don't know if you get paid.
No.
What is it?
Can you not make money off that?
You maybe can. But I mean, in general, how it's used is like, oh, here I am. It's like I could start a Twitter space right now from my phone. And basically anybody who follows me gets an alert at the top of the screen. Says, Bobby started a Twitter space. And you can jump in there and it's like you're talking into your phone. It's like you're doing a live stream just from your phone. So it's audio only. And then you can ask to be a speaker and you can join and it turns into like a big group project. So Peyton was like, we're out here. So I replied back and I was like, start a Twitter space, a Stars Twitter space, you coward. And so then he did. He started one.
At the AAC.
I did. I was like, okay, how do I get involved here? And Bobby said it. I was like, you know what? I've never done a Twitter space. Let me do it. And then, instantly, once I sent Bobby the link to join, I had 7 or 8 Tolos join as well. And you can click on people to because it shows them as a listener, and you can click on their profile and say, okay, do you want to speak? Here you go. And so you give them the platform to start speaking. I don't know. I think it's a great, technique. It's been around for a little bit.
And were you interacting with people? They were talking to you? Like, you giving the report from the AAC? What were you discussing?
I was just talking to them. I did not let them talk. I couldn't hear a whole bunch. So, and I guess I didn't know how you could see messages that were being sent to me or how I could allow them to send messages. But I think if you're in a quiet space, it's a great technique to use.
Have you ever done one?
I've joined one, but I didn't join it to talk. They were just talking about Tennessee football, and I just hopped on. Getting some text that the Stars are now plus 125.
Oh.
They're an underdog in the series.
Wow. Vegas also with Mavericks-Clippers odds before the series. LA at minus 137. This opened up Mavs minus 120. So current odds suggest the Clippers have a 58% chance of now winning the series. Minnesota minus 173. Denver minus 700. That was before the 20-point comeback last night. OKC minus 1,100. Cleveland up 2-0 on Orlando. They were the favorite. Milwaukee minus 225. The New York Knicks. This is before that chaos at the end of that, minus 300 to beat Philly and Boston. Guess the minus for the Celtics.
10,000.
I was going to say 900. I don't know.
More
than 10,000?
Wow.
I've never seen this.
100,000.
20.
Jeez.
Minus 20,000 to beat the Miami Heat. That is a 99.5% chance.
So you had bet $2,000 to win $100?
Shots fired at Bam Adebayo. They just don't believe in him. By the way, when you just mentioned Nuggets there, that reminded me. Do you ever look up here on the screen sometimes and go like, how is ESPN making up stats like this?
I just did on the Laker thing.
What about Jokic and playoff triple? Here's a great stat for you, Choppy.
Yes.
Nikola Jokic has now passed Lenny Wilkins for the most all-time playoff triple doubles against the Lakers.
I was just thinking
that is the dumbest stat.
I was just thinking
That's
reach, Cowboy-esque.
They reach into their bag for like, what's the most ridiculous stat?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have never guessed Lenny Wilkins. I mean, I don't know. I would have thought the Chief, Robert Parrish.
Did he play the Minneapolis Lakers? Is that what this was?
So NBA championship odds overall: Boston 5-4, Denver 11-4. Would y'all pick Boston or Denver in the finals?
Boston.
Probably Boston.
All right, I'd pick Denver. Clippers and OKC 14-1. Milwaukee 16-1 to win it all. The Mavericks 18-1. Then the Wolves, Knicks, Lakers, Suns, Cavs, Miami 300-1 to win the NBA championship. So that's what Vegas thinks of the NBA and NHL playoffs.
By the way, are we in, and I know we haven't really talked about it like this, and it's like the whole thing of like home team, hold serve, whatever else. But like, are we feeling like this is done if they lose tonight, Dallas?
No. That's a good question.
They're coming home. You can get.
Okay, what if Kawhi doesn't play? Kawhi comes back for game 3 up 2-0.
I don't know. I mean, it could be one of those things where the team plays better without him. They play more as a team without him.
I would say it's not over. Series is not over.
I would probably say it's. I feel like it's done if they lose.
You put it in a situation, you got to win 4 or 5. Then
done.
But no,
They're just defending home court.
Yeah, but I mean, if Kawhi's missing 2 games and you can't beat them, they've essentially been the same team at home and on the road, both the Clippers and the Mavericks.
What is Luka's approach? I'm going to ask the MJ question for Luka's approach tonight. I'm fascinated. Is Luka passing early?
How about not be a ball hog?
Is he going to shoot from distance? Is he going to go inside early? What is Luka Doncic's approach? I know his answer is always, I just read the defense. I react to what they do.
I'm happy here.
Maybe that is what he does, but what's the approach you think going in?
Slow ISO dribble behind a screen and then step back 3.
Wait till the shot clock gets out of the game.
No different from game 1? That's not. I don't like that answer though.
But I think that's the answer. You just hope they get. Look, I mean, I don't think he's going to shoot that poorly early on to start games every time. So
that's the thing.
It's not the worst mode of attack when the shot's falling. When the shot's falling, you're like, oh, I love it. Like when we watch these games where he starts the game 10 of 11 and he makes 6 threes in the first quarter, we don't go like, why aren't you taking it inside more? It's just if it's falling, it's great.
That's the thing. Like if they play the same exact style of basketball they played in game 1, but they make a few more of their shots. I mean, the games are completely different. People don't want to hear that. They want you to yell at them or whatever. They don't want to hear that. Look, they just missed shots. Like that was just bad execution, and that's the reality.
Let's talk about psycho Cory Seager on the home of the World Series champs next. But let's talk about amazing, awesome barbecue on the official barbecue show and the official team that has Hurtado connected to it. They have 2 locations inside the globe. They have 3 brick and mortars with a brand new.
else.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Weight loss, that's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A much-needed off day for the World Series champs. Yesterday, they will return to action tonight with Dane Dunning, my guy, on the mound against the Seattle Mariners in Arlington. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. And we are, in case you did not know, the place where you can hear every single Texas Ranger game, along with my main man, Jared Sandler, Bruce Bochy, Chris Young as well. That is 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, let's talk about the profile done on the psycho Cory Seager.
And he is apparently a baseball psycho. This is from the brilliant mind and beautiful pen of Jeff Passan at ESPN. Is there a better baseball writer than Jeff Passan, RJ Choppy?
Man, he's quite tremendous. He doesn't write text very well.
There's definitely better texters.
To people who
Weirdo.
actually text back.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to get approval to text you back, you know? Now, Cory Seager, when we think of his
If I ever
swing.
see him at Hurtado again there at the park, I'll take a beef rib and shove it right up his
Wow. Which end?
Beef ribs and tree branches. Goodness. So, Sean, when we think of beautiful swings across this, does Cory Seager...
No.
Like, you don't think of Seager's swing as similar to, like...
I never... As what? Don't... I want to hear the name you say.
I'm not going to say Griffey. Okay.
Or Palmeiro.
But no, like in terms of, like, how we always have, like, the standard, like, that's the prettiest swing in baseball. Do we think of, like, right now that because I do think Seager's swing is pretty.
I've never thought of it. I don't
pretty.
get time to watch it because he's swinging it every first pitch.
It's a good swing. I don't think it's...
Isn't it like short, compact,
It's very
quick?
short and compact. It's a swing you want to teach.
It's smooth.
It's a swing you would definitely absolutely teach because he does a lot of things right with the swing. That's a good. I don't know that there is a particularly.
Yeah, who's got the
pretty
smoothest swings in
swing.
Major League Baseball today?
Because if you look past the last 15 years, people would point to Cano's swing was really really pretty. Obviously Griffey's swing was pretty. Palmeiro had his pretty swing. It's always a lefty. It's always a lefty.
Hamilton.
Yeah, Rafi looked like he did. Josh's swing was pretty.
It was pretty. It was
long.
It was more the thing that's different about his versus the other guys I mentioned is his was powerful. The other guys were smooth. Like,
Josh
it almost looked like it was in slow motion when you saw Griffey swing.
Yeah, Josh would whip the batter.
Yeah,
Like
Palmeiro was like slow motion swing.
Yeah, Rafi like literally looked like he didn't care almost.
Yeah.
That's how, like, I mean, I always remember when you see him swing through, he almost just kind of like slumped his hand down after he swung through, just like he dropped the bat. Like, it was just so effortless for him. Well, Cory Seager has the prettiest swing in baseball, according to Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan writes this. He says, the baseball swing is a puzzle, an ever-changing riddle. Even for the best hitters in the world, the fragility of the swing is palpable. Every minuscule detail matters. Batters are not machines built to replace the same action countless times before they are replaced. They are human beings aiming to be their most machine-like and grappling with the defect of the endeavor. Boy, that's a little overly wordy there, Jeff. Perhaps the best representation of this duality belongs to Cory Seager, the shortstop for the reigning World Series champion Texas Rangers. Seager obsesses over his swing. I love the process, he says. You have to enjoy it to be able to do this, right? Now in his 10th Major League season, Seager has grown into one of the game's finest hitters, as much because of the time he spends fine-tuning his swing as the inherent ability packed into his 6'4", 215-pound frame. So they talk about how his process of how he goes through like tweaking his swing and tweaking his mechanics. And we've heard before, Cory Seager's kind of a little bit of a loner.
ISO. Yeah, loner.
He's an isolation guy. Like when we hear Micah Parsons like just works off on his own to like, he's got his own process and everything like that. Like that's a reality here for Cory Seager.
And the reality is also like what winning and losing does to that perception, because early on I heard, Seager, he's not in there sharing the knowledge. They paid him to be a leader with Simeon, and they're not getting that. They're not getting that leadership in those two. He does his own individual hitting study, right? And then when you win and you're the World Series MVP, you're a scientist.
You are.
You're breaking it down. You're a mad scientist.
You're a tortured artist. You need to be alone. That's what it is.
Yes.
You go from torturing the organization to being a tortured artist.
Yes.
But it says, before every at-bat, Seager finds a mirror. At Globe Life Field, he heads for the one next to the batting cage or in the weight room. At the other 29 stadiums around Major League Baseball, Seager knows exactly where he can locate one because it's every bit as important to him as the bat he's going to use at the plate. When Seager stares into the looking glass, he sees angles. It's less about mathematics than about comparing the mental snapshot of his most idealized batting stance to how closely he is reproducing it in that particular moment. This varies by the day, even the at-bat. For Seager to be who he aspires to be, the best version of himself, which consequently would be the best hitter on the planet, he must constantly tweak and contort his limbs into the proper angles to put himself in an ideal position to punish the baseball. The mirror is Seager's muse. He stares at himself with clarity, both literal. He's got 20/12 and a half vision, 20/12.5. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a thing? 2020.
I know 2010. I know 2010 is like super low line.
Literal and figurative, the latter born of thousands of hours of studying the angles and knowing himself better than any opponent hunting for a weakness ever could. Seager says, even with good vision, if you're in a bad spot, you're not going to be able to dictate your at-bat how I would prefer to. So I've learned that it always comes back to how I move. Seager's main mirror sits in the hallway of Globe Life. A piece of white tape adorns its top frame. Written on the tape is a message. I'm here to help you look good and move good. Please don't break me.
What?
Rangers hitters retreat from the dugout to partake of it, none with quite the reverence of Seager. The mirror, he says, does not lie. This kind of single-minded focus has helped him ascend to the highest rung of one of the game's most successful families. And then it goes through the Seager lineage. Of course, his brother, Kyle Seager, who for years played with the Mariners. But this is, when we hear the psycho, like, loader behavior, like, it does seem to make a little bit more sense why he has the loner approach. If he's that, like,
he said, it helps me in my profession to be OCD.
You know, when we talk about Scherzer, like, we've heard people say that Scherzer on game days is like, yeah, you can't really, don't talk to him, don't look at him. Like, it sounds like every game is that for Seager.
Yeah, well, if you heard Scherzer mic'd up the other week, don't talk to him on non-game day starts either, because he was not interested. But yeah, Seager, this is like the only subject matter where I think you could get him to talk. Like
talk technical
aspect of hitting. Talk technical aspects. He does not want to do media.
It's funny. We had always, like, I realized, and I know you guys were in a different position for what you did, but during the press conferences with Garrett, like, you realized if you want a good answer from Garrett, it's the same thing of like getting a good answer out of Belichick. It's like, ask him about something that allows him to like get into the thing he's obsessed with, which is football, technical aspects of it, things like that. So if you were to ask, I remember Garrett, one of the longest answers he ever gave us at a press conference.
When he had a Buddhist monk friend.
Was when Machota asked him something like, what's the key to running a good rub route? Because he was writing some article and he was like curious about, he'd gotten some stuff from the locker room. And Garrett started going to all this, like the stuff he would say to a rookie when coaching them. And he started like using his hands and saying, yeah, you do this, you got to run here. Look, you know, it's about pace and space and doing this and blah, blah, blah. And it's just, you get them on that subject matter that they're really passionate about. We've all known people like that who are quiet or like, you know, kind of keep to themselves. And like, boy, they're not very social. And then you find the one thing that they're really passionate about and it clicks. And this is the thing where he's really passionate about this and really obsessive about it.
Here's Corey's agent, Jared Sandler. Best story written on Corey that I've read, most accurate. Just to make it clear, he's not a loner amongst his teammates socially. He just doesn't go through a standard pregame hitting prep program. He does his own thing there.
And he's not alone across the sport. Now, there are plenty of guys who do their own thing. You get ready.
Ask Shohei.
Yeah, you get ready how you get ready.
Shohei doesn't do it alone.
Yeah,
that's true. He does have an accomplice. Yeah, he has a fall guy.
Well, he'll make a call first, place a couple of bets, and then he'll go back and do it. I found a quick list.
Feds found him innocent.
Best swings in the sport. Shohei was at number 10, actually.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Tatis at 8, Trout at 7, JD Martinez, Arenado, Jordan. Jordan's a sweet one.
Yeah, Jordan's is pretty.
Buxton, Mookie Betts. Those were the guys on it.
Do your kids emulate anyone or care?
They don't care. They don't try.
Man, it feels like copying the batting stance is a dead thing. That depressed me when we had on
Josh Smith.
Josh
He
Smith.
said nobody. Yeah.
Nobody.
Who was yours?
I would just change
all the time.
But like, because you always emulate a few. But like wiffle ball, the one for me always was Will Clark. I loved the Will Clark.
I would try the wrap
wiggle.
I would try Sheffield, Bonds. You try Griffey, the toe tap from Palmeiro, Ripken.
Yeah.
I mean,
which one?
Exactly. Growing up 90 minutes from Ripken, it was one every other week.
Yeah. So like, I think the problem is kids now, like, at least my kids, they spend so much time on YouTube watching hitting and videos. They all try to now have the same swing. Like
they're becoming Cory Seager.
Yeah, no, they all the kids have of almost identical swings. Nobody has a unique batting stance. There's very rarely a unique pitching motion. Everything's very cookie cutter. They're all listening to that one dope who gives hitting instructions in jeans. He calls
Is that really a guy?
His name is Teacher Man.
Teacher Man?
Teacher
We
Man.
went from Tom Amansky to Teacher Man?
Teacher Man, and his whole thing is,
Son of a teacher man.
Get Jeff Fry on and have Jeff Fry just go to town on this guy. Can't stand him. I think he's in his head. Every Instagram post is about this guy and how wrong he is. But the guy's claim to fame is like he was Aaron Judge's hitting instructor for like one day. And Judge took some things and it's just about dropping the back shoulder. And I don't know, Bassick would come in here and just completely eviscerate the guy. But every kid tries to emulate him. Like they all try to emulate this one old dude who's got a good Instagram, TikTok account.
Seager said the whole question of would you rather know what's coming or have the perfect swing? I'm picking the perfect swing every single time. Anything else jump out from this, Bob?
No, just like I said, I think it is a dense article. There's a lot in here, but
Passon wrote it.
Yeah. And that's why he doesn't have time to text you back. He's too busy grinding, man. He's grinding away, typing up these words. But it's one of those where I think it feels like we know so little about Seager, like relative to other stars that we've had in DFW, just because of, I guess, his personality type and the way that he works and everything else. But it's a really good look, I think, at like technically what makes him obsessive and what makes him so damn good. And I mean, it definitely gives me a different perspective on watching him work. And we say that because Seager has a little bit of it too. Like when we talk about the almost lazy looking swing of Rafael Palmeiro, and not that it's lazy, it's just that's smooth, easy to him. It almost looks that way to Seager too. Like Seager just looks like it's nothing to him. It looks so natural, and like from this, it shows you that it's not just natural. It's a ton of technical study and really, really hard work to replicate it.
And I'm always fascinated by the mindset of the first pitch swing, because I'm like, you wait forever to get up there, and you're like, okay, you want to like enjoy your at bat. You know what I mean? It's like enjoying your meal or not. And it's like, no, as soon as this is the pitch. and that's it. And like you're ready to go right from the very beginning versus like take a pitch, read a pitch, and
the philosophy.
And if you get out on that first pitch, you're like, okay, like I went up there for one pitch and I have to sit around and just wait until my next opportunity versus like try to get some time out of the at-bats.
I will say the one thing that it's coupled with what John Smoltz told us on Thursday.
That the Rangers suck?
Yeah, I mean, he told us that over and over again. But like the idea that when he told us, he said a lot of people would be stunned to find out there's like 5 guys on every team that actually want the moment. Like out of everybody in that ballpark, there's only 5 guys that actually want to be in that high pressure situation. Most of the guys don't want to be at bat, don't want to be on the mound. The impression I get here is like Seager absolutely wants to be one of those guys up at the plate in those moments.
The info telling us that the Dallas Cowboys aren't as good as you may think they are with the draft just a few days away. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green way, 0.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolo's the Pad to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations this Thursday, April 25th.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The Dallas Cowboys are not as good as you think they are. Or maybe they're just exactly what you think they are.
I had a problem with this tease.
Did you?
Yeah. I've had
Why?
a problem with a couple of your recent teases.
Why?
but
Hit me.
Because no one's mood right now is thinking, the Cowboys are so good.
No, but I think in general people believe
people are
the
all
Cowboys,
down on them.
I think people believe the Cowboys are naturally talented, and they don't think that the sum is as good as the parts.
Okay.
And this is saying that the parts aren't that good. That's what this is saying.
Oh.
So more on that in just a second, though. Sean, unless you'd like to lead the segment and write all my teases.
Just talking about your teases lately.
Bill Belichick is in full spin mode. Bill Belichick's camp is in full spin mode. So last week we read the article from Don Van Natta, and then who was it? It was it Seth Walder?
Wickersham?
Or was it Wickersham? This is one of their Seth W's over there.
Seth Waller's the analytics guy. Wickersham was the reporter.
Sure. Wickersham and Don Van Natta had written that article that honestly made Bill Belichick look completely pathetic. Like that he was just sitting around going like, I will give up anything to be a head coach. Please, Arthur Blank, let me do whatever. And they were like, no. In fact, our entire organization voted, and you weren't even in the top 3.
Yeah.
You were voted out of the Big Brother house.
If you want to hear an evisceration, Michael Lombardi on the GM Shuffle like 2 episodes ago, listen to what he does to the Atlanta Falcons organization and front office. He murders them because he's Belichick's boy, and he feels like he has to take up for Bill publicly. Oh my God, Ryan Pace.
He hates Rich McKay. He can't stand McKay's 5. He's like, McKay's 5 games over 500. He's been there for 20 years. Like, who's still employed other than Jerry Jones at 5 games over 500 over a 20-year stretch?
He attacks them more than Lee Harvey Oswald ever allegedly did. No, but Bill Belichick is starting to get some covering fire from his side. Jeremy Fowler had gone on, was talking with Rich Eisen. Jeremy Fowler has been the one reporting lately, which is always funny to me when it comes from inside. Like when it's another ESPN reporter basically countering something, like when Adam Schefter saying, Mike Zimmer's going to get the job. And Rex Ryan goes, shut up, Adam, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer's not going to get the Cowboys job. But after Bill Belichick's exit, there was this talk that he was essentially begging for a job. Well, not so. Nope. Bill Belichick didn't view the Falcons as a, quote, true contender.
Oh.
That was what sources were saying, was that he looked at Atlanta, said that's not really a true contender right now, and that he was willing to kind of sit things out, wait a little bit on a better job, a better opportunity, which is, we've heard he's interested in basically anything in the NFC East that's not the Commanders. That's what he's interested in. But this is, again, this doesn't strike me as any sort of like, oh, okay, this makes sense. We clearly, what this strikes me as is like, no, this just continues to feed into how pathetic your offseason was, Bill. And that now you're having to make it look like, well, I didn't choose
He's
them.
about to be any port to storm, Bill.
Yeah. Honestly, like,
Would you guys bet more that he ever gets another job?
I think he'll get a job.
He's done?
I think he's done. I mean, is it going to get better sitting out a year? Or like, are the perceptions of him going to get better in a year?
Is he going to have to go on this likability campaign? Is he going to have to? Is that going to be the mission through his next media
Probably why he's
job?
on the Manning things and McAfee and trying to show that he's not the same old curmudgeon.
He's going to go sit in a barn with PFF, and he's going to have, it's going to be called the Belichick Project, and he's going to have Peter King write articles for him, and Tom Pelissero talk about how he smashes cantaloupes or something.
Wrong era to finish in, right? Because I'm trying to think of someone else who has been punished for what I call the Bobby Knight tree. It's Knight, Parcells, La Russa, Belichick. Now La Russa kind of like soured there at the end with Chicago, and Bobby Knight was
Saban.
toxic and untouchable. Saban, like, it's the wrong final years for Belichick with the NIL and Gen Z generation.
Yeah, I mean, Saban seemed to do okay, but he got out. He's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't handle it anymore.
Saban
Like,
adjusted. He was just
adjusted.
worn out by it.
Yeah.
But how many years of NIL did he have?
Couple, yeah.
Couple. So, like, but it was starting to if you don't like what Nick Saban's doing to you at Alabama, you just leave.
You
and
just
transfer.
leave. Yeah, and the thing that Saban did so well at Alabama for years is he had backups who were first-round draft picks. Those guys eventually were like, I mean, okay, I need to go get money. I go get paid somewhere else, and I can transfer easier.
I saw something interesting, by the way, the other day about Saban. There was a theory out there. I saw a discussion being had about it, about the idea of, like, what are the chances Saban just gets bored over the course of the next year because he is such a football junkie, and he looks for more pure football, and so he goes back and does, like, coaches a mid-major or something in a year. Just basically go somewhere where the NIL factor is not going to be as much, but he can still, like, be competitive and coach football again. Which I think would be interesting. Now, before we get to this Cowboys roster issue, Mike McDonald is a psycho and he's going to fail in Seattle.
Daniel?
No, Mike McDonald. Mike McDonald is going to fail. That is the Ravens defensive coordinator. Historic failure organization, the Baltimore Ravens, ever since Lamar Jackson got there. For the first time since 2009, this is from Pro Football Talk, the Seahawks have hired someone other than Pete Carroll coaching their team, Mike McDonald, who they brought in there. Mike McDonald has decided to make a few changes. He has removed every single photo around the facility of the Super Bowl era Seahawks teams. Wow. And he's taken down all of Pete Carroll's slogans off the wall.
We don't live in the past like
always,
Frisco.
Always compete and all in. But like Marshawn Lynch's Beastquake run, that was a photo that was up on the wall for a while. There was Richard Sherman, team celebration photos. He's pulled them all down. And he said, I think it's given us a clean foundation to create whatever we want to be. We're not chasing to be like any other team that's been here before. I mean, it definitely feels different. But like to me, this is psycho. This is psycho propaganda. Like you are trying to create some weird I think it's super stupid to essentially erase a team's history from the building.
Are they not going to invite back like Richard Sherman or is Wagner on Seattle?
No, right now, no.
Okay. Or Wagner, or Russ.
Strange.
Marshawn. Are you not going to invite them back? Like for events and stuff?
Is strange,
at the very least, you don't want it memorialized on the walls. Like, I mean, if you go to the Star, you see there's still the giant photo of Witten without the helmet. I think there are still Garrett slogans around the building.
Well, I mean, look, if you want to, if Mike McCarthy came in there and said, I want all these old Cowboy photos taken down at the Star, they would just say no. This is not going to happen. We give tours here.
I understand taking down Pete Carroll slogans. I do understand that.
It's such a distraction in the weight room. Those old photos.
I know those old photos, like Bob Lilly.
This is not our mantra anymore. This is not the message. I understand taking all that down. Removing team history from the walls is weird.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very strange. It's not something you should do.
This guy was a stud though in Baltimore. He was a stud.
Was he taking down photos of Ray Lewis?
Yeah,
I don't think.
I mean, think about it.
I don't think Ray takes other people down.
Allegedly,
through tackling.
Yeah.
I don't understand that the history.
Find the history, Sean.
The history part. That's something where like the owner should step in. Like, no, this is our history.
I mean, imagine somebody walking into Baltimore where he just came from. If he would have gotten elevated as the head coach in Baltimore and he said, take down these photos of the 2000 Ravens team. Don't have them around the facility. It's insane.
It's insane
to
behavior.
do something like that.
Have you heard anything about him?
Not as a person, no. I mean, I know Adam Dirty went there. He's obviously the defensive coordinator now.
This is Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin did the same thing at Tennessee. Reggie White, Peyton Manning, get him out.
What a success.
And you know what he put up there? He put pictures of Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. He took down. Yeah, he took down like the Tennessee championship game. Peyton Manning, Reggie White took them all down, and he said, "We want to. This is what we're going to create." And he put Reggie Bush and all these USC players up there.
Let's put Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart.
Locker room.
I want a statue of Norm Chow up front.
Norm Chow.
he did. Come on, man.
This is psycho behavior. I thought that was stupid, and that just tells me that that's going to fail. This dude is going to be Joe Judge or something else, and it doesn't matter how good of a coordinator is. This dude will not be. I will put anything on this. Mark this down. Anybody who wants to circle back and say Bobby can never admit he's wrong. If I'm wrong, there's more than enough proof right now to point it out to me. I'm saying this dude will be a spectacular failure, and he'll be fired in Seattle. He won't last more than 2 years.
Like an early Brian Daboll prediction from Choppy.
Yes, exactly. So the Athletic, their writer of their Austin Mock, he's one of their big analytics guys, runs a number of simulations, does it for multiple sports over there. NFL, NBA, MLB, has simulations, mathematical models, and different things like that to try and place values on players. And so he has an NFL projection model where he's used it to rank each roster ahead of the draft. So the model takes into account an array of metrics and tries to put a value on every player. says this value is essentially how many points above average a player brings to his team in a typical NFL game. Positional value weighs heavily when calculating that total. So the running back or linebacker, best running back or linebacker in the league, is not going to be worth as much as the best wide receiver or edge rusher. So after he's put together all these point totals, these are the top rosters in the NFL ahead of the draft. Number 1, San Francisco 49ers. Number 2, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 3, Baltimore Ravens. Number 4, Buffalo Bills. Number 5, Philadelphia Eagles. So Cowboys outside the top 5. Number 6, Detroit Lions. Number 7, the Dallas Cowboys. And I thought what was interesting here was Austin Mock wrote that he thought this was too high, but he can't argue with the model. Like, he thought they should actually be lower. He says, I have a hard time agreeing with this one, but I understand why the model ranks the Cowboys here. They have a good quarterback in Dak Prescott, an elite wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb, an elite edge rusher in Micah Parsons, and quality safety play. Disagree with that. The rest of the positions leave a lot to be desired, however. It's just a bunch of position groups that don't move the needle much. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm bolstering the offensive line early in the draft. I remember after the season, Sean, you had specifically said you thought the discussion around they're just so talented had become overblown. Like that the roster was not nearly as talented as we had all talked about. Do you think that this is roughly where the Cowboys belong?
Yeah. I'm surprised Buffalo, after all the shedding, is up there. You know, Kansas City, I think we think of as like, okay, they're top heavy, and then they have to go ahead and save everywhere else. But they're always top 5. 5 through 7.
Pretty much.
The Cowboys always
absolutely
are.
It's interesting. I'm sitting here looking, and I'm trying to think. In recent years, like we've seen San Francisco, like each one of these teams essentially has walked away from a star player. Like San Francisco was willing to say, sorry, we're not going to pay DeForest Buckner. You're getting traded. Kansas City said, we're going to let Tyreek Hill go. Buffalo just recently let Stephon Diggs go. Like, I wonder if that willingness to make tough decisions in the name of being able to preserve depth is something that ultimately is going to hurt the Cowboys because they haven't been able to make those decisions.
Yeah. What's the stat about top 5, top 6 salaries paid in those teams?
Oh, if you have
the Rams bucked that.
If your top 10 players, go up to beyond 60% of the cap, your average record is 5-11. That's historically over like in the entire era of the cap. Now, that kind of changes when you have quarterbacks and the cap going up and quarterbacks making so much money. You're having to adjust that, but that's basically what it's been.
Below the belt on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. What?
I swear to God, Chop, if you unblock this number again, I'm gonna read it on the air. I swear to God.
NFL draft coverage and Path to the Draft is brought to you
I'm gonna do it.
by Zero Res and Pluckers, and that would be the end of Roberto. I think this is RJ and I's favorite segment coming up, the NBA Players Poll.
Oh, yeah, baby.
What do they say about Luka MVP? Who would you build around? They love Caitlin Clark, Bobby, and how LeBron is catching Michael. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, along with the Stars losing game 1, all next on The Fan. But do not try to deal with the insurance company yourself.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Shot clock is off. DiVincenzo, no. Hardenstein with an offensive rebound. Another chance here. DiVincenzo. He's got it. The Knicks have the lead again.
Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Thank you for waking up with us after what could have been a late night for you. We'll talk about the Dallas Stars losing game 1 at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But we got game 2 of the Mavs this evening against the Clippers. That's enough, Bobby.
Okay.
We're done fist pumping or whatever you're doing. 9 o'clock tip in Los Angeles. The Mavericks are favored in this game. I'm going to guess that Kawhi does not play. They're 2.5-point favorites. Does that tell you he's not playing with that line?
It tells you they don't know
Captain
yet.
Obvious over here.
Yeah, it tells you they don't know yet, but because I do think that they would move up to like I think game 1 they went to 4.5 without him. So this is kind of an in between. They're protecting themselves on both fronts.
Crushing losses last night in what could have been the greatest NBA playoff doubleheader in TNT history. That was Ernie Johnson saying that. The Philadelphia 76ers get broken by Dante DiVincenzo, and the Lakers blow a 20-point lead as Jamal Murray hits the game winner at the buzzer over Anthony Davis.
I'm fascinated by, because you quick hit it and then you moved on from it. And I don't know if it's because you don't like the guy and so you don't want to sit here and defend him, but I was fascinated by you saying you were defending what Anthony Davis had said to ESPN yesterday.
All he said was that he should get more consideration for Defensive Player of the Year, and he's absolutely right.
So here was the quote, though. I'll never get Defensive Player of the Year. They're not going to give it to me. This league doesn't like me. I'm the best defensive player in the league. I can switch 1 through 5, can guard the pick and roll the best in the league from a big standpoint. I block shots. I rebound. I don't know what else I can do. I'm over it. I'm just going to do what I got to do to help the team win and try to play for a championship. Accolades and individual awards, I'm done with those. That sounds very KD-like to me, and I would think you would reject the KD energy of, like, this league hates me.
Well, there's a difference between, like, truth and tone. His tone's whiny, but everything he said was the truth.
Do you think the league hates him, though?
Yes.
Interesting. I think fans do. I don't know that the league does. Like,
well,
voters.
NBA coverage.
NBA coverage.
I don't know about players. I don't know. But NBA coverage, Anthony Davis will be remembered as
street clothes.
Street clothes.
Which is funny because he missed 6 games this year.
Yeah,
but we all know this. Narratives and reality are rarely the same.
Okay,
that's the
but
unfortunate part.
what did he miss before? So what? I don't.
No. I know. I'm just saying. But like, it's interesting that like this year he like actually was. He still gets called it and he was on the court the whole year.
Yeah, but then he misses after he gets his eyebrow sprained. Like,
and it's a big eyebrow.
That's actually a good point.
Single one.
All right, so this is The Athletic and their NBA player poll that started in 2019, 127 players answering League Matters. I love it. I saw it yesterday. Choppy was all in. All right. This is from the league. What? You got an all-in sexual joke?
No, I was
got some little innuendo.
No, I was gonna say when you said all in, I said, so is that like one chip? Because I was making a Cowboys joke.
All right, that's not bad. All right, who is the MVP? And the players voted just like everyone in the media. Joker 42%, Shea 37%, Luka only 10%. 42, 37, 10. And then Jason Tatum got 4%.
Yeah.
So that's just how the media has voted.
Luka was closer in percentages to the others receiving votes, like Paolo Banchero, Jalen Brunson, Steph Curry, Anthony Edwards, Halliburton, and Kawhi, than he was to Shea.
Make this make sense. Luka was simply incredible down the home stretch, but like SGA, didn't see his full body of work reflected in the polling because of the timing factor in the process. So at what point would have been the weakest time to make a Luka MVP argument with the season that he had? Like, is there a point where you thought he really ratcheted it up? Are we talking about if this was taken before the final 20 games, you can see how he wasn't voted for?
Maybe it was taken before the final 20 games.
Yeah, I mean, what
it
was after the Gafford trade. It was after the deadline he really ramped up. Because after the was it post
So February.
Was it post Gafford trade when he scored 70, or was that before the trade?
Post.
Okay, so February is, if it was taken before February, I guess.
A lot of the SGA love from the players is the expectation, the surprise factor. No one expected the Thunder to be where they are. This is a good point. I think Bobby brought this up the other day, so maybe it wasn't that good of a point. I think he's the most consistent number one option without a consistent helper. Who's the two on OKC? I know who the name is, the star. Well, he's not a star yet.
They probably want it to be Chet.
Yes. Jalen Williams. I don't know jack squat about Jalen Williams. I'm gonna be honest.
Dort.
Josh Giddey.
So he's got the lesser two of anyone, and OKC doing it as an underdog.
They are doing it as an underdog. They came out of nowhere. They are the 1 seed. That all probably plays into it.
I'm still the stat that floors me the most this year is that Shea finished the year with 0 triple-doubles and 8 double-doubles. Like, that's so wild to me. Like, when you think about him...
They're talking about getting other guys involved. You had 8 double-doubles, that's it?
8. Which was as many, I think, as Brunson.
Who is the best defender? Victor Wembanyama, 15%. Drew Holiday, 13%.
This was a little bit surprising to me.
He's getting props in this.
After just 1 year, he was already named the best defensive player in the league. Like that stood out.
Leading the league in blocks at 3.6 a game. Opponents said he just makes it so hard to finish at the rim. He's changing the game. Players, I'm not going to say scared, but he's changing their shots. He deserves it.
Yeah.
And they hate Rudy Gobert.
They hate Rudy. Yeah, Rudy was
Anthony Davis, I don't know if they hate it. Rudy Gobert, I know, is hated.
Yeah, well, I mean, Davis, he wasn't on this list, the best defensive player by the players.
Was not.
He was not. He was in the others receiving votes, which was 0.8% apiece. So basically, they got like maybe one vote.
Victor as dude's not even trying to go to the rim. He damn near leads the league in blocks right now, and this is his first year. He's doing it in limited time as well. You're building a roster from scratch. Who are you going to sign first? Bobby, did you read this?
No.
This one.
Guess.
Got me.
Building a roster from scratch. Who are you going to sign first?
So not Wembanyama.
Yeah, you got to give your guess.
Wembanyama.
Yeah, number one.
Well, you read our reaction.
No, I didn't. I thought that was because you were reacting the way it was. I thought there was no chance it was Wembanyama.
28% Wemby. 27% was the second place finisher, Joker. And then down to 10%.
Was this taken before Joker had the all-time record for most playoff triple-doubles against the Lakers? That may have changed people's perspective a little.
Anthony Edwards was third, and then Luka at 9%, Shea at 4%.
Man, Anthony Edwards would be way up there for me. I would want to build around that entire energy.
By the way, who are the 3% that say you build around LeBron?
Exactly.
He's 39 years old.
Morons. Idiots. And Giannis gets 2.2%, tied with Paolo Banchero and Steph. But Anthony Edwards is third at 10%, and Luka basically got 9%. So Luka got 5% more than Shea, but they still want to give Shea the MVP over him. But, dude, this is Wembanyama getting some respect. Who is the league's most overrated player?
I did see that one. That was Rudy, right?
That was Gobert.
Rudy.
13%. Jordan Poole, 8.5%.
Who rates Jordan Poole at this point?
I love just going down the names of this. Gobert, Jordan Poole, Trae Young, Dylan Brooks, James Harden, Bradley Beal, John Collins, Halliburton. Interesting. Julius Randle, Kat, Pat Bev, Anthony Davis, Sabonis, Tatum. But that's Rudy Gobert, league's most overrated player.
Go down to the others receiving votes. Luka.
Okay, so Grant Williams was in this poll.
This was only 81 votes were cast for that.
League's most underrated player, Derek White, tied with Jalen Williams. Derek White of the Celtics. Then you got Drew Holiday, Shea, De'Aaron Fox, Brandon Ingram.
Franz Wagner.
That's so Shea and Jalen Williams are super underrated, but the whole idea was Shea was doing it by himself.
1.6% for Jalen Brunson as underrated. Next from the league, this is the
Kyrie,
players.
2.4.
Players voting. Who in the league would you least like to fight? You remember?
Oh, it's what's his name? It's the big guy with all the tattoos, the skinny guy. The big skinny guy. What the heck's his name?
Former Maverick?
Oh.
James Johnson.
Yes.
I've read this whole part. He's a freaking badass.
Yeah, he is.
53%. Number 2 is Steven Adams at 17%. All right, here's James Johnson, 6'7", 240. He's 37 years old. He's now the 3-time winner of this award. Okay? He plays for? Nobody knows. Indiana. Formal training as an actual fighter concerns players the most. He previously has said he holds a 20-0 record as a kickboxer, 7-0 in mixed martial arts, has a black belt in karate. His nickname is Bloodsport. He went on a podcast with Ryan Hollins and said, I think I can beat John Jones. And he broke down how. He was serious. A player said he can actually fight. He's different. He's crazy. He's one of those where you won't win, but if you do, you'll have to kill him. Another said, is he still in the league? He's a triple black belt. I'm not effing with James. There's other guys I might actually lose the fight, but I'm not effing with him. He might kick me in the head. And then someone said about Steven Adams, he's 6'11", 250. They said, Adams knows all the MMA stuff. He can get you in a chokehold real quick. He'll be nice with it, but he'll choke you out and be like, "It's okay, buddy."
I just opened it. I just opened it up and I scrolled down and I see the others receiving votes here. Who the hell voted for Wembanyama?
It's just
you don't want to fight.
Reach. It's a reach.
I don't care. He's 190 pounds. He looks like Slender Man.
Yeah, it's the reach thing. It's the reach thing. That's all it is.
And then the GOAT question. Some ground is being made up. This before last night when LeBron hit the
Kyle
Yeomans. Not Kyle Yeomans. Who's the greatest player of all time?
This was the worst. This was the worst list I've ever. This was the worst voting I've ever seen on this.
Really?
Anything?
John Paxson.
No. So, and I know I had no problem with 1 and 2.
Bobby's Adderall's clearly wearing off this hour.
I had no problem with 1 and 2. Jordan was 1 at 46%. LeBron at 2 at 42%. Kobe third at 10%.
Yep, which has become kind of the standard.
Steph Curry, Magic Johnson, Paul Pierce all tied at 0.8%. No Kareem.
Who could have voted for Paul?
No Will.
Who voted for Pierce?
The same person who voted for Paul voted for Wembanyama in the fight. That's somebody who's like, I'm going to screw with this voting.
Or someone who was at the stripper party with Paul, or gets hammered with Paul, or wants to go on Paul's podcast, or was a Celtic, someone who voted like that.
Listen.
All right, so you're not going crazy that MJ barely beat LeBron.
No, don't care. That's a subjective thing.
And it's the current guys.
It's current guys. Look, I love him to death. You can make a greater argument that Kobe's outside the top 10 than you can to make it he's number 3.
I think I don't have a problem with that.
I don't think you can. You can argue either side, but I don't think it's easier to argue him outside the top 10 than as third.
You mean
third is so murky?
There's 5 centers that have to go ahead of him.
No, there aren't. Not like
Wilt,
have to, not like
Russell,
but I'm saying
Kareem.
not like I have to. You can make the argument, sure, but like
It's hard to make.
Duncan doesn't even get mentioned.
Yeah, it's hard to make the argument that he's better than Kareem. It's just very difficult to make that argument.
It's funny. I remember somebody pointed out at one point they called Dwayne Wade a top 5 shooting guard of all time. And I was like, no way. And then somebody was like, really think about how many
I make that point all the time.
No, but like
NFL all-time receivers and the 2 guard.
And it's like, how many like all-time great shooting guards can you actually name? So it's like Kobe's so high up there.
Oh, for sure.
That I don't think you can, just based off the uniqueness of the position in terms of like how dominant to be an ISO player like that, I don't think you can argue him out of the top 10.
No, but remember, like, we are in a era where centers are no longer the dominant force. There was 50 years of the NBA where we even when you look at Jordan documentaries, when they drafted him, they're like, nah, he ain't gonna win. He's not 7 feet tall. Like, that's all you heard people about
right. So to be so great that you're up there in that conversation, doesn't that stand out more than the dime a dozen big men that you're talking about?
I mean, I don't know. You want to say Wilt and Kareem are like,
you know what I mean, though. I'm just saying, like, it's in a very cluttered position.
Stars lose game 1, and the NFL draft expert who has 5 landlines, and no cell phone. Go pop a pill. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, or get better help. HELP. Sean Shreve here for Better Help. You sitting there, got a lot going on in life, moving into a house, wife is pregnant.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
before game brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Across the line, Barbashev on the backhand centers. Marchessault rips a one-timer off the flip from Barbashev. It's 2-0 for the defending champions.
Blame Peyton Russell, 0 for 2 at the AAC. He went to the game last night, and we asked if he could get the crowd going. This was apparently like 6 minutes before puck drop at 8:50, which Spittle called. Spits and Suds is out with a fresh episode, recapping Game 1 of the Stars' 4-3 loss to Vegas. And this was Pepe in his seats trying to get the Stars fans going.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes from the anthem. We got a nice crowd here. I think we can do it. All right, here we go. The last year it flopped. We're going to let's go Stars, baby. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars. Let's go Stars. Great chant.
Did anybody chant
we're
with you?
0 for 1. We're 0 for 1. My girlfriend Mackenzie has left. She got up and walked away.
That's 0 for 2, not 0 for 1.
We got people looking at us.
Try USA.
Oh my God. Okay, I think that'll get some people chanting.
Try it.
We're gonna try USA chant. It's not a Canada team though. USA, USA, USA. Great chant. No. All right, 0 for 2. You know what? It's okay. It's a late arriving crowd. You know, we'll try again the first period. We'll try again later on the first. Maybe the Stars need a goal or something. Hey, what you need to do is you need to record a video of yourself trying to get USA started during a very about Earth Day. See if they knew it was.
Yeah,
today?
just say, did you know it was Earth Day? And then ask them, say, hey, what's your one thing?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Great question.
You're late arriving crowd.
Boy.
That was 15 minutes after the game was supposed to start. How late?
And it was 8:30 already.
Yeah, how late was this crowd?
I heard rumors that a lot of Californians had moved here, but I didn't believe it until I saw Peyton Russell couldn't get a USA chant started.
Oh, I see what you
That's
did
what
there.
sealed the deal
Yeah,
for me.
very nice, very nice.
All right, let's empty the NFL Draft mailbag. Path to the Draft is brought to you by Zero Res and Pluckers. The Jets trade Zach Wilson to the Broncos for a 6. They still have pick 12 in Thursday night's first round, and that trade means only one of the 5 quarterbacks selected in the 2021 first round remains with his original team, and that's Trevor Lawrence. Wilson, gone. Trey Lance, gone. Justin Fields and Mac Jones have all been dealt.
You are the genius when it comes to calling what trade value these quarterbacks will go for.
Yeah.
Since we had said it would be a first round pick, do you think Trevor Lawrence has been a disappointment, but he's going to get paid, and overall he's been good. What would you think if the Jaguars said, we're going to reset, we're going to trade Trevor Lawrence, what would he go for? Just a first?
I think he would get a 1.
Just a single 1, nothing else?
How young is he?
24?
Is he that young?
I think so. He was 21 when he came out, right?
I could see like a 1 and a 3.
Okay.
I could see a 1 and a 3, 1 and some change.
He is 24. He turns 25 in October.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean he had after the first 10 games or so of this year it was not great. But he had a good stretch before that from the middle of the previous season till then. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's easily a 1+. What it is beyond that.
His QBRs for his career 39,
Not great.
56, 56.
Yeah, he's only 3 years in. Like that's not a lot of time. Because he's going to get first of all, overall number 1 picks generally get chances or chances. I mean, look at Sam Bradford, how many chances he got.
Let's empty the mailbag. Adam Schefter suggesting that Michael Penix could go to the Falcons. I heard that yesterday.
That's odd to me. And I know he's brought up a couple different teams that, the Seahawks could be one that would be interested in Michael Penix Jr. I know that, we look at these draft values. The Falcons have shown they're not afraid of going after and picking up quarterbacks. Like they had a quarterback in place when they picked Ritter. They've gone through these situations before where they'll draft guys as contingency plans. So their front office has been known to do that. But Penix is interesting because there's a sense, Dane had talked about this at one point, Dane Brugler, that Penix was a guy who he thought could go mid-first round, or depending on where teams viewed him, like could fall deep into the second, because there's kind of all these opinions kind of all over about him. That's why Penix, and I don't know, we may get into it later if you want, but like the Penix wrote this big public letter on the Players Tribune yesterday about like his letter to NFL GMs and why they should pick him and kind of pitching himself. But yeah, Penix is...
How they were playing on concrete, tackle football on concrete.
It's really...
That weeded you out.
It's really... that's genuinely what he said.
I've never heard of that.
No, I mean, we would play in the street, but we wouldn't play tackle. No. We would never do that. But no, what was interesting about the Penix article, or about the Penix letter, was last week, Caleb Williams had given an interview where he talked about having his own apartment, his own nutritionist, this like carefully crafted schedule all the way back in high school. Like in high school, he's got a nutritionist and he's living in his own apartment in this pursuit of his NFL dream. And Penix this week comes out, like the very first thing he says is, I'm a product of Dade City, Florida, population 7,600, no Trader Joe's, no Whole Foods, no steakhouses or country clubs, no personal quarterback coach, no strength coach, no state-of-the-art training equipment. And it almost feels like Penix is, it feels like almost like an election. Yeah, like an election, like I need to position myself as a certain kind of candidate. And like Penix is saying, hey, if you're a team who's turned off by Caleb Williams' demeanor, I'm the anti-Caleb. If you want the anti-Hollywood, real football guy, that's me. That's me. I'll be the guy who people don't like, Caleb Williams painting his nails and, you know, doing what he does, like going up in the stands with mom and everything. Like, if you don't like all that and you don't like the Hollywood attitude, I'll be the opposite of that. And you don't like that, Chop. I can see it on your face.
It's not that I don't like it. I have no problem with it. I think there's a market for that, but I don't know. I just think if you don't like Caleb Williams because he paints his nails and he goes in the stands, you're just looking for.
You don't think so? You're like Sandler. I want to get it on the record, because then we can be 2 for 2 with our quarterback disagreements. You don't have any maturity questions about Caleb. You're not worried about all the off the field, that type of stuff.
Well, I mean, look, I have no idea if Caleb Williams is going to be a good NFL quarterback or not. Right? I don't know.
But will he be a failure because of off the field maturity issue? Like, are you concerned about that aspect?
Like, do you, the stuff he says or does, the way he acts, do you think that it's not an issue?
It would not preclude me from drafting him number 1. It would not do that. Do I think it's like, because I listened to a little bit of him with Ryan Clark. I mean, the guy's he's a football smart guy. Like he's not.
Yeah, he doesn't have to draw formations on his college mirror like Penix. He already knows it.
Is he entitled? Yeah, for sure. But like the dude's a competitor, man. Like I'm surprised you don't like him. Like you would love him.
Well, I didn't watch that.
Oh, because he is like,
I'd still draft him 1.
Yeah,
but I'm officially waving the yellow flag over the other stuff.
Yeah, he is a grudge holder. He is a receipt keeper.
Yeah,
he hates Spencer Rattler. Why? Because he thought Spencer not unfairly, but beat him out as a freshman, and he's like, that dude did not beat me out.
Yeah, so I hate Spencer Rattler, not the coach who picked him. I'll follow that coach to USC, and
he didn't understand. He kept, because Lincoln kept telling him, just keep going, keep grinding, and he's like, I don't understand this. Like, what am I grinding? I can't. You're not giving me reps with the ones. Like, I don't know. I think that he's definitely a different cat. Like, there's no doubt about that. I just don't know that like painting the nails is it's not a big deal. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've heard split opinions from people like in NFL personnel circles that there are people who think Caleb's definitely got problems and questions about him, and then there are other people who say like he's just different, and older people in personnel circles are not prepared for different, so they think it's bad.
Yeah, it's not the nails thing for me. He's coming across to me as like fragile. I don't know what's going to happen if they go 0-6. I don't know. And again, I don't know. I agree. I don't get a CEO type feeling from him that I need to trust you no matter what. Like, I know I don't like Trevor Lawrence's game. I know Trevor Lawrence is like that CEO. I like Caleb Williams' ability and much more than Trevor. I don't have that feeling with him.
Kyler, though, there were plenty of questions about Kyler's maturity.
Yeah,
and
Baker, Manziel, Kyler, Caleb. Is it unfair to throw Caleb in that category?
I think Manziel is the most different. Like, Manziel is the one who's
nice. That's a nice way to say it.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, Manziel is the one who had the most, like, legitimate, like, off-the-field issues. Whereas the others were just...
Was Baker being a punk going to cost him?
Yeah.
Kyler being entitled, all the dad issues, going to play out. And it did.
Yeah. And
Baker now is loved in Tampa.
Yeah. Like Baker...
it's interesting. Baker, Kyler, Caleb. It's almost like they were fostered by the same person.
There we go. Oklahoma love.
Not Oklahoma. It's Lincoln.
Oklahoma
thing.
hate.
Lincoln is brilliant on the X's and O's. Lincoln's a great recruiter. All that.
Riley.
I do not trust the program and the people that Lincoln Riley puts out.
Okay, well, you love Kingsbury, and he was a Johnny Enabler right there with Sumlin.
Sure.
So
I mean, again, from X's and O's, yeah. I'm talking about literally running a program and the type of professionals you're developing. The guys you're preparing for them for. You're going to go to the NFL and you're going to be there, which, by the way, Lincoln and Cliff work together at USC. Don't think that's a coincidence.
Anything else from Schefter?
No, a couple other things. He mentions there that there would be, it's a surprise to many in the NFL. The very floor for Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas, is Dallas in the second round. He's like, people in the NFL believe that if he gets to the Cowboys picking the second round, that's who they're picking. That's the thought of it. Chiefs were already looking at wide receiver in this draft. He said they're really hard after that now, after the Rashee Rice thing, that they're obviously in a couple different, like, tough spots here. And he said any day now we should be getting punishment for the Eagles and the Falcons for the tampering over Kirk Cousins and Saquon Barkley, and that it's expected that the Falcons will get the harsher of the punishment, but both of them are looking at getting draft picks taken away.
Man, we can't pretend to care about tampering now. So what happened is apparently Kirk got the like one of the trainer's phone numbers and like called him up, wanted to to get his philosophies or whatever he called him up for, which is apparently a big no-no. That's apparently a no-no. But let's not pretend to care about tampering.
Sandler murdered Cousins the other night on social media when he threw out the first pitch at the Braves-Rangers game.
Why? Because he was wearing a white jersey with a cream hat?
No, because it was prime time. And he said he's now 13-24 in his career in prime time after the Rangers beat the Braves.
Roasted him, man.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on the home of the Rangers. Next. Choppy, that's you, sir.
That's me here. Okay. I didn't have that written down. Didn't see my name at the bottom there. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Let's get you over to Own Well. Let's save you some money on your...
Free the Fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Murray makes a move.
Yes! In your face, Laker fans, you fake people! All you fakers.
Jamal Murray.
Another L.
With the game winner.
Loved it.
Over Anthony Davis. 20-point lead blown.
Yes.
Hey, Mike. You know Lakers? That's just fakers with an L.
I know.
That's what it is.
LeBron drops the microphone, ticked off over a call in the third quarter. What are the refs doing?
Yeah.
And Denver with their 10th straight win.
That's why they lost that game.
I know. I'm like, your offense is totally stagnant and broken. You're giving up easy buckets.
I have a question.
That was right after the Knicks 76ers thriller.
I was at the Stars game. So this morning, I knew that Murray hit the shot when I got home. But I watched the 10-minute, you know how they have a 10-minute condensed game?
Yeah.
Anthony Davis in the 10-minute condensed game is awesome. And then the fourth quarter, they don't show a highlight of him.
Yeah.
Can you help me out here? Because I know you watched that game. Were they denying the ball to Anthony Davis? Did the Lakers decide to stop going to him? Was he passive?
Literally all the possessions down the stretch were they didn't try to run any plays. They're like Denver still like runs like motion and you know what I mean? Like they're running an offense. This it seemed like a Laker ended up with the ball with 6 seconds left. First off, he doesn't call for it. He doesn't want it. I truly believe that. 6 seconds.
Is there a difference between he doesn't want the ball versus he's not actively calling for it? Because I think he does want the ball. I just don't think he's...
I don't think he minds not getting it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They were trying to run like LeBron AD pick and roll, right? And then LeBron would end up with it. Reeves forced up a couple. It was broken. You want to get on Darvin Ham and kill him for like no semblance of offense? But I've never seen Anthony Davis really want it or get it consistently in those moments. And I don't think he cares.
In the condensed form, it's about a 6 or 8 point game in the second quarter. And then they show 4 straight highlights of Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
The separation.
He was awesome.
Like the separation of the game, at least on the condensed form of the game, was Anthony Davis took over the game. That's why they got up by 20 points.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But then
he had like a Dame first half.
They never showed a highlight of him. I think he got a rebound and a good outlet to LeBron James. That was his one highlight in the fourth quarter.
He didn't do much, and then obviously Jamal Murray was outstanding. Not just that shot, but was outstanding in general in the fourth quarter. And the best player in the NBA did his thing.
Best player in the NBA, Joker,
yes,
did his thing. Okay, I was like, okay.
I don't even think, is he the best? Well, out of all sports right now, is Patrick Mahomes superior? So, like, if you take Jokic is the best in the NBA, Mahomes is the best in the NFL. Baseball, I don't know if there's anybody right now with separation. No. I think he's in. I think he's in a pack of guys.
Okay.
So, in hockey, I guess you could take Connor McDavid, but I don't know the league well enough to know how much he's separated from McKinnon or the other guys.
And hell, he had 5 assists last night.
Scheffler. Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah.
So who has the biggest separation? What superstar in their league is he?
Mahomes. And then Jokic. I mean,
Sean, you would say Messi, right?
But I mean,
Caitlin Clark.
Dak finished higher in the MVP voting. Doesn't that make him better?
Well,
it does, Mike.
Yeah, you thought you were trolling me, and you got trolled.
I'll tell you this: I have more confidence that when we get to the playoffs, Mahomes is going to win the title than I do Joker.
Okay,
but I agree. Like during the regular season, I mean, Dak, like you said, he finished higher than the MVP. And
Corey,
Joker seems to win it every year.
What's coming up, sir?
Guys, in the noon o'clock hour today, the Dallas Cowboys will have their pre-draft press conference.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. I
You
forgot
should
about
keep
that.
listening anyway.
45 minutes off.
I'm gonna go to the second floor and do some work and do a workout.
Mike would probably rather chop off both of his hands than cover that.
How would you do that? Because once you chop off one,
all right. Well, the
You'd
gym's
have to have like a guillotine drop.
Yeah.
Gym's open at noon.
Or if you have that paper cutter right, you could still
that's
you could
true.
still manage it.
Nub it.
I went out of my way not to use that specific phrase, but we'll find other ways to keep you guys engaged. during
Stephen
that,
Jones
too.
will also be on with us, maybe
Same.
around 1.
He's
Today?
coming on after the presser?
Yeah.
I mean,
And
why
then,
not? Hear from him
be
twice.
back.
And then
better
we'll
be back
talk
for
with
that.
Why?
Mike's
What-
favorite
Brian Ray.
quarterback owner,
I don't know.
Quarterback.
Tony Khan from AEW will join us.
Shaka Khan is coming on.
Nope.
Shaka
the
Khan,
Jags.
Shaka Khan, Shaka
Yeah,
Khan.
120
buddy, Trevor
today.
Lawrence's daddy.
Yeah. Should I wear Trevor Lawrence to Pluckers Thursday?
You may as well not. You don't even have to be here today.
Yeah, you can ask if Trevor's been a disappointment.
Well, hiring Fingers Magoo got him off to a horrible start.
Fingers McGill. Peterson?
Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer.
Oh,
Remember
fingers.
the whole thing.
Man, that was a disaster for the first year.
What was the only year? Okay. I want to talk about this Aaron Boone situation. And maybe defend the umpire a little bit. I don't know. This is what happened yesterday at the Yankee game when this umpire throws out Aaron Boone. Brett Boone will be on with us tomorrow. We'll ask him about it at 9:20. And it was actually a fan yelling things at the ump behind the dugout.
The first base umpire you saw making that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron, you're done.
There you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything.
You're gone.
Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
No, I don't care. I did not say a word. It was a dugout. I did not say anything, Hunter.
It is a fair counterpoint to be like, what do you mean you don't care?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything. The umpire goes, don't care.
Yeah.
You're
So,
gone.
so my question, inadvertently I'm not trying to defend the umpire, but
Sounds like you are.
what is he supposed to do in terms of judging voices? Now the umpire afterwards said it was someone chirping on the other side of the Yankee dugout, and he didn't want to toss a player because fans are there to see the players. So Aaron Boone is in charge of that dugout and those players. This guy gave an
It
all-time
was a guy behind him.
Yeah.
It was a guy behind the dugout.
Here's
Yeah.
what
Not on the
umpires should do.
team.
Take your big rabbit ears, tuck them inside your hat, and umpire
call
the
the
game.
I agree.
Like, so what they're saying in the dugout? And it wasn't coming from the dugout. So what?
Why is the NFL the only
Close your
sport
ears
where
off.
there's like no text for coaches? How's the NFL
You get a
figured this
flag.
out?
You get a flag if you're on the field, right? Like,
Yeah, if you're on the field, but
But not if you say,
But
hey,
coaches,
piece of ass.
mother F officials
Yeah.
on NFL Sundays every week, they don't throw flags. There's no text. There's no tossing of the game.
Yeah.
But we have it in the other sports.
I think part
Which
of it
one
is,
has it right?
Like football, the play clock's running. The coach knows they have to get to the next play is going to run. In baseball, there is like the pitch clock's not starting when the umpire's sitting there arguing with the manager. That's kind of the problem.
I don't know.
still see coaches go
Football and
off on
baseball
refs.
have become the same with the pitch clock, though. I mean, it's starting. If the
umpire's
if the umpire
arguing.
decides to argue himself, he can stop it. But he can just take his rabbit ears and tuck them inside his hat and be like, I don't care what they're saying over there.
So your solution is just ignore the dugout. Let's stop
100%.
tossing. Yeah.
But if they get up in your face,
For
and
sure,
say,
they're-
okay.
if they are now approaching you,
Okay.
that's different. They
I
are
get that.
they're
I
stopping
agree.
the game.
Yeah.
That's why NBA, coaches will usually get texts is they stop the game because of they are now coming onto the court or stopping the flow of the game.
Do you think NBA officials should also do that same thing with players and coaches? Like not give out texts? Really?
It's
what would
tough
be the difference
because
with that in baseball?
it's tough because it's a condensed field/court, and you can really see their body language, and they're so close to each other.
Yeah.
You don't have to scream at the ref. We see, they are, but they're literally right next to each other, or it's a complete show up of the guy. And I'm not, obviously we have the guy who does it one of the most in the NBA, in Luka. I wish he would stop it. Nobody ever changed the call and says, timeout, I got that one wrong. Luka did a great job.
There was a play in game 1 where he went to the other side of the court but did not give a damn about playing defense. He was just waiting for the possession to be over, and then he immediately walked over and started pointing at the official. And I was like, yeah, they're definitely going to change their mind now.
I do think refs should, in all sports, so what they say. Now, hey, you can call them all kinds of names. Like, you can't say that, this and that. Okay, but if you just ignore it, they'll usually, if they don't stop, if they just keep going forever, okay, but that was a guy immediately, he wanted to throw out Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
As soon as he engaged as soon as you heard him over the live mic, he wanted to throw out Aaron Boone. He's like, please. We all have this, whether it's with our spouse or whatever. Like, there's a moment where you get into a moment of anger or rage, and you're just like, I need that person to respond to me.
Yeah.
And so he was hoping and praying that Aaron Boone would respond. He didn't. He assumed he would. And so he's like, just please somebody say something else so I can throw him out.
Who believes if the Mavs go down 0-2, it's series over? Corey Majors, if that happens tonight.
I mean, Danny Green told us yesterday it's not a series until somebody wins one on the road.
Did he come up with that?
Never heard that.
I've never heard that one before. Holy cow.
How long has he been doing this?
The worm will turn.
What's that?
The worm will turn.
Dennis Rodman?
That's what I was thinking.
No, Danny Green said that yesterday also.
So what is your answer?
I think they'll be fine. I think they come back home. I think they win tonight anyway.
Okay.
I think they win tonight.
But if they fall down 0-2, series over?
No.
I don't think so. Maybe I should, but I don't think so.
Yes. It'll still go 6. I think the Mavs won't get swept, but I think if the Mavs lose tonight, it's over.
Kevin?
Oh, come on.
Is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer?
No. What are we doing? He can go in the Hall of Very Good with a whole bunch of other people and have his one fancy season.
Hall of Good.
Is
but-
Matt
Okay, just good, not even very good. Okay.
Matt Ryan or Eli?
Personally, I think Matt Ryan is better, but because of the standards by which the Hall of Fame seems to take quarterbacks, I think it's significantly more likely that Eli gets into the Hall of Fame.
Plus, he's a Manning.
All right, my attempt to draw RJ off did not work.
RJ.
Matt Ryan officially
do you still
saying
think
goodbye.
he's a top 10 quarterback of all time?
I don't remember saying he was top 10.
You definitely said that
did.
in
I
this.
think I had him as top 15 at one point.
No. We
You
played.
definitely
We
said
played the
top
clip.
10.
Like Peyton played the clip 2 weeks ago of you saying that he was in the top 5 to 7 of all time.
That we never played that clip.
Yeah, we did.
That was not even remotely a clip.
Peyton, do you remember it?
Sean and I argued about Ben. We never argued that. No, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer anymore because the end ruined one of his greatest, not achievements, but stats was he had a very high floor. Like his worst years, like his QBR was almost always like between 62 and 69. That's a really high floor. Most guys don't have. You have a drop.
Romo or
But
Ryan?
no, he doesn't have that anymore. So I would. Oh, Ryan. Ryan's better than Rivers. He's better than Ben. He's better than Romo. He's better than Eli. But
he did have the MVP and Super Bowl choke run, but that's also on his play caller.
When are you going to talk about the Stars atmosphere?
Right out the gate.
Woo! I can't wait to hear that.
Puck around and find out.
Here's a spoiler. Mike says crowd at the AAC, not that great.
That's a tease, and that's next on
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley
Still
Cup champion
talking.
Greg
Yeah, I'm
Lord
done.
and NHL
Payne's
reporter
tired.
Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm really hoping Corey does not restate that opinion and get people off on a tangent, because it's time for Puck Around and Find Out, Mike's in-person breakdown of Stars Golden Knights Game 1 and why the crowd wasn't that great, and maybe your predictions for the rest of the series. But in the meantime, let's go to cut number 1, because, well, this was a theme for the night. It didn't take too long.
Long wrist shot. Score! Deflected in front. Guess who? It's the captain, it looks like, Mark Stone. Welcome back, Mark Stone, and welcome to Game 1 of Vegas and Dallas.
Yay, the guy they used to help circumvent the salary cap scored a goal. The Stars lose Game 1. Mike, I don't know how much you want to dive into this one. We could talk about the game and the physicality battle that you were losing most of the night. But you said maybe you did not notice a big difference from regular season to playoff hockey.
I went to an Avalanche Stars game earlier in the year. I believe the final was 6-5 in overtime. It was a great game. I saw no difference in the atmosphere between that game and last night's game. Now, I do think this. The Stars giving up a goal less than 2 minutes into the game didn't help. The Stars getting down 2-0 didn't help. The Stars giving up a goal a minute and 5 seconds into the second period didn't help.
The goal disallowed.
Yeah, but I guess it was built up so much for a decade plus to me that playoff hockey. I'm telling you, there's nothing better than playoff hockey. And I was like, this seems like a regular season game. I mean, yes, the Stars put on different functions where they had like Dr. Doom or whatever doing things, and they tried to get the crowd fired up.
Right.
Did you sing Friends in Low Places with everybody?
I think that's kind of stupid during the playoffs.
Oh,
wow.
Well, how come?
There's like 1 minute to go, and there's a face-off on Vegas's side, and they're playing like, hey, let's do a sing-along.
So this sounds like you fundamentally you might not agree with.
Let's do a sing-along with less than a minute to go, down by 1. What is this, Sesame Street?
It's what they always do that.
But I don't. Does that seem like a good? Like, let's just put ourselves on. Let's just put ourselves on the ice. Are you like, well, I feel the energy in the building that we got friends in low places with under a minute to go.
If you'd have scored a goal right then, that place would have lost its mind. But they got another, here we go, just icing.
After Thompson missed the puck to give us a 4-3 situation.
Is that Marchment?
Yes. The last 5+ minutes.
Yeah.
High energy. People were standing up. I met Atolo Colby, who was in our section, our area, came by and said hello. I looked over to the right. He was having a blast, screaming, yelling, waving the Bill Winnington towel. But it was built up. And when a movie's built up, this is going to be the best movie you've ever seen. And then you're like, well, it was good. It was good. And then the other thing too is, I'll just say this. I don't think Dallas will ever be a good environment.
And you don't think that's just for hockey either, do you?
I just think that we don't know any better. This is how if you grew up here and you've never been to a game in Philadelphia or Boston or New York or Kansas City for the Chiefs, or, you've never been to any of these environments. To me, I thought the Braves Saturday night game against the Rangers had more electricity in it than the Dallas Stars Game 1. Now, I'm not saying the Braves are the best fans in the world, but that was standing room only, and the whole time there was just this energy. And I'm way up top, but you're just like, dude, these people are into this game. This is just, I guess I shouldn't use Darno coming up because he's going to hit a home run, but like, they're at the bottom of their lineup and they're like excited about this inning that they're coming up to hit. And for Rangers, I'm not trying to trash Stars fans or Ranger fans or anything, but we just don't really know. We don't know to stand up with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the second inning for a strikeout. We just don't know because you grew up watching the game sitting down, and so we sit down. And Stars fans, no different. They're probably Dallas Maverick fans somewhat. They're probably Texas Ranger fans. And so we've been brought up and maybe in a good way, be very cordial fans. Golf clap when a couple things go right. Cheer when the person on the mic tells you to cheer, and then sit down and watch the game the rest of the time.
Is it, because this always comes up, and I don't think this is a unique problem to the Metroplex, but to be fair, I haven't not tried to attend a whole bunch of playoff games in other places, is people always say the prices, yes, the prices price out the hardcore fans, but I feel like, isn't that probably an issue for all teams or most other teams?
Maybe
as well?
not. I was looking at this. My boys want to go to a Dallas Mavericks playoff game.
Okay.
I can't go. I'm working Rangers every game 3, 4, and 6. I have a job, but they're old enough that I want to let them go. They can go by themselves. The tickets for game 3 and 4 here are upper deck, worst seats.
Yeah.
About $200 after fees per ticket.
Right.
Tonight, if you would like to see the Dallas Mavericks play the LA Clippers, I have here on ESPN, this is through Ticketmaster, tickets as low as $45 a seat. And Milwaukee tonight, Milwaukee's hosting the Pacers, tickets as low as $37 a seat. So our tickets are about 4 to 5 times more a lot of other venues. Even the Timberwolves, right? How great are they doing? $70 tonight to go to the Timberwolves Suns game 2. So
fascinating.
Our tickets are more expensive in Dallas. There's more people, more money in certain situations. Obviously, the Clippers aren't the Lakers, but I'm not saying it was bad. I don't want to come off as it was bad, but it was built up and it didn't live up to the expectation.
Yeah.
I mean, my first Stars playoff game, I think it was my first one, was last year against the Knights, the Jamie Benn game. And within 2 minutes, all the energy got sucked out of the place because Jamie Benn puts a hit on somebody and now he's gone. And you're like, hold on, we just lost the dude for the whole game because of that. And so I will say, I wanted to say, Mike, last night was a very unique situation and it doesn't happen that way, but it absolutely happened to us before. Maybe Vegas just knows how to come in and take the crowd completely out of a game because they were hitting you better than you could hit last night. You didn't even hit. You didn't even try.
No chippiness.
You just kind of were like, oh, you know what? I'm focusing on puck. And you know what? Maybe that's the proper thing to do. Focus on puck and move on about your business.
Because you're going to lose a physical battle.
Every once in a while, you got to pop back at somebody. And they weren't doing any of that. Nothing. And those are the things that liven up a crowd. Those are the things that get everybody going, okay, we're in this. We're actually fighting back here. And that wasn't happening last night.
Tell you what we did well, though. Boy, could we skate across the blue line faster than the puck. That was great. I mean, I was like, man, we are great at this offsides things. And I'll tell you what, can we ice a puck? I was calling it frosting at the end. I was like, I like frosting better than icing.
So, agreed. So, offsides was a problem. Icing or frosting was a problem. I want to say goaltending was a problem, but I also want to say don't box out or screen your own goalie, Miro. I'm not saying that Ottinger had a great game, but at least one of those goals, I was like, come on, dude. What are we doing here, Heiskanen?
Yeah, and I mean, I give Vegas that credit too. Of they did a good job. They beat your ass last night.
That's true.
Like, they beat your ass fairly last night. So
it's one game. Are they better than us?
They are better.
Wait. Hold on.
They're the champs.
This looks similar.
Hold on.
It looks almost exactly the same.
This is what I want to throw out to potentially counteract that. If it weren't for Vegas is always going to be the more physical team than you. In this series. I'm not disputing that at all. If it weren't for the poor play by Ottinger, the box outs by their own defensemen that led to some of these goals, would you not have looked at this game from puck control, from aggression on net, from shots on net, and say this was the Stars game?
I guess they did have more shots on goal.
Twice as much. Like literally
does it count
twice
when the
as
puck's
much.
going 14 miles an hour and the goalie then just gets it and scoops it to his guy?
Because I don't have a breakdown of what I would call quality chances.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can look into that. But I do think in terms of puck possession, in terms of aggression towards the net, in terms of shot on goal, I did think the Stars look like the better team.
Okay.
I know that's hard to argue
I'm not
when
gonna
you
argue.
lose 4-2.
I guess being there, maybe it just didn't feel like there were a lot of I guess I didn't feel like there was a lot more opportunities. The other thing too is I felt like
way.
At 4-2 after 2, Vegas was doing a great job of like, we're not going to allow them to get a lot of runs. We're dumping, we're substituting, we're going to stay fresh. We're going to, like they weren't really trying to score, I would say, in the third period, but they did a great job of milking the clock.
Yeah, and Vegas's defensive setup is kind of unique and different. More teams are trying to do it. They're trying to accomplish it right now, but Vegas is really good at it, and they protect the front part of their net very well. And it gives the Stars fits. It did last year, and it's giving them fits right now, and they're having to figure out ways to find the right angles because when they try to center that puck, there's somebody there. It's kind of like a zone, the way that it's built, and they do a good job of protecting their net whenever it's time to protect it.
The thing that's got to change, and like if people want to give your predictions for the rest of the series, I definitely want to hear that. Thing that's got to change is special teams, and I would have thought for sure going into this series, one humongous advantage that the Stars would have had is on special teams. But look at what happens last night. Stars 0 for 2 on the power play, not particularly captivating on the power play either. Vegas scores on both of their power plays. During the regular season, Vegas was 20th in power play conversions. 20th. The Stars, their penalty kill, 8th best. So you're taking a below average power play team versus a very much above average penalty kill, and then you watch the game and you're like, never mind.
Here's what's the other frustrating part, Kevin, because it compiles with what you just said. Very much like the Mavericks against the Clippers. The Clippers came out defensively. They were in your face immediately. Every time you turned around, there was somebody there. And Vegas had somebody. The Mavericks and Stars were both passive to start these series. They were very passive, and I don't know if it's to collect information to see how your defense is setting up against you, or if they just didn't expect their opponent to come out the same way. But Vegas was on the puck. Every time you got the puck, they were there. And if they weren't right there, they were going to hit you whenever you release the puck. So that's the other part. Aggressive nature, being prepared for that moment, that's something that's got to change. That starts, for me, that's coaching. That's getting your guys' mindsets to the right way.
When you guys were talking about the defensive setup for the Golden Knights, let me ask you a question. I wouldn't have thought this going into the playoffs, and it's just one game. Could one of the strengths of the Stars in the regular season actually be problematic here? The Stars had 26 come from behind wins, most in franchise history. That was half of their wins in the regular season, and that's great. But I wonder if you see a defensive shift altogether, or if this is just not the team to do that against, because as you pointed out, it's like 90 seconds into the game, you're already losing. And that feels like that will be harder to overcome, not just against this series, but if you move on. And this is something the Stars were great at in the regular season.
I don't have strong opinions. Obviously, I've gotten into hockey, but I don't understand it nearly as well as I'd like to understand it. All I can say is watching the playoffs last year and trying to remember what I saw from this series, it looked the same. It looked like they just played games, whatever. We lost in 5 or 6 last year. 6. That looked like game 7 of the playoff series, and you're just like, yeah, they're just better.
Yeah.
They're just better. I hope I'm wrong, because
last year I definitely thought
because
that
the Stars are better this year, at least record-wise they're better. A lot of stats say they're better, but I didn't know until before the show started how Vegas was able to cheat. But I guess it's not cheating. I don't know why the Stars don't do it, but
it's a great question. By the way, and because Corey, I know you'd brought this up in the past, I'll just argue circumventing the salary cap is Mark Stone has come up on this twice. The guy who scored the first goal, and their captain on the long-term injury list. And when you put somebody on the long-term injury list, that gives you salary cap relief. And so what Vegas did, this year they ended up picking up 3 players in the meantime to kind of fill that salary cap void. And then there's no salary cap in the postseason. So what do you know? Last year, just like this year, when it's time for the playoffs, hey,
they have extra guys.
Mark Stone is ready to play again.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what about all these guys that you got with this money? Doesn't matter. No salary cap in the playoffs anymore. I'm conflicted because if the Stars did it, I would be like, brilliant maneuvering. As a team who might have done that to beat the Stars, I'm like, son of a gun.
Yeah, and you're also conflicted because the rules are the rules.
Yes,
and
they are.
like you got to follow the rules. And these guys just they found the loophole. They obliterate it and they use it to their advantage. And it's smart move, man. I wish other sports were like that. I wish the Cowboys could do that because then you have all this cap space at the end of the year.
Corey, I don't know if you've heard this. You have a set cap space for 5 years.
No, at the end of the year, you have lots of cap space, and then you can just add on to it and then beat the Packers.
What about at the end of the day?
Well, I really want to know what happens at the beginning of the day, Kevin.
Hey, we're going to have Stephen Jones on later. I want you to ask a question like that.
Let's go.
Over under number of questions Michael asked to Stephen Jones at 0.5.
I have questions, but I know they'll tick them off tremendously.
Well, who cares?
Oh, God.
As long as they're fair. Coming up next.
I can preview it on our show, and then we can ask people if they're fair or not.
That's a great point. I actually would be oddly intrigued by that segment. Coming up next, let's talk about the NBA playoffs in general. The Lakers go down in flames, plus the Players Anonymous playoff poll. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Murray makes a move. Here's the Nuggets have won!
Absolutely unbelievable end to that game. Mike, the Lakers were 20-0 this season when they led by 20 points at any point in the game.
It was like the Josh Howard scoring 20.
Yes. And then, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I'm glad, it didn't work out for them. And I wanted to throw this out there because Jamal Murray's the guy who took over the fourth quarter, 14 points, hit the game winner. Jokic finished with 27 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists. That is a unique stat line in playoff history. And then the 20, 20, and 10 stat line tied with Wilt Chamberlain at 4 times he's done that in the playoffs for the most ever. So incredible. Also, 10 straight playoff games the Nuggets have beat the Lakers. They own that franchise right now.
Even though the Lakers have had opportunities,
in both games
in Denver, which I've been surprised with. To be honest, I've been surprised with. The Gambler's brother is having a really good series, making some really big 3-pointers.
Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, this does look like to me. I hate the Lakers. I hate them more than any sports franchise in sports. They do look like, I know I said sports.
No, go ahead.
It made me chuckle.
Yeah.
But they do look like they're going to go back to LA and possibly win both games. At least how well they played in Denver at times.
Yeah, I can see that.
Where like right now, you look at the Mavericks, hopefully everything changes tonight. The Mavericks played bad, to be nice with my wording, for pretty much the whole game until the game was completely and totally over. And you're like, all right, man, they really Dak Prescott that one in the fourth quarter. You know, really raise their stats. Right, because right now, if I go back and I look at Dak versus Green Bay, man, his stats were good. Why is everybody cracking on Dak? And if you looked at Luka and Kyrie's stats in game one, you're like,
they did a good job. Yeah.
33, 13, and 6 or whatever it ended up being. Like, that's a good game, right? You're like, did you watch the game?
It was an incredible set of, and I know Sean mentioned this during the morning show. It was an incredible set of games back to back because you also saw Philly just, I don't know what they were doing at the end of that game and put themselves in a 2-0 hole.
Is Philly are they toast
They're
here?
done. That's just my opinion.
I didn't get to watch any of this because I was at the Stars. I saw the line for Embiid, 34 points. Did he have 12 rebounds, I think? I'm going off the top of my head on
I think it's
bottom
10.
line. Okay. Those are very impressive numbers. The way he looked in the last game, like he didn't look close to 100%. I guess he's like at 60%. Did he look closer to 100% in this game?
Yeah, I think so. But like even then, I would say, does that mean 80%? Like I thought he looked good. I still,
if he's close to 100%, I won't totally give up on Philly making this a really tough series. But if he's not close to 100%, because they can go back to Philadelphia, if Embiid's going to get you 30 plus, if Maxi's going to get you right around 30, I think they can win both games in Philadelphia. But I didn't watch the game, so I'm asking people who watched the game.
I will tell you this: I love Tyrese Maxey. We had him on the show. He was awesome. South Garland, he was a mess.
100% from free throw.
30 seconds.
Maybe he needs to just get to the line then.
He turned the ball over. He also had a miss that led to the Knicks outscoring the 76ers 8-0 in the last 30 seconds. They were losing by 5 points, and they went on an 8-0 run in the last 30 seconds. Tyrese Maxey, he's still awesome, but man, that was a tough.
Did he have a good game? I mean, like you look at the rest of it.
Good.
Yeah.
The rest of it, you're like, man, he was out there hustling.
I agree, but I feel like I'm going to say no, which
because
sounds
of that.
Crazy because, look, it's a team game, but I think you can point to some of those plays down the stretch and be like, that kind of led to the loss. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. The rest of the game doesn't matter. It's everything within the last, and that's a reality.
Depending on the flow of the game.
If the score is late, if the score is close late in games, I mean that's one of the things I feel like I see Jason Kidd wanting. He wants it to be closer than 27 or something, late in the game. He's like, hey, can we be like within 10? We can do something. I can make some defensive stops happen here if we could just be that close. But because I do think that the Mavs team can make the offensive things happen to bring them back there. But I understand what you're saying. Whenever you're that close in a game, those very tiny details are big factors.
I wanted to kick around something else and see if you guys were surprised at all by this. I think The Athletic usually does a very good job with the player anonymous at the All-Star break or going into the playoffs. Well, they picked up the NBA player anonymous going into the playoffs. 141 players voted in this. Who is the MVP
of the league?
Luka.
Well, no, it's Jokic.
Where does Luka finish?
Can I say I listened to Sean and RJ, so I can't?
Okay,
I
Corey,
gotcha.
You're up.
Just like Dak, second.
Unfortunately,
wow.
And it's not.
The league hates Luka.
Well, and it's not that he finished third. It's how far back he is. So Jokic 42%. I'm rounding up. Shea 37%. Luka 10%.
So here's where I think they voted. I need to pull this up. Schedule. They didn't ask this at the end of the year. They didn't ask this close to the end of the year. I bet they asked this with about 10 games left in the season. And so if I take out the last 10 games of the season, the Mavs were still in the play-in situation.
March 5th through April 11th was the timeline.
So if you want to just knock this out as a player, right, and just like, hey, I got this email. I don't know how people are. If I don't respond to the email immediately or the text message immediately, I will totally forget. There's too many things going on in my life that I'm not going to remember 2 days from now to respond to that email. I've gotten 100 more things that now are on my plate. So I'm just wondering if you respond on March 5th, the Mavericks are on March 5th. They lose to the Pacers and are 34-28, and they have lost 5 of 6 games. Now, after that, they go on a tremendous run. So if you vote on April 11th, they're 50-30. Think about voting for Luka in that stretch and when you voted. If you voted at the very beginning or the very end on how much that can change your voting.
You're definitely right about that. I wanted to build in another question because it kind of trickles over into this. You're building a roster from scratch. No player belongs to any team. Who are you taking first? Who are you signing?
I guess Jokic. Because he can be the guy that distributes the ball. He can be the guy that scores the ball, and he can be the guy that rebounds the ball.
And he should have 10 more years in the league, I think, at his age.
He's a mismatch problem for everybody.
It's very close. He's second.
I know, it's Wemby's 1. I'm scared to death he's going to Ralph Sampson his career. I really do. And if people don't know this, Ralph Sampson was Wembanyama in 1982. And the Lakers were trying to do everything possible to get him before they got James Worthy. It's in the book Showtime. They made the show about it.
They had to change the name of.
They never got into it on the HBO show. But in the book, Ralph Sampson decides not to go into that draft because he's scared to death of going to the Clippers. Every team was every player did not want to go to the San Diego/Los Angeles Clippers. They just thought it was such a pathetic franchise. Like, I can't take the risk that I'm going to go to the Clippers. He ends up going to the Rockets. Totally changes that franchise, and then they get Hakeem a year or two later, and it really totally changes. But big guys like Bill Walton and Ralph Sampson, it just seems like, as great as he is, I'd be scared to take somebody that tall, that thin, and I get how great he is. If you're a Spurs fan, I'm not trying to take anything away from you. He looks like an unbelievably great player. I just worry that his foot's going to break, and he's going to have some sort of issue that all of these really big guys seem to have.
Now, Mike, with that, do you get any level of solace seeing the ways the modern medicine has changed? And I don't say that just generally. I always think about like the Jones fracture, that 5th metatarsal that happens in the foot. We've seen KD go through that and still be able to come back, and he looks largely like what he looked like before with a little bit less speed, but that feels like that's more the Achilles injuries than it is the foot injuries.
I don't know. You're making a great point. I don't know. You're making a good point. I'd have to really look into the dudes that end up being 7'2" and 112 pounds, like how they end up like doing over the last 10 to 15 years. And I know Wemby's probably 220 at best.
Right.
But I think he would be a top pick. I would just worry the most about his injuries. And I know he's not been hurt yet, but even the Spurs are really slow playing his career.
He's also listed at 210.
That thing clearly has youth and like upside.
Yeah,
and
because Anthony Edwards is third, and then Luka's fourth.
And a different it's something unique that nobody else is like with him at this point.
This is without a doubt my favorite question because of the answers. Who is the greatest player of all time?
Steve DeBerg.
No, in the NBA.
Here's what we have to recognize. Almost every player was born at the latest 1990.
Yep.
Most of these players have been born from about 1998 to 2004.
Right. Definitely.
They never saw a second of Michael Jordan. So when people ask us about Wilt Chamberlain, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pete Maravich, Oscar Robertson, Jerry West. I don't know, man. I wasn't around for any of it. Now, you do get to go back more and watch Michael Jordan than you can the players that were in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. There was more games televised. But I'm going to assume that LeBron's going to be number one because none of these players ever were alive for Michael Jordan.
LeBron James, second on the list. He's got 42%. Michael Jordan has 46%. Kobe has 10%.
Yikes.
That's all fine and well.
Anthony Edwards, number 5?
No.
Or number 4?
But is it that much more ridiculous? So 3 players got 0.8%. Which means they got one vote. Stephen Curry, fine. Magic Johnson, and Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce got a vote.
I think Paul George voted for it.
Greatest NBA player of all time.
Wow.
Did they ask Paul Pierce?
I don't think so because these are active players.
Okay.
Magic Johnson, one person. Paul Pierce, same.
I love that one person that voted for Magic. Like they're like, I know who I'm a real hoop head.
Mm-hmm.
Like
But
people don't
nobody
give
knows
Magic
like
enough,
me.
People don't give enough like that's a real contrarian vibe that I can get with.
Nobody voted for Wilt Chamberlain.
Nobody voted for Wilt Chamberlain.
You just look at the stats. They're Babe Ruthian stats.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know. I
think the film's the same too.
You can't. Yeah, you can't really watch in his prime. You can't watch any of it. They didn't have basketball games on television when he was with Philadelphia Fart Knockers, whatever they were called.
Fast down the court.
They weren't the 76ers.
The Warriors?
Yeah. So you don't know. You get him as an older guy on the Lakers, and he's still good. Don't get me wrong, but it's like us growing up with Kareem. Kareem was a shell of himself by the time the Celtics and Lakers became major rivals and Magic and Larry. Kareem wasn't the same anymore. He was still really good, but it's like watching LeBron now and saying, this is LeBron James.
He's
like,
still really good.
Well, he's really good, but he's not.
Way better.
Yeah.
I can't believe Tim Duncan's not on that. Didn't get one vote.
56% of the folks said Nuggets will win the title. 34% Celtics. Everybody else, a low number. One person voted for the Dallas Mavericks. But you couldn't vote for your own team. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
Do the Rangers have the inside edge against the Mariners? Next.
RJ Chop here by your friends over at Q.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the number one Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Mashak.
The Rangers had a really big off day because after 17 games in a row and a schedule that wasn't favorable to them, they really needed an off day.
Okay, yeah.
So I think, once again, I'll repeat myself a little bit from yesterday, but going 5-5 on that road trip, especially the schedule that was kind of put up against you, wasn't a bad road trip.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was a great road trip, but it was not a bad result to go 5-5, losing Cody Bradford on the trip. You just look at it and go, okay, I'll take it. Now they come back home against the Mariners and getting to do the new job that I'm doing in the television broadcast. I get some inside numbers.
Okay.
I'm not doing the broadcast for the Mariners series. I have the Cincinnati series. I have pre and post on Friday, Sunday. Saturday's another nationally televised game. Like, the Rangers are getting nationally televised tremendously. So this is from the website Inside Edge.
Okay.
So I think this is a really fun website. Now, I'm not taking advantage of this website probably enough, like doing kind of searches as well as I should. I'm just learning these awesome websites that give you a lot of stuff. But here's some basic things they give about some of the Texas Rangers players that I think are kind of interesting, but audience, respond, whether you're on Twitch right now on the text line.
FranklinFirm.com text line.
Thank you.
877-881-1053.
If you're like, this is too inside stuff. This isn't, like, in a way, like, I'd rather have kind of your basic stats, OPS, or just batting average against lefties or something like that. Cory Seager is slugging .620. That's slugging. 237 total bases in 382 at-bats against right-handed pitchers since last season. That's third best in Major League Baseball. League average is 442. So he's a 620 slug. League average is 442. I find that's tremendous.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I think as Inside Edge continues throughout the season, remember, there's only about 20 to 25 games played from teams right now. So they're usually combining last year's numbers at times with this year's numbers. Sometimes they'll just do this numbers, but Cory Seager against right-handed pitchers is one of the best, if not arguably the best hitter in all of baseball. Hopefully his slugging starts picking up. We really need that ball to start getting out of the ballpark and extra base hits for Cory Seager. He's having a good start to the year, but not a great start because of the lack of power right now. Marcus Semien, this is a good question to now go on. How long will this continue for the Rangers? Him batting first. Is averaging just 3.08 pitches per plate appearance against right-handed pitchers this season. Second lowest in the American League.
Oh, okay.
So you've coupled that with...
And it doesn't say for just leadoff hitters, right? He's averaging 3.08 pitches per plate appearance against right-handed pitchers this season, second lowest in the American League. Do you want... I'm not knocking Semien, man. He's a Silver Slugger, Gold Glove Award winner, but you have a guy in Evan Carter who's a little bit different, who I'll get to another Inside Edge number with him. Do you care that your leadoff hitter doesn't see pitches?
Well, again, when you couple that with Cory Seager, who sees 1 to 2 pitches, it feels like you're getting a few, and you're starting the game off giving the pitcher fresh legs, and a fresh arm. So I kind of do, but if he's going to rock home runs and RBI, then I'm perfectly okay with it when you swing back around.
We have to have the two most aggressive 1-2 hitters in all of baseball, right?
I could see that without having done the breakdown study. That
I should research that.
Have you seen the passing piece on Cory Seager yet?
The perfect,
yeah.
I actually had to say sorry to him because he was well before the game in Atlanta. I was walking back through the dugout, and he was in the tunnel with a camera, and he was picturing his swing.
Yeah.
He was like this article in passing, just giving a little bit more information to it, and you can explain it a little bit more, but he was like getting set and everything and feeling what looks perfect and everything to his setup.
Yeah, the line that's kind of sticks out, Kevin, is would you rather have the right pitch or the perfect swing? And he said, I'll take the perfect swing every time.
Yeah.
That's the swing is more important than the right pitch. That fastball I'm looking for. I'm just going to swing. The swing is going to make the most of it.
All right, so I know Evan Carter's not off to the best start, but he did have really nice defensive plays on Sunday, had a big home run to get the Rangers on the board on Sunday, third home run of the year. Evan Carter has drawn 5 walks in 20 plate appearances in his first plate appearance of the game this season, 4th best in Major League Baseball. So I don't know. I'm not saying they should move tonight, Evan Carter to leadoff spot, but it's just interesting when sometimes you look at Simeon's RBI totals from a leadoff spot, and then you look at Evan Carter's plate discipline from being all around the lineup, and you go, I wonder if Simeon batted third. I mean, I'm just throwing this out as a question. If Simeon batted third and he's getting 102 RBIs from the leadoff spot, what if Carter and Seager were hitting in front of him?
Yeah, then he would be with all these signals from Seager.
Right, he's relying on Leody Taveras and Wyatt Langford has moved down to 7th. He's relying on those guys to get on base so he has RBI opportunities. And the Rangers last year did a great job of that. So far this year, they're doing a solid job of it. But, I just think of some of these numbers and go, I wonder how much you play with the lineup as the season progresses. Next one. Are you guys liking these or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Adolis Garcia. This was shocking to me.
No?
I'm just joking. He's batting just 184 in his first plate appearance of the game since last season. 5th lowest in Major League Baseball. League average is 260. Would you ever guess that Adolis Garcia gets out so much his first at bat?
I think that's a great stat then, because then would you take a look at it and be like, hey, should we adjust your first at bat, what you're doing with those?
No, I see it that he goes up there and he gets ticked off that he outed, popped out or struck out, and then he's ticked off about it, and then he's more focused on.
That's what drives the rest of it.
It's kind of like Luka losing game 1. Now he's more focused today.
28 of 152 in his first at bat.
It's not
so
good.
Last year and this year combined. Obviously, he's had days where he's had days off, days where he's been hurt. So 28 of 152, 184 batting average.
Okay, he was really good with runners in scoring position last year.
Yeah.
And
this year, pretty good too, I think.
I wonder if more runners are in scoring position for his first at bat if he's better.
I don't know.
I'd love to dive in on that a little more.
So anyways, this is from Inside Edge. And then the last one I'll give you, this is really way inside, as in does this matter too much? Wyatt Langford has missed on just 18% of swings against breaking balls away this season. 10th best in Major League Baseball. He's 6 out of 34, so he's missed 6 out of the 34. League averages, you missed that ball 37% of the time, and he's only missing it 18%.
So half.
So anyways, a little bit of inside kind of information on your Texas Rangers that are just way more inside stats than what maybe are normal stats. And those are really fun to look at before games.
And I was going to say, I think that really is interesting because the club's looking at those. The broadcasters are looking at those.
Yeah.
You feel not on even footing, but you feel like, hey, I know what's up.
And then my last question for Baseball Nuggets today is the Rangers are 1 game above 500. The Seattle Mariners are 500. Series starts tonight. By the way, there is an inside edge number. Don't expect Logan Gilbert to walk anybody first time through the lineup. He just doesn't. He's the best in baseball.
Okay.
And the first 9 batters he faces, usually not walking any of them. Is if I put an over-under at 86 wins to win the division, do you think if the Rangers get to 86 wins, 86 and 76, do you think this year it wins the West?
Oh, man, that's an interesting one.
I say no. I don't think you might be far off of that number. At some point, I think somebody's got to emerge as better. So I think that number's too low, but I totally understand your question and why people might disagree.
I think you need to put that at 87.
Just to give you an idea, last year, the Minnesota Twins won their division at 87 wins.
Okay.
But the team behind them, Detroit, had 78 wins. So now I know that so you could say 79 wins could have won that division. That was the worst division in the American League. If I go to the second place team in the National League, the Cubs won 83 games. Now, Brewers won 92, but 84 would have won that division. In a way, I get that you'd start adding wins to like the Cubs because you got to subtract wins away from the Brewers. So if you give some of those to the Cubs, they'd win more games. And then in the National League West last year, because the Dodgers ran away with it with 100 wins, the Diamondbacks barely made the playoffs with 84 wins. So 85 would have won that division. But to your point, teams started running away. Minnesota started running away. Milwaukee started running away. The Dodgers ran away early, and nobody could catch them. But I just kind of looking at this division, and I kind of with you. One team will start, but I don't think it's going to be the Astros.
I don't either.
Like, I think the Astros are really hoping 84 or 85 wins the division because I think that's maybe their mark when I'm watching them play.
We're all just chasing Baltimore anyway. So,
well, I agree. But I think in our division, I do think at this point it is more of a Seattle, Texas. I don't want to count out. I'm not trying to count out the other three teams. I can count out Oakland unless you get to the 8th inning. The game's absolutely over at that point. They do throwing 258 miles an hour and it's over. But anyways, I just think about that, Ranger fans. Is last year it was 90. You lost the tiebreaker. I don't think it's going to be 90 this year.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey wants me to rephrase this. Is this the playoff curse of the Rangers?
We're cursed. Thanks a lot, Rangers.
But it's totally worth it, right?
I'll take it.
Next on The Fan.
You are officially a
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers have activated Jonathan Hernandez from the 15-day injured list and optioned Owen White back to AAA. He did not appear for the club. I know he was here, but did not actually pitch for the club. And we're actually going to talk about the Rangers, I guess, in a roundabout way. Here is my initial pitch, and I'll allow Corey to change it. Outside of the Rangers, why does every other DFW team seem to start the playoffs so slowly?
We're cursed. Mike, I think you can understand this, seeing as once the Rangers won the World Series, which had never happened in the history of sports, all right? The Texas Rangers had never won the World Series until this year.
The Rangers had won the Cup, though.
That's true, but it's two different Rangers. Once that happened, and Reggie, this is much like your theory on ghosts. How ghosts? Why do we always restrict ghosts to whatever room they died in
That's
or
right.
whatever house they died in? Why
They can go through interior walls, but not exterior walls. What's the deal with that?
So this curse is very restricted to the DFW area and our sports teams. Rangers win the World Series because somebody said, "Dear God, if you let the Rangers win, I'll never ask for another championship." And God said, "All right, I'll take you up on that," or baseball gods or whatever. And so they all agreed. And so now what's happened since then, Kevin, the Cowboys in the first half were miserable of their first playoff game since the Rangers World Series. In the first game for the Mavericks, since the Rangers won the World Series, Luka Doncic and the Mavericks were miserable. And the Stars did not look very good at all last night.
That's true.
So our sports teams are cursed. 877-881-1053. Do you accept the curse because you got a World Series? The answer is yes.
Okay, I just have a few questions about this.
Mike agrees.
Okay.
I accept.
Does poor shooting fall under the curse? Does
yes.
Poor communication between the defenseman and the goalie that fall under curse?
Did you lose?
You did. Hold on. Does
Part of the curse.
Any loss is just we chalk it up to curse?
All these losses have been miserable.
If the Stars and Mavs lose in round one, like they lose the series, we're cursed.
Yeah. Kevin,
okay.
Think about this. All three of
the Cowboys
your
are
teams
cursed, but they've intentionally put the curse on themselves.
They kind of did that.
I don't know who put the curse on the Mavs and the Stars.
Sounds like Corey.
Rangers fans, whenever they said, "Please,
What,
God,
the fans?
please, sports gods, let us win this World Series. We won't worry about the other teams."
Yeah.
That was the way that it all
The
went.
Jones family cursed the Cowboys. We know that.
Just think about it, like that Packers game.
I want you to ask that question to Steve.
That Packers game was terrible, dude. The first half, except for I guess Dak was great. Is that what you said? The stats were really good for Dak.
At the end of the day,
yeah.
he had good stats, and they just ran out of time.
Now
for Dak.
the question is, Kevin, can the Stars
Mavericks
and
ran out of time the
Mavericks
other day.
recover from that? Because the Cowboys, they were able to recover. They just ran out of time. All right.
No, they didn't.
I think we saw the truth on that. At the end of the game, they were close.
That game could have been 12 quarters long. You still would have lost.
You guys
Would it
were
still be
here.
quarters if there were 12 of them?
That's a fair point.
Y'all took phone calls, and one of the callers said they just ran out of time. All right. The Mavericks and Stars have plenty of time, unless we need an 8-game series.
I mean, I do hope this tonight for the Mavericks is that somehow they figured something out in blowout basketball that really works. I don't think the Clippers were giving their 100% effort when they were up by 32 points going into the fourth quarter or whatever it was. But you did start playing better.
Didn't think I would buy into this, but I have a question. and maybe I will buy it.
The 903. Yes, because the day after we won the World Series was the greatest day ever on the Fan. That was the best radio in the history of radio the day after.
November 2nd,
Everybody
2024.
accepts this. We're perfectly okay with it, Kevin, because we got the damn World Series.
I agree with that.
And we
And it's the
balanced
world.
out everything.
Think about it. The Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It's a bowl.
The NBA championship. They really,
the NBA Finals.
they really college
the
football
Stanley
that
Cup.
one.
Once again, what do I want? Cup's even smaller than a bowl.
Yeah.
And then, what else can you win here? What does the
The
FC
Supporter
Dallas
Cup.
win?
The
Yeah,
Supporters Cup.
the Jockstrap Award with holes in it. It can't even
Supporter
hold
Shield?
anything.
Here's where I might buy in with you.
We won the whole world.
Because I think this feeds oddly into the curse of the Rangers. What did the Rangers...
They got a roof.
The Rangers didn't lose at all on the road, right?
Absolutely not.
So the sports gods punished us. In the NFL, wild card weekend, every single team that was a home team won, except for the Dallas Cowboys. So 5-1.
That was the first part of the curse.
In the NBA and the NHL playoffs, and this is astonishing.
But the Packers went on a run and won the whole thing.
No,
There's
they
nothing you
didn't.
could do.
No, they didn't.
What happened the next week, though?
They lost.
Well, it happens.
To the team that went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean,
they lost the
But
Super
that
Bowl.
team lost the
He lost the
Super Bowl.
too.
Yeah,
so
what can you do? You can just run it back
Just
and
try
go
it
all
again
in and
with
figure-
less players.
Just you go all in. I think by releasing players.
But this is, I get it. Cowboys bad. I think I might be convinced because of this.
Okay.
In game 1 of the NBA and NHL series, Syria, the home teams went 15-1 in game 1. 15-1.
Who lost?
The Stars.
What?
So,
and I know it was 4-3, but it didn't feel that close being there.
So because the Rangers never lost on the road,
it feels very
the
weird.
sports gods are like, no, you're going to pay for this.
It always seems like DFW Sports has the...
We even had Nate Lowe, our Gold Glove Award winner,
was
at the
there.
game.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
It always seems like we're on this end of sports where out of 2,487 times, there's only been one loss, and it was our team.
Yeah.
It always feels like they were 664 and won in these situations, and it's always our team.
Why are we cursed? Why is it our city?
Because we accepted.
What did
the
Boston do
exchange.
so well?
Yeah.
Their fans for the longest time were racist. Maybe some of them
Some of
still
them are.
kind of are. But Jake, I'm just looking at from the factual evidence that feeds into this.
What do the Lakers do? Move from Minnesota to L.A. and then every player wants to play in gold and purple. It's not even like a pretty looking color scheme.
Jake Ottinger, I'm trying to look at the cold hard facts to change my mind, but Jake Ottinger, 10-1 with a 941 save percentage in the last month of the season. Last night, 0-1 with a 733 save percentage.
It was rust. It was
Good
5
news.
days off.
It went up because I think when the fourth goal went in, it was just below 60%.
It was just 5.
They had like almost a 50-50 chance of shooting it on goal and scoring.
Yes, I believe he had 4 goals allowed and 5 saves at the time of that fourth goal. It was pretty terrible.
From the 817, the Stars game, they say the Stars game was their fault. They never watch hockey, but wanted to participate last night, and they promised not to watch any more hockey.
Mike had never been to a playoff hockey game.
The last 2 playoff games, Stars playoff games, this show has attended. They've been demolished by the Las Vegas Knights.
No.
So you're saying if I get invited tomorrow night,
don't go.
Don't go.
Because I'm 0-1?
You're 0-1. I don't know. Maybe you should go to 3 and see how it works.
The Rangers are 3-2 when I broadcast their games.
All right, that's better.
I am trying to keep this record. I want to see what their
You
record
win
is.
3 out of 5 games in the AL West every time. You're going to run away with this
From
division.
the 682, we're not cursed. We're winning the Cup, the NBA thing, and the Super Bowl. From the 817, hold on. This doesn't seem to him why in the world of golf would. No, I don't. That's a different one. Sorry.
You proofread these ahead of time?
Absolutely not.
I
Why
actually
would you?
sent that prayer out, but it was sacrificing the Cowboys Super Bowls. Jokes on the gods. I'm switching teams. They're rooting for the Commanders now. So
What? Of all teams.
Hey, did Dirk leave at halftime? Nobody's saying, what did Dirk ever do to you? But I'm just wondering, did Dirk at halftime go, I'm not watching this Shlomo Glickstein performance?
I'm proud of you for staying the whole game. And what I really hoped was going to happen was the Stars were going to win so we could run down your text by text breakdown of the game.
I'll tell you what, even though when you're way away from the ice, still really cold.
That was one of his complaints.
The whole building, as soon as you open the door.
It is cold.
You're like, yes. Did you take a hat?
Does the ice melt underneath the Mavs games? It's not that cold at the Mavs games. Just because you put some rubber over the ice, it's not as cold?
No, these are good points that he's making right now.
Are
I want to
they?
make that. Yep. Mm-hmm. I stand by that.
Like, I feel like it should melt.
It probably does melt a little bit.
I don't think it should. It's not good.
Wait, what?
You just said it should, and then you said you don't think it should.
Well, here's my theory. We've had issues at the old Boston Garden because of stuff like that. It warps the wood and the court and everything. And so I'm just thinking, the Mavs games, they have it at like 70 degrees in the building. Last night, I'm going to guess it's 60. I don't know. What do they keep the American Airlines Center at?
Giant thermostat.
Yeah,
I'm not
I think
sure.
that they.
I don't know.
Why does the thermostat have to be giant?
I will tell you this, Reggie. I'm not kidding. In my mind, the size of the thermostat is proportionate to the size of the structure.
And do you feel like it's the big one where you don't set the number?
Yeah,
you have to find the right
realize
marker.
That is very, very, very unlikely. I like that they have to get up on a ladder and pull the thing down. And
should I hate saying
you
this.
dummy, you didn't put it on auto.
Because we're talking about being cursed. I've gone to 2 Stars games this year. They lost to Colorado and they lost to Vegas last night.
That's when you made your decision that Colorado will never be able to beat them. I've seen them.
Yeah, and I watched them on television too. I wore my Hockey Mike hoodie to both these games. Is that Hockey Mike hoodie cursed?
you need to wear it at home and not at the game.
I was thinking about, after the end of the first period,
taking it off,
buying a Miro jersey. Because he was really playing crappy, and I thought, what a better way to celebrate Miro playing like crap in the first period than buying his jersey.
I thought it was because he was your favorite player or something.
Well, supposedly he's going to be around the longest, and he's the most consistent. And
he is a good player. Yesterday might not have been his
maybe
best
he
game.
partied before the game. I don't know.
And you know what?
But those are $230. They're not made of that premium quality.
But they are sweaters, and you did say you were cold.
Good point.
But they're not even thick sweaters.
From the 806.
They're made of jersey material. Call it a jersey.
I agree. I agree with this. You know what's weird? You've got into hockey. You seem to hate so many things about hockey, though.
So he's doing it right? Like
that's fair. I blame myself for falling in this trap. Everybody knows the next DFW title is coming in 2035. Why are we so worked up? It's science. Let's take a look at the facts. 1999, the Dallas Stars win a title. 12 years later, the Mavericks win the title in 2011. 12 years later, again, the Rangers win the title in 2023. Logically, 12 years later in 2035, the Cowboys will win.
And here's how it works, Kevin.
Change the team.
Here's how this works. Jerry Jones.
He goes all in 35.
Made his deal back in the day, right? For 3 titles in 4 years. 3 times 4, 12. Every 12 years, your city gets another title.
Oh.
Yeah, but he also made that deal saying I'll never ask for anything again. And
you made it to that sentence, and I'm proud of you.
I know.
I was very nervous about that sentence.
I had no clue what was going to come out.
It got there.
Was that always the ending point of that sentence?
It landed. I was trying to remember how Jerry said it, but he said, I'll never ask for anything again if I can get a title without Jimmy Johnson being the coach, because I know Jimmy did everything and everybody knows it, and I want people to pretend that it didn't really happen that way. And so he got one with Barry Switzer watching the football games, and everybody knows it was still Jimmy's guys, and all 50 guys on the team have admitted it was Jimmy's team. It was never Barry's team. Barry had nothing to do with this. We just had to carry over what Jimmy did, and Jerry had nothing to do with any of us really being on the team. But so that one didn't really satisfy Jerry the way he thought it was going to satisfy Jerry, but he already made the deal with you know who. And so now we are in the situation we're in until football is no more.
Now, I have one more alternate thing I want to throw out there.
I got all that stuff, by the way.
I have pooped myself.
Wow.
I'm not a liar.
So aggressive.
That's what you wanted to throw out there, right?
That is not.
Really
my
wanted
bad.
people to know that you weren't lying
I do
about
want to tell the story behind that.
Why
in
did
just
you
a
want to
second.
tell the truth on that so much?
Do we have to look to Devin Booker, surprising voice of reason?
What?
Oh, you're just going to make Mike's day terrible today, aren't you?
He said, after not somebody said, after the Suns lost to the Clippers, quote, I'm not saying we're going to win the next 4 games, but there was a lot of overreacting after we lost game 1. That was last year. It's just a series. So you lose 1 game, not the end of the world. Could we potentially be overreacting to these losses by the Mavs and the Stars?
Not at all. Because I'm going to go back to Devin Booker. Remember what him and Allstate financial advisor Chris Paul said after they swept us in the first 2 games in Phoenix? Like, Luka, and all that stuff. And then what happened? We won 4 out of the next 5 and won 112-3, I think, in the game 7 as Devin Booker crapped himself all over the court.
All right, somebody who didn't crap themselves is a player I know you like, Connor McDavid. Did you see last night? He had 5 assists.
I didn't see it. I was at the Stars game.
Well, sure. He was the first player with 5 assists in a playoff game since 1998.
Wayne Gretzky.
I don't know that to be the case, but just for the record, Connor McDavid was born in 1997. So almost his entire lifetime, nobody had ever done it. But then he came along, and here we are.
And look, Vegas did the right thing. They avoided Edmonton so they could play our softies.
Yeah.
We're soft. We are soft. We are tissue paper to Vegas.
We are finesse
They know we
team.
won't fight back.
We're finesse.
And they know when we do, it will be in such a illegal, violent way that then the person will get thrown out of the game and suspended.
Jamie Benn from last year?
Yeah, that was the one time they fought back last year. And yesterday, they're like, hey, let's not touch him, okay?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you fear this generation of sports fans could be swallowed up by gambling? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to talk about gambling in just 1 second. I want to know where y'all fall on sports gambling, pro or con, maybe somewhere in between. But in the meantime, I just want to have an opportunity to talk again about how the Lakers lost. Let's go to LeBron James, talking about specifically why they lost.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knicks game too. What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
What are they doing, Corey?
Kind of like when James Harden, we should have reviewed that one when
You know
James
what?
Harden took the three.
I think they should give LeBron James more power in that league.
What he's doing is he
sarcasm?
Is he politicking? Is that what that is? Like he's politicking for the next game?
Particularly, I didn't think he was in this.
It's going to be
I
funny
didn't-
if one of the Lakers hits a guy in Jokic's
Yeah,
head.
and he's like, oh, there you go, replay center.
They got it right this time.
I really did think in this moment he was just upset that they lost a game that they had no business losing. Like, this was a game they controlled most of the way, certainly for the first three quarters. Shouldn't have lost. I thought it was just frustration as opposed to give me more power, but that was just my take on it. All right. You ready for gambling talk?
I love gambling.
No, you don't.
You're right. I hate gambling.
So,
who's your favorite gambler that you know?
Kenny Rogers.
Gotta know when to hold 'em.
Know when
Doyle
to
Brunson.
hold 'em.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
But that I respect.
Chris
your answer as
Moneymaker.
well. Yeah. This article, because we've been kicking this around for a couple weeks.
This is I'm interested in this topic because it is gambling overload in sports right now.
And that's what pushed it back to the forefront. Because there was an article a couple weeks ago, is either the Athletic or the Ringer, I'm pretty sure it was the Athletic, is talking about this generation of sports fan being swallowed up by gambling. I'm not saying like nobody had ever gambled on sports before, but it's so present on everything. Like, remember the biggest gambling nod you used to get was Al Michaels goes, oh, I bet a lot of people cared about that field goal. And now it's like all you have, whether it's advanced analytics or statistics that you can get on Amazon, whether it's just run of the mill, whether it's that this is brought to you in, the sports book stadium or whatever. It is everywhere.
Are more gamblers profiting than before, or does it balance out because such new gamblers so many new gamblers are coming in?
If it's just across the board, there's a reason they keep building new.
It's a
casinos.
losing proposition.
Yeah,
If
the house always wins.
So-
Not to just barrage you with cliches. Sorry, Corey.
Well, I'm just kind of curious if, with all these analytics and all this other information, if there are people that like we have more
Definitely.
profiting guys, but because there's more massive amount of people with access to it, that you still get a huge amount of people that are losing.
And that's the argument I would make. I bet there's 50% more people who are profiting, but I bet there's 90% more people that are losing because there are still so many casual gamers as well.
If you are into sports and especially if you're young, they make the product go with Jamie Foxx. I'm not blaming Jamie Foxx. It's MGM. If you watch games, they make you think if you're not gambling on sports, you're not part of us. You are a moron on the outside of the inside world of sports.
And you're definitely not having fun either,
right, you're not having fun doing it. You should gamble on everything. Every sporting event you watch, if you're not gambling,
you could be best friends with Kevin Garnett if you're gambling together.
It used to be the opposite, right? If you're gambling, you're really not. You have an addiction. Your brain is addicted to something, and you need to try to get help and get that fixed. And now it's the total opposite. If you're not gambling, you are not doing this correctly, because they are every second of every show, of every commercial, unless you have Cialis or something. I feel like that's the other big one too. If you have some sort of skin disease, then that's the other one they're really pushing.
Cialis.
Is that what
Wait,
that does?
what's the one where they're showing all
Psoriasis?
Psoriasis.
I think Cialis is when the older couple sitting in the two separate bathrooms.
That's the other.
The hands.
There's three things: gambling. You have a dysfunction at nighttime, I guess.
Yes.
And then you have some sort of skin issue that you need to take care of. But I just feel like it's too much. But it's not going back because they're making so much money.
Yesterday during Crosstalk, I looked up. Erin Dolan is on ESPN. She's very pretty, and they put her specifically so you will look at her and listen to what she says about gambling. Next to her is our buddy Dan Orlovsky, who we have a dartboard of right here. And he's up there giving his opinion on something. And now I'm having a problem deciding, is he a guy that's talking about his opinion on something and I should trust it?
Yeah.
And is that opinion going to be the same later about something that's a bet? Or which one's bet, which one's opinion on these, and which one, like how often do they cross paths and they aren't the same?
And it gets real dicey, not necessarily in the opinion space, but in the newsbreaker space, because they're all in the same building. Yes. They're all under the same company. And so we've seen this with Shams Charania in particular, as he is a newsbreaker, but directly works with a company that's, FanDuel or what, I don't remember if it's FanDuel or DraftKings. And you start wondering, how much is there overlap? Does that affect what happens here? And the integrity, or at least the perceived integrity of these things, is what these things are built on, right? We have to believe that this is not wrestling, that this is not predetermined, because that really breaks the whole foundation of this.
Mike, you're just pointing to it. Under every single, on the bottom line, under every single game, they'll give you like the start time, and then they'll give you the betting odds.
Yep, on the over-unders, what the favorite is. And that used to not be a thing. So if you're in your 20s and you're listening, thank you. You have grown up in this environment. This just didn't happen this year, but I'd say right around COVID time, it's just blown up ever since after COVID, because all of a sudden people started, I think, gambling more in all types of different ways, whether it was with
cards blew up.
with stocks, with Bitcoin, with NFTs, right? Everything started blowing up because we weren't maybe as active. Our lives weren't as busy. And we're like, well, what can I do with this free time? And it was like, there was this thing that clicked in sports, and they were losing money because they weren't playing as many games and they couldn't have fans at the games. They said, all right, we're going all in. Instead of us pushing them away, we now have teams in Vegas. Let's go all in on this. And you're running into major issues with players in all the sports.
Okay. I want to stop there for just 1 second then. Do you think we will get to a point where, look, I get it. Pete Rose was a big name, and that's why him getting banished from baseball was a big deal, in addition to, but
other players, not major leaguers, have been banished from baseball. You just don't care because they were minor leaguers betting on games.
So what I'm curious, though, is Jonte Porter banished from the NBA or banned from the NBA. Do you think you're going to start to see a lot more of this? Because you saw a ton of NFL-based gambling suspensions last year. Now, some will argue it's because they were not totally familiar with the rules. I'm going to argue the rules will keep evolving, or new opportunities will keep presenting themselves that will hurt you against the rules. Are we just going to start seeing way more suspensions like this?
I don't know way more, but more, yes.
Okay.
I do think what's going to happen is, I'll just give an example. I'll just take a baseball player, for example. I think that they're going to get so used to gambling on football and UFC and basketball and hockey, and they're going to have an addiction. And they're going to lose. Most of us lose over time. We can have big wins, but we're going to have enough losses to offset the wins, and that's just what's going to happen. And is that person get into a little bit of an issue, and they go, the sport I know is the sport I play.
Man, I made a couple.
And I can probably make more money or pay this debt off by just this one game.
You're right. You'll do something inside your brain, even though this is wrong, and you can get banished from baseball forever and other sports forever. You go, I won't bet on my team.
Yeah.
I'll bet on this because I know this guy, I know this, and I have inside information. And then your brain goes, this is what we do in setting, is we go, well, I'll just cross this line, but I won't cross this line. But once you cross that line, which is bad enough,
I'll just not bet on myself.
Now you'll cross the next line saying, but I won't cross that line. And then all of a sudden you find yourself down the path, if you don't get caught, you find yourself, you've crossed every line you said you wouldn't cross.
And David Aldridge reported that at least one NBA team specifically added an extra security guard because of gambling, I guess, belligerence or like feedback, as people would talk about, not just like, oh, I don't like you. They'd be like, you screwed me on this parlay.
Oh, yeah,
blah,
I see
blah,
it,
blah.
yeah.
And so at least one NBA team has said, we got to add extra security. And then I want to go back to something Mike said, because here's a couple of examples. You know, you see like Tom Brady in these commercials, Vince Vaughn, you bet $5, you can get $150 deposited in your account. Or new player, whatever you deposit, they'll match it. And it's matched in like funds that are only available if you bet or you play games. Or you can't just be like, I put in $150. Now I have $300. I'll take the $300. Like, you have to play it through. And their guess is it's kind of a loss leader sort of situation, right? Like, I'll give you this to get you in the door, but I have a feeling I'll more than make my money up with it.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, that absolutely happens.
I mean, I hate saying this, but when we used to do the betting with Bassick, to me, it made games that I don't care about more fun. Chicago versus Detroit. We're looking at it going, gosh, I think Detroit can win this game by more than 6 points. And all of a sudden, a game that I really didn't care that much about, I'm paying attention to.
Sure.
And luckily for me, I don't have that, whatever the brain, however it's wired. Luckily, I have things that are wrong with me.
Yeah.
I'm not like the best person in the world. By far, I'm not close to it.
For real.
But
what?
What are you doing right now?
I was just agreeing with you.
But I don't have the trait of, I'm going to bet $10,000 on this because I need $10,000, with it being a less, whether it's 50-50 or not, but people do.
I have that trait.
And so they will ruin their lives, and we see it on a daily basis. And sometimes it's drugs, sometimes it's sex, sometimes it's gambling. And it seems like to this segment, we've now made gambling more an okay thing to do, to possibly ruin your life, because we make it look like it'll make your life better.
Does it remind you of alcohol at all? Because on the bottom of the alcohol commercials, just like on the bottom of the gambling commercials, in the tiny print, it's like, oh, hey, if you got a problem, this too. But like, if you drink this beer, this girl is definitely going to hook up with you. If you place this bet because Tom Brady said, you're going to have all of the money. Also, if you have a problem, call us.
Smoke cigarettes. Yeah. And you can be.
Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like it's
Camel.
just betting that does this. This just seems to be the next iteration of, hey, what could be problematic for you, but let's throw it out there.
Then you have to ask yourself, if you're a big time gambler, do you like sports?
Or do you just,
like gambling?
And then the other thing we didn't even really dive into is, where do you draw the line versus people who are like, hey, it could ruin your life, but you're an adult. You have to make your own decisions along the way. Because that is a constant fight about a variety of things.
That's the freedom that you have.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Excellent job, fellas. Thank you very much for that. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this the most ridiculous, bold prediction possible for the NFL draft?
I bet it is.
Right here on the Fan.
Well, I have something bold for you to do if you're a guy.
Tell me about it.
Go to Men's Tea Clinic. In fact, first, why don't you go to mensteaclinic.com? You can find all the therapies that they have at mensteaclinic.com.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Third down and 11 at the 19. McCord over the middle. Harrison Jr. again down the sideline. Maserati Mar.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Get ready. It's almost all in time for Jerry Jones at noon.
Are the Cowboys going to go all in on their press conference? Are people going to go all in against Tom Brady on Sunday, May the 5th, live on Netflix?
Is that when he comes back to the NFL?
I would love to see
He's
that.
getting roasted, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never watched one of these.
You never watched a roast?
No.
So the Comedy Central
I hear
ones,
the highlights of them.
The Comedy Central ones, Kevin, I think there some hits, some misses for sure. This is Netflix with Kevin Hart hosting, and so that's a little different. I think Kevin Hart nails it.
Kevin Hart said his true height is 5'5". If he has sneakers on, and I'm like, but then that's not your true height.
He's a comedian, Kevin. That's why he said that.
Hey.
It's a funny joke.
I watched Kevin Hart, doing his Manning cast on the Philadelphia play-in game. I'd like to give that a score of an F-.
Oh, no.
Hey, you're a comedian. Be funny. He was like trying to analyze the game with no background of having analytical experience of a basketball game, and then he had two friends on, and one of them was just a moron.
Oh my gosh.
So I was like, it's like your irritating friend that everything's wrong with everybody.
Yes.
And
you know what? Brandon told me about one of his friends that was like that. I was like, oh no. And he goes, man, just like something. I didn't realize it like permeated that early in life.
But anyways, and I guess he's doing it again, Kevin Hart is. I would recommend not watching it because I am a Kevin Hart fan. I thought it was going to be good, and it was as bad of a telecast of anything I've ever seen sports-wise.
Now, we're going to move into the no-joke zone for a second, but it's not a sad story. You just probably shouldn't joke about it. So I believe yesterday was the 20th anniversary of Pat Tillman's death. So at the NFL draft this weekend, because he was picked number 226 in the 1998 draft, a couple of Tillman scholars are going to announce pick number 226 in honor of Pat Tillman, and just think that is super cool.
That is, like right in line with the NFL and like their takes on these things. There are very specific things that they go after and support, and they're like almost impenetrable. And the armed forces, something like this, absolutely one of them.
I think it's going to be a delightful moment. The very first, or the first class of Tillman scholars, one of them is from that Jeremy Glasstetter. He is an Army veteran, and so cool things being done by people in the world. I just thought that was really nice. On the flip side, I don't know how much you care. Your Arlington Renegades lost to the Houston Rednecks 17-9. They're now 0-4.
The Houston what?
This Roughnecks?
Everybody makes the playoffs, though, right?
Did I say the wrong thing?
You said Rednecks.
Oh, sorry.
I thought it was a joke.
I'm sorry. I'm not as good as Kevin Hart. Roughnecks.
If directions to your house include turn off the paved road,
You might be a Houston Redneck.
You might be a redneck.
You did say that. And I was
I'm
like,
sorry.
oh, well. I was like,
I thought that was the name of their team, honestly.
Roughnecks.
I was like, who knows?
Roughnecks.
Shows how much Corey and I are really paying attention to this thing.
If you got more trucks up on cinder blocks than wheels, you might be a Houston fan.
Wow, dude.
Just kidding.
People in Houston probably are very upset about that.
Roughnecks. All right. Well, Reggie,
Does
you're a
every team make the
representative of
playoffs?
Houston.
Everybody knows I'm a redneck.
So does it matter if you win or lose in the regular season?
It does matter
Oh.
if you win or lose in the regular season. So
Okay.
my apologies to the Houston people. That was just an accident. 0-4 for the Renegades. Let's go from that to, is this the most ridiculous bold prediction thus far for the 2024 draft? I take you to the Bleacher Report. Their bold prediction is that the Dallas Cowboys will trade into the top 10 for a pass catcher.
For a receiver?
Yes.
What? That is a very bold prediction.
That is a very bold prediction.
Because it's not something of need, and then they would probably be getting rid of something that could help fill their roster out. Like
Christopher Knox, who threw that out there.
The only reason you would be doing that is because you're really leveraging against CD. You're like, you know what, CD? We know you are at your best, but we're drafting your replacement, and we're going to move on from you because we don't want to pay you. Which I could see, but that's so far-fetched from the Cowboys.
Cowboys would have to give up their second-round pick, third-round pick, and that still wouldn't be enough.
And Dak would still be the quarterback with whoever that young receiver is.
Is that the worst pre-draft bold prediction?
I haven't seen all the pre-draft bold predictions, but that one's a pretty poor one. Yes.
Okay.
I just don't see that happening. Losing draft picks in an attempt to move up and getting a receiver is not what the Cowboys need.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh, Mike, stop. Stop.
Because you just want to watch it all burn, right?
Yeah.
We don't need no water.
They're not. They're just going to take an offensive lineman at 24, and everybody's going to be happy or sad. And then we're going to talk to Steven and Jerry on Friday, and they're going to be happy with the pick. And then they're going to take a linebacker and a running back on day 2.
Day 2, yeah.
And then day 3, they're going to fill out the rest of their picks and then go Cowboys.
I will tell you that Stephen Jones said something that actually made a whole lot of sense to me last week when he said, everybody has different boards, and in some cases, really different boards. And that's why everyone is so pumped.
We got our guy.
After the draft, you're like, no. My talent evaluators say we did the best.
Yeah.
My Heine, there's no way in the world all 32 teams come out of a draft going, killed it, did a great job.
They all do. They're all high-fiving.
No,
They're like, this is great.
That's what they say to us.
We got our guys.
How many times have we done fantasy drafts and there were multiple times where you had a guy that you really wanted and you're just like, I got a dude there. He's on my team. I hope he outperforms maybe what I was thinking. But dang it, there were 3 times today that if this, and this would have fallen this way, I would have felt so great about today. So, no, they're lying. Steven is a professional liar. That's part of his job.
Well, the Patriots might be in the same boat because they said they haven't received a, quote, serious offer for the 3rd pick. Word is they have a really high asking price for the 3rd pick, so maybe other teams thought it was a serious offer, and they were like, no.
So it's like when you try to go to a car dealership and you're like, I'll give you $1,000 for that car, and they're like, this is a $75,000 car, sir.
Let me ask you a question.
And you're like, let's start our negotiations then.
Let me ask you real quick if this is a jerk move. Sometimes if I see things on eBay that are so shockingly out of whack with what they should be, I will something selling for $150 and this person's like $600 or best offer. I'll send them a best offer of like $80, something like that.
What do they say in reply?
Just usually you just
decline.
get the automatic rejection.
Oh, no.
But I always like the ones where it's like, we sent your offer. And I was like, that means that person has to look at that offer and hopefully.
You need to reply to those people that are rejecting it automatically and say, I thought this was a negotiation. What is eBay?
Okay.
It's a website.
Well, you're asking them.
That's a good point. The Chiefs,
the seller,
have re-upped.
Just ask them the question. You give them an offer of $80 and then say, what is eBay?
No, you say, I thought this was a negotiation. What is eBay?
You're going to be like, this person is not going to pay me if I accept their offer.
Yeah, they do not have $80. The Chiefs gave an extension to their GM, their president, and probably most noteworthy for us, their head coach. Andy Reid is set to be the highest paid coach in the NFL. Tom Pelissero says the deal runs through 2029.
Good for him. That's good.
You think he sees the end of it?
2029. We're currently in 20.
Yes.
We have an election here coming up in November.
I know. I did not factor that part in. Oh, you're saying is the world going to end? Not will he coach those seasons?
My guess.
This is the most important election of our time, I believe.
My guess is that we still have the world in 2029.
Okay. Do you think he'll still be coaching if the world still
Is
exists?
it post-apocalyptic or?
Ooh.
Are we going to have football in the post-apocalypse?
Football will never die, Kevin.
Look, hey, I've already told you guys on if I think I'm really dying or not.
What just happened?
He thinks the world's going to end before he dies. He said this multiple times.
I think Jesus is coming back in my time as long as I don't die soon.
Oh, I thought this was an entirely different
No.
conspiracy. My bad. Okay, we're good.
As long as I don't die.
But then I have had the question, will sports still exist?
I think so. I think we'll still want to enjoy competitive sports against each other in our little burgs.
After the apocalypse?
Yeah. You can't just spend all the time fighting against each other.
I hope I never
cabbage.
get to find out if you're right or not. I don't want to be there for that.
Oh, look at that. They're growing crops. It's time to invade. Come on. Let's just share the crops.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on
You watch
105.3 The
Walking
Fan.
Dead.
Coming up next, does anyone have the guts to ask that question during the Dallas Cowboys pre-draft
Here we go.
press conference?
Here we go. All in, baby.
We will hear
2024
from Jerry and company next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be a busy last couple of hours. We're about to hear from the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, and the collective for their pre-draft press conference. And I think it's a go right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You want to start us out? Oh, sure. David Moore, Dallas Morning News. This question's for Jerry and Steven. With the free agent attrition you've had this offseason and the gap you currently have between your third pick before you're on the clock again, does that place even more of a premium on needing an immediate return on your first three picks in this draft, more so than usual in most drafts?
Go ahead, Steve. I think, in general, if you look at attrition, if you talk about probably where it hits us the hardest is, the guys we lost, obviously, in the offensive line. We've had that happen before with Connor Williams and Connor McGovern. These are guys that we picked, and then you plug them in, and they play, and then they get awarded a great contract. Unfortunately, you can't, have more than one, a couple offensive linemen that make a lot of money on your offensive line, and you certainly, want those young guys coming. So whether it's the three guys we've picked the last three drafts, Ball and certainly Awesome Richards and Waletzko, TJ Bass, all those guys are, it's time for them to step up. Obviously, TJ played a lot last year, and we really liked what we saw there. You move on to Dorrance Armstrong. You have Sam Williams, who's certainly shown a lot and certainly been frustrated with his play time frustrated is probably not a fair word, but would like to play more, and we think a lot of him, and he needs to step up. And then, of course, the running back situation is one, that we're continue to address, and obviously we will look at it in the draft, but also looking at, Pollard in terms of replacing losing him. We've got to work through that. But those are all things that require young people to step up. And we've had a good track record. As I mentioned, Connor Williams, Connor McGovern stepping up. Obviously, Tolbert, it took him a year, but stepped up and played really well. And I think he'll take it to another level this year. Certainly Mike can speak to that.
And I'll also add to that, candidly, without any way being defensive, we're very proud of our personnel, very proud of this roster. Very much think this roster, without knowing right now how much the rookies are going to contribute, we're very, very feel good about the promise of the team that we're going to have this year with this roster. And I do, principally because of what Stephen said. We will have young players step up, no names, that become names, because names have left and are off the roster, and so those guys have got to step up. You cannot play and run a team in the NFL without counting on this dynamic going on. And so we do feel good about these guys coming in. Is it ambiguous? Of course it is. It's ambiguous if you had a veteran out there. He could get hurt in training camp and you not have him again. So we're in an ambiguous business when it comes to projecting. But to answer your question, I think I'm answering it. But the question is, in my mind, about all of this, how do we feel about where we've been in this free agency? We feel great about what we've been in free agency. All in. All in. All in. We're all in with these young guys coming on. And we're all in with this draft. And we're all in with knowing that you have to go. You can't have we've had adjustments. We talk about, I saw some criticism someplace about Zeke and about paying Zeke. Do I need to raise a hands in this room of everybody that thought Zeke should be on this football team when he had him, when he was holding out? But we had to adjust the contract, which took away from money that could have gone to Tyron. We had to adjust that contract and give it to Zeke, which Zeke deserves it, because we all thought Zeke was going to be the main ingredient for our success over the ensuing years. Since that time, this cap thing has really become even more, not just for the Cowboys, but for the league. And of course, you've seen a little diminished, or not interest, but diminished emphasis in the cap in the running back area. And what diminishes it is availability. Availability because there are others that can carry the ball better than others that maybe be able to block at left tackle or those type things. So again, without sounding defensive at all, the youth, the young guys coming in here and playing are incrementally viable. We're counting on them, and we've had that happen for us, and we've counted on it.
That being said, because there wasn't a lot of action in free agency, I know you feel good about your guys, is there more excitement of going into this draft because this is your next chance to improve the roster from last year?
Well, I know that I don't know when I've ever been in a draft that I didn't feel like the players we were drafting are going to be on the field for us and making significant contribution. I don't know that I've ever felt that. But today, you have to have rookies contribute, or you aren't getting the value that you need to have. These are your lesser paid as far as the other relative to veterans. They're going to the good ones are going to get paid to have other days of more pay. But that's got to meld in with the overall management, or it doesn't work. Because you've got 10 players getting 70% of the money. So you've got to have youth, and you've got to have those players that fill in there, and how you fill it in is going to be the difference in the future, and frankly probably has been if you look at it across the league.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for these young people, whether it's the draft, coming in here without having, which we've done at times in the past when we obviously brought in a Cooks and You bring in a Gilmore. It makes it hard for some of these guys to come in and play and beat those guys out. Obviously, there's going to be some opportunities. And, we do have some guys who didn't play for us last year. An Overshone, a John Stevens, who was on his way to making this team before he tore his ACL. You have a Diggs who you didn't get to play. You didn't see play but a couple of games last year, so we're going to have him back. There's a lot of different moving parts that we didn't have that were a part of this team in addition to the draft. And, of course, when we make these draft picks, they're going to have great opportunities to step in here and play. And, you need to have that happen to complement what you already have on what we feel is a really strong roster.
Stephen Jerry Tyler, actually with ESPN. Track record of first-round success with offensive linemen since Tyron, Travis Frederick, Zach, and Tyler Smith. What have you guys been able to, quote, figure out, if you have, about offensive line play and getting a quality guy to come in and be ready to go immediately?
Well, I'll start. It's great to be drafting a position when there's a lot of them, quantity. If you're where we are, of course, it's 24 pick. But my point is, if you can go in and it happens to fit need, and there is a long numbers of them in the draft, that's fortuitous. That's a good thing to have happen. So that's very good. Secondly, for me, I was an offensive lineman. They're always the smartest, the best looking, and they're the ones that end up owning the teams. And so it's fun to be able to pick a good offensive lineman.
Well, I think the communication, too, is outstanding between our scouting staff and Mike and his staff, Will and his staff, in terms of really getting on the page as to what we want in a Dallas Cowboy offensive lineman. And, there's guys up there that some people have higher than others. Everybody's got an opinion and certainly a feel for what would fit with their group. And I just think we do a great job of going through, all these guys and really communicating back and forth. As Jerry and I sit there and, ask questions and get input as to, what would be the difference. I mean, obviously, when we drafted Tyron Smith, you had a Salder out there, you had a Costanzo and guys like that who, everybody had rated different. Turned out it looks like, between the communication that we had between our personnel department and our coaching staff, we were able to get what we feel like was the best guy out of those three, and we liked all three, but we liked Tyron better. So I think that's an important part of this. We want to draft a Dallas Cowboy offensive lineman that fits in the room with a Zach Martin, with a Tyler Smith, with a Terrence Steele. You want that guy that you pick to be a guy who's going to go in that room and be accretive to what we're trying to get accomplished there. And I think certainly I think we've had great work put into this process. And as Jerry said, it's certainly fortuitous when you look up, and probably one of the deeper positions on this draft, I think unanimously, is the offensive line position.
One of the advantages that I have is that, seriously, sitting right next to me within foot kicking distance is our head coach, Mike. And I don't have anybody that I respect any more about evaluating an offensive lineman, or for that matter, how important that is to this team this year. So I couldn't have anybody that I'm lining up even more. Got Will sitting about where Clarence, you're sitting, about far across the room. Got Steven sitting here, and so we got a good hold on this thing right here. And Mike, I'm not running the show here, but seriously, I'd like for you to talk about offensive linemen, because I know you're going to be kicking him. He wore me out. He wore me out last year on an offensive lineman that we ended up not taking. So, but still, it's good. Good feeling. He's got a great feel for what we need to be doing in the offensive line.
Well, I love the way this press conference is going. So don't feel obligated to have me talk. But No, we have an excellent process, really. I mean, just the involvement of a coaching staff in the draft process is, and I've spoken on this before, it's the most I've ever been around. So, and I just think, the history of how the Cowboys, through Jerry, Steven, and Will assess value to a player, and everybody has input. It serves us very well.
Mike, how important is the interior protection for a quarterback compared to the tackles in your mind? Is that?
I think it's very important, but I think if you just don't go too far, and I'm talking about our division games. I think the defensive tackle play in our division is as strong as I've ever seen, and in my history in the league, if you don't have 4 or 5 number 1 picks on your defensive line, you're behind the times. So I think pass rush is at a premium. So it's definitely something that we put a premium on, not only who we have protecting in there, but how we do it.
John Machado with The Athletic. Jerry, what's your message to the fan base who's frustrated that you guys haven't done a lot in free agency, that you guys haven't gotten contract extensions done with the key 3 guys that you want to? What do you say to them? Because you obviously said that you're all in and that you're confident in this roster. What is your message to them?
Well, you can understand there is, I didn't just understand where we are with our cap at the Senior Bowl. That's something we live with and know, like I would understand everything financially around here. And so I think our structure and our involvement at every level that we are in our process of getting personnel is ideal for making good decisions. I know what it's like to make a mistake because I'm going to be living with it 10 years from now. I'm not just in here for a 5-year session at GM and then gone. So I know what it's like to have to live with how you're doing. That bears on it. With that in mind, I compare this to college and scholarships. And if you had in college a system that allowed you to get better players, if you'd give that one 5 scholarships, let's say you were limited to 30, but you had the ability to get the better players by giving 5 scholarships to that player. Well, you'd know that when you gave them the 5, that was going to limit you. You weren't going to be able to have 30. You were only going to be able to have 26 on your team because you've given away 5 just to get one guy. That's the system that has really made the NFL the game that it is today, because it has created such parity or such opportunity for parity. And it works. It absolutely works. There's a very reason why we're 24th out of 32 teams draft that we get to pick a player this time, because we were the 24th best in the NFL according to the rules. And so we get to pick, everybody gets to pick before us up to 24. And so that's what we're doing. What that does is effectively create the competition in the game that we have right now. It's called a salary cap. It is not a lack of money under the premise. It's not that at all. It's a part of the rules, just like you can't be offsides, or you can't hit a guy when he's already on the ground, or you can't use your hands at the wrong time on the defensive secondary. Part of the rules of this game is to have a salary cap. And that salary cap means that if you pay Martin more money one year, you're going to have less to pay the next year. That's just part of it that goes. And that's what you see. Now, I don't mean to be talking elementary at all, and I'm not. It's just that we know that rule is there and have known it ever since we've been in the salary cap business, that comes. And so it's no mistaking. Sometimes you look at your account and you're loaded with money in there that day. But you know you've incurred bills that has 3 times the bills that you have money in your account, but that day it looks like you got a lot of money. Well, you've got to be disciplined about spending what's in your account if you know you got all these bills out here. That again is what we're talking about. Now, don't interrupt me.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm teasing him. Go.
No, the thing I would say too is the elephant in the room is, was our playoff success. And we could win an off season like we did last year and get an A. Boy, you went and got Cooks, you went and got Gilmore, you signed some veteran players, and boy, you won the off season. But guess what? We didn't get it done in the playoffs. So until we do that, you could say, well, you signed 2 or 3 or made 2 or 3 trades or 2 or 3 free agents. Until we have the success in the playoffs, that's the biggest question that everybody, is going to ask is, how are you going to get over that hurdle? And we feel like we can do it with this roster. I know Mike feels strongly about our team and what we can get done with it. I don't want to speak for Mike, but, that's the elephant in the room. And, we just feel strongly that because we have had success in the drafts, I think it's pretty well documented. If you have success in the drafts, then you want to keep those players. And so our priorities have been historically, because we've had success in the draft, is to then pay your own. And I know during free agency, because, boy, free agency, that's the focus, then everybody wants to see activity during free agency. Now, when you're talking about big contracts like a Dak, like a CD, like a Micah, those things don't happen overnight. I mean, those things take time. Obviously, there's timing based on what other teams are doing with their players at that position. So there's a lot of moving parts, and certainly you want to get it right. As we mentioned, there's some contracts that you look up and you didn't get right. I mean, that happens to all 32. You make some bets, and because you're dealing with human beings, you're dealing with injury, you're dealing with all the things that go on. Sometimes those contracts don't pan out for you. But when you're paying the type of money, we ultimately will or would have to keep them to a Dak, to a Mike, or a CD, you want to make sure you get it right.
The other thing is that you do understand when you have been operating on the credit card. And there's no question we've been operating on the credit card. That's how we've had Dak Prescott plus this great supporting cast around him for the last 3 or 4 years. You can't keep that if, in fact, all of a sudden the system causes that to go up, then you've got to start depreciating down. So if you decide to have a key player and you pay him to that extent, then he's going to have less supporting cast around him. Look around. That's the way it works. That's the way it's been working in the NFL. The sin would be to wake up after a Green Bay and say, oh my goodness, what have we got here? Our fans may not have been attuned to this, and even you in this room to some degree might not have been attuned to it. Boy, we've been attuned to it. And so we have known that you were going to basically have to have less in order to have some of the players that we want to have at the prices they are. You got to have less supporting cast. There's no getting around it. Where does it come from? It comes from really the draft, young players. It comes from playing players. That puts a big load on this guy's shoulder over here. It comes from not the highest price free agents. That's where it comes from. And when you are in that spot, your sins catch up with you at that time. So the guys you hit on, the guys show up, and the guys you paid that didn't hit on, they show up. By the same token, sometimes some great things happen to you. You get a Micah Parsons. Well, Micah Parsons is going to take some cap to have Micah, and so does CD. All of that, I wouldn't trade getting to do this for any job in the world, and getting to be here, sitting here explaining to you what we're doing. So this isn't the world's smallest violin sitting up here complaining or talking for our fans. I just want to try to be good enough to work through this and us have a winning season, which we got a chance to have.
Calvin. This is for Jerry and Steven. When did you guys fully embrace this philosophy of draft and develop? Because you guys have signed big-time free agents in the past before.
You embrace draft and develop when you draft well. I mean, you start to embrace it when you have the success, that we've had as an organization. the coaches that have been doing the developing, that play them, that have the confidence to play these players right away, and then you develop them and they have success. I mean, we hadn't brought him up, but Diggs is paid. He's one of the top corners in the league, and he's a guy that we picked and Mike and his staff developed. Terrence Steele was a college free agent from Texas Tech. Part of the draft process, our philosophy on going out and getting our top priority free agents, but when you have success, you embrace that in terms of the type of players that you're getting your hands on. The flip side of that is we've had some success, looking for the right veterans to bring in a Malik Cooker, who we really liked in the draft. And now he's become a foundational type player for us back there at safety. And, he was a top 15, top 12 player on our board. That's why we brought him in here. We had patience with his injury issues, and he's turned into one of our better players on the roster. We think those things can happen. You just have to keep grinding, keep looking for the right players to bring in here that give you some opportunity to bring some guys along in a system we have. We think Zim's going to do a great job with these players. Hats off to Dan. He had a great run here, but I think Zim's going to bring an edge. It was something Mike wanted in terms of bringing Zim in. He thought we needed, that edge there, and I think he's going to bring that to this defense and bring some guys along that I think will really help us out in terms of where we came up a little short, stopping the run, that type of deal, in our big games and the playoff game.
We have embraced running out of cap room, just as we embraced using it when we had it. So you embrace a lot about where you are. Now, the mistake would be not to be looking around the corner ahead and understanding 2 and 3 years out where you're going to be. But you use the word embrace. You embrace it when you've recognized that you've spent 4 scholarships on that player, he's gone, and you borrowed it out of this year, and so you only have 25 scholarships to work with. That'll cause you to embrace it right there. And that dictates timing, but I don't want to imply that it's just all of a sudden wake up this morning and it's here. No, it's been known, and you plan it for quite some time. Everybody that's ever run a business really gets that. They get that. And so they plan ahead. They look around corners. You have to. Now, you've got some ambiguousness in what we do. It's called availability. Some of these guys you were counting on get hurt. Some of them have less longevity in their when they're playing in their age. Some of them, for instance, also it bears down to their talent level isn't what you might have expected. Those are all mistakes that we've made right and left, but we've hit on some too. And so all of that makes it, you gotta, as I've said a lot of times, you don't need to be doing this unless you got a high tolerance for ambiguity, which means you don't know what's right around the corner.
Jane.
Jane Slater, NFL Network. Trust me, I get budgeting. I've been working on it over the years. But my job is to explain to fans, friends, and family who don't understand when you've got these 3 free agents, particularly Dak. We've seen in the past, I don't think us covering this team, we're surprised that a deal hasn't gotten done. And typically they don't get done until training camp. But why not work on those deals earlier so that you have the flexibility to go get those veterans that have led to success in the last 2 postseasons?
Your problem is that well, I'm answering your question, but you don't have many problems. I really, you're excellent. But the point is that you may be working on it and not moving anything but your eyebrows. Who in the world would think that we're not working on it? I work on it. It pops open at 2 in the morning sometimes. What your actually question is why don't you have something done and negotiated and put in the drawer? Well, we'd like to see some more leaves fall. We'd like to see some more action. It's called option. A lot of guys need to hand it off, first guy through the line. Another one will keep it another step, decide whether to pitch it or not. He'll decide whether to turn upfield with it, and then he's still got a pitch left. So it's called option quarterback. That's working the problem. That's working the problem. I've spent my life being an option quarterback, and I can go right out to the damn sideline and still leave a pitch in me. So I can do that, and that's just a style that you have. And so you never know. You might give money to somebody that you shouldn't have given it to. You got 2 or 3 of those names around here for me? I've been reading about them all week. So I know they're out there. I shouldn't have handed it off as quick. Should have gone on out and seen a few more. See some more defense before I either pitched it or kept it. So to say that you're not working on it and going is not the right answer. What they differ with you is your style, because it's on your mind. It'd be madness not to know that the contracts are ahead. I want to see a few more cards played, candidly. If you got trouble with when the timing is around here, it's because I'm not ready to go.
And you don't worry about those numbers going up as a result of other teams paying some of these players at their positions?
I worry about, if you're asking me, do I worry about things going up? Not worry, but I probably have as good a feel as anybody living on this earth what the cap is going to be 3 years from now and 4 years from now, 5 years from now. I really do. We've got exceptional insight into where the cap is going to be, more so than a lot of people.
Jane, I can assure you, if we felt like we could get a number that was a good number, because unfortunately these, as we all know, representatives talk to each other. You don't think the representatives of Jefferson and CD and Chase aren't talking? And you don't think they got their eye on something really big? Please. I mean, they're not ready to come in here. Same thing with Micah and same thing with Dak. I mean, it's just, it's a little cat and mouse. Total respect for him.
Why not get ahead of that then, if you know what some of those big numbers might be?
Well, you don't know what those big numbers might be. And as I said, if you really, your gut feel was, if Jerry's gut feel was that was a good number, then you might would do it.
You're say get ahead of it as though you knew the answer. And one reason you're not doing it is you may not have the answer. You may really need to see if there's more cap room. You might need to see if you're going to get somebody else signed. Or you really right then might not even have the money under the cap, of course. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's timing. Timing is obviously as important as the principal amount. And sometimes timing keeps you from making a mistake. And that's not just football. That's not just a salary cap. That's any decisions that you've got to have some ambiguity up to a bright line. The bright line's when it's done or gets done. And of course, in all due respect, the players, coaches, commissioners, everybody's listening to their music too when you start talking about this thing called pay. Okay? Sponsors, we all look at those things. So it's not boy, they should have done that last week because the price of tea in China went up. It's not the way you do it, frankly. Certainly not the way we do it, and I've seen criticism about that we wait too long to sign players or those kinds of things. They certainly can look back and say, if they'd have done it 5 years ago, then price of living was much down then. Okay, well, that might be the case, but we might have been waiting to see how a couple of players played and whether or not we want to keep them or not. Again, no decision is singularly based on that decision, just that scope, that person, that pay. because of the nature of the cap, it affects everybody down the line. So that has a big bearing on it too.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. A couple of questions. First, a handful of picks that you guys are missing in the middle rounds. Is there more of an intrigue to potentially get on the phone and trade back if your guy's not there at 24?
Well, I'll say this, it's very likely to have an opportunity to do that. And given the right people left on the board or the wrong people gone off the board and the right trade and what time of day it is and if I'm in the room, I'm just kidding now. Okay, really, there's a lot of variables here as to whether you'd go up or down, and I'm not trying to be cute there. Obviously, we'd like to have some middle round picks. But by the same token, Michael Parsons might be sitting there with that pick. Now, do you want to go for some more picks or do you want to nail it?
Second question for Mike. In your evaluation of all the running backs in this draft, how confident do you think that there is a guy that you could bring in that could be a starter potentially?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, when you look at these young players, I deal in the realm of adding quality players at every position for the competition. I don't ever succumb from the, obviously this has been an outstanding financial conversation you all have been having, but my job is really, and what it's always been is as a coach, you live your life on 6-month intervals, and it's really about improving the football team. And that's what this really comes down to. The most success I've had in this league as a head coach was the most injured football team I've ever coached. And then also lost 3 starters in the first half of the Super Bowl. So I'm about developing that whole 90-man roster. I hope we can get one of these running backs. It'd be great to add it to the room, but I don't believe in these draft picks are just absolutely starters. I don't succumb to an 11-man roster because it's not the reality of how this thing works. And I think the fact that we're in a 17-game schedule, it's even more exemplified in that. It's going to take them all to get to where we want to go to. I do know that for a fact. So and I'm not just trying to avoid the question. So whether it's running back, offensive line, defensive lineman, corner, we do a great job of putting a lot of time and putting value on all these players. It's our responsibility that when they come in here, that through system, instruction, draft and develop program that's in place, that they are the best they can be because they're just a part of it. They're just a part of it, and that's the reality of all this. It's exciting. The question earlier, hell yeah. I mean, the draft is exciting, but once the draft's over, the reality is okay. Now, where does this young man fit? And then how we get them trained, and then when that rookie orientation goes on, how do you get those rookies to fill the gap between them and the veterans? That's every single year at this time. So this is exciting because we know we're going to be adding guys to our locker room. And but what's most exciting for me is what's been going on here, and this is day number 6 of our off-season program. I get to go to the meetings. I get to watch these guys work out legally from my window because you're not allowed out there, but just so you know. So I get to see the development. I get to see where the real improvement's going to come. The most improvement of our football team will come from the 62 men that are already here working, and that's just the facts. And that's the way it's always been. So I hope to God there's a Micah Parsons or some impact player that comes in as a rookie and helps us. That would be a bonus. But at the end of the day, we're adding quality players that have value, and they will contribute, and that's just always been my approach.
Scottie, The Athletic. Jerry, you just mentioned that you guys are always working on those deals and things like that. The other day, Dak said that real talks haven't even began. So, how do you kind of interpret those comments, and what do you think his perspective is on that?
Well, I first of all respect how Dak handles his business, period, as much as any player I've ever been, any person that I've been associated with. So that's it. I think that we should realize that talks, quote, talks, don't necessarily is not a barometer of whether you're close to a deal at all. As a matter of fact, it might be one of the least barometers, because most agents get mad as hell if I talk to the player. So you don't even have talks if they had their way about it. If you see what I mean. And so my point is, it's a misnomer to think that talks or the total or the beginning of a time clock on talks has that much to do with signing a player. Those two aren't necessarily the same. Something that Mike pointed out that I think is very important is that the longer you're around the NFL and the more we see how our systems work, the more you realize that when you look at a player and you look at his, quote, not only his talent level, but his cap count, you have to ask, has you rather have two players or would you rather have the one player for the same cap count? It's that directly involved. And so we recently had an outstanding, in my mind, free agent, and we didn't sign him. And we literally always pointed to three starter type players for us that we had that we wouldn't have had we signed the player at generally the same positions. So this has to do with literally more making that share of the cap cover more players that could be on the field rather than just one. Plus your risk is less because of injury. Your risk is less because of talent issue. So what we have is, as it should be, really as the only way it can be. This is pro football. And it has to do with the allocation of your resources, which happens to be cap space. The draft pick is just one of 3 or 4 reasons he's out there.
Mike also talked about, catering to players' strengths and stuff, but you also, of course, have a system that you run your offense. At what point in the offseason or calendar year do you kind of take a look at what you have and how you can adjust or tweak your system to fit the strengths of whatever your roster is that year?
I mean, that really starts after the season. That's really the month of February. Scheme evaluation as you go through and really getting ready for the players that come back here in mid-April. So, and that's what we're going through right now. Today was our 6th meeting with the players. And I've always felt that, my responsibility as a head coach, and particularly with the coordinators, is, we look at this, we have 4 playbooks and the ones, the game management and so forth, but our systems have to be able to accommodate the gifts of players that we're able to draft. I think you can get, if your idea of what a Dallas Cowboy looks like, if it gets too narrow, it doesn't really take advantage of the whole draft process. So I think when you look at that process, because in February and in March, we're really evaluating all the things we've done and how they fit our current players. And then as we're looking at the draft or even free agency, how do those guys fit? So, I mean, to me, that's an annual process.
Michael
Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Mike, you've coached a number of young teams in the past. This team coming up with the young players who are extending into roles vacated by veterans stands to be younger than the one in the previous year. How does having a young team influence the way you teach, the way you install, the way you may tap into a certain moment with your messaging to the group, or otherwise?
Well, it really is seamless because I've always catered all of our training to the youngest player. Because to me, the youngest player is always the least educated, the least experienced player in the room. So everything we do once we come together, which started last week, is really catered to those young players. And I think the biggest thing is, which you get from the veterans, is their ability to give back. This is a great opportunity for our older players to say, okay, check, I got this. We did it like this last year. We're going to adjust it this year. This is why they probably have been through the reason why you did it one way and maybe adjusted it another way. So that part has never been a challenge, and it's probably really goes back to the beginning of my head coaching career, because that's all I know is draft and develop. I mean, it's, I lived in it at an extreme, level in the early days. So something I'm very comfortable in, and that's where really the ability for the team to make its biggest gains will come from these young players that are here.
Scholar.
Scottie Scheffler with the AP. Jerry, you mentioned Zeke and having to pay him in 2019, and last year when you all got a deal with Zach and got him in, you alluded to the motivation being, we feel like we've got a Super Bowl roster and Zach needs to be here. Does CD fall into that category, do you think, the guy that you all really need to be what you want to be?
I think CD is one of the best players in the NFL. And so I think he's very incremental to, because of his position, to quarterback success, personally. I think if you look at complementary football, he does it all there for you. He's multifaceted in where we can line him up, the type of things we can use him for. He's dedicated in his practice, and he's sound physically. And so that puts him really right there at the top as far as a player. So I'm trying to answer your question. I guess the answer is, without saying any more, I think he's one of the top players in the NFL.
Patrick.
A couple questions. First question is for all three of you guys, whichever one wants to chime in. You mentioned, Mike, about the importance and the value of the center position, obviously, as it relates to looking at left tackle. Going into this particular draft, obviously offensive line could be viewed as a need for you guys, but you have the flexibility of Tyler Smith as well. So if you're on the clock and your top available tackle prospect is there versus your top available center prospect, how does the flexibility of Tyler Smith versus where you as a coach would like Tyler Smith to play, how does that go into the decision on who you pick?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is, you got to take the best player, the best value. That's why we have the draft process. Tyler's flexibility gives us, something unique to have. The fact that he's started at both positions at such a young age is pretty special. But I look at these players, just say the offensive line room, which player, regardless of the position, do they make the offensive line room better? And I have great confidence in our process that if we do select one high, that they'll make the offensive line room better, and then we'll figure it out. Because if we had to go play a game today, we'd be able to. Where Tyler would line up would probably be at guard or maybe tackle. How you like that answer? But that's just the reality of where we are, and that's where. And I get the paper championships that are won in the spring, and you try to fill up your roster. If you lose a Tony, you're supposed to replace it with another guy. That's just not the reality of how this thing works. So I just think we just need to just stay true to our board, and whoever we add in any of those position rooms, especially offensive line room, will make us better.
And for Jerry and Stephen, both of you guys have spoken obviously favorably about Dak Prescott. Stephen, a few weeks ago, you said that you still see that there's improvement, that a ceiling that Dak hasn't hit yet, which is promising because it shows he has more room to grow. Jerry, when you asked about potentially drafting a quarterback, you said, and I'll quote, they could be the best thing since ice cream. Can kind of bet on the Cowboys not taking him in the first round. How do you guys balance knowing the value and knowing that you want Dak Prescott here for the future, also knowing that you gave up a fourth-round pick to get Trey Lance in to develop, with potentially a scenario where a high-priority quarterback is staring you in the face?
I'll start it. We want Dak Prescott. So that's that. And there's no question that Mike's focus, not that he didn't have focus, but how he improved last year, and I give Mike a lot of the credit for it. That improvement demonstrated to me there's more as far as ultimately winning what we're trying to do here. So your question nails it for me. We want Dak, and we think that there's room for growth. He is absolutely unsurpassed as far as what he is as an individual, his work ethic, what he brings in the leadership, everything about what you would think about as quarterback. And so he's got that. He's had a few hits, but everybody else has too. And so then you get into the $64,000 question, and that is with all of the risks that's involved and what have you, if you look around the league, the teams that have really made that big-time commitment, we have in light of where we have committed in the past. We have that to add to whatever we do with him. And so it's a double whammy. We've got a lot still from seasons past that we have to add to that. And so all of that presents a challenge. This you wouldn't even have a response if we were in a different place relative to the cap. If you are a team that has a lot of cap room, and then you have a quarterback for a little while that is well underneath in his rookie contract, San Francisco last year, us with Dak early, after we had Romo, and boy, we had a lot of credit card use there on Romo. Well, Dak came along, so we didn't have to have it, and so we were able to absorb that money and still keep talent around him. So Dak has enjoyed in his career that we're proud of some of the best supporting cast that you could put around him. And to move forward, we're going to have to diminish that. That's a fact. That's the rules. And so that's our challenge, and to make it work out. Dak, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, I can't even blink on that one.
Last one.
That was one of the most surreal experiences that I've ever had up here at the station.
What makes you say that, Kevin?
I mean, there's many reasons, not the least of which is Jerry Jones saying, we have the 24th pick in the draft. They set that for a reason. We have the 24th pick because we're the 24th best team in the NFL. That was a thing that he actually said.
Can't confirm.
I mean, realistically, it would be what? The 9th best team? But he said the 24th best team. And the way they kicked it off by saying, proud of the roster, promise of the team. We're going to have Steven on. I have questions, and he might be like, I didn't say that. That was Jerry. But that was amazing, man.
Yeah. How many draft questions did you get answered in that? Because I thought it was the draft press conference, and it was mostly about how little they spent in free agency, what's going on with Dak, where CD and Micah's bunnies create problems.
How many scholarships do we have?
And I felt like it was less about like, hey, this is what we're interested in this draft. This is what we're trying to accomplish with this roster. And that's what I kind of wanted.
And I have a top hat on. Here's my three-ring circus. La 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 la.
It's hard to argue with. Like, I don't always like the way you say that, Mike, but it's hard to argue after that. When they straight up come out and they're like, yeah, we're all in. And I'm proud of this roster and the promise of this team. It's mostly the same team we brought back last year that got they're destroyed in the playoffs to a historic portion. I don't know. All right, coming up next, it's either going to be the C block or we're going to talk with Steven Jones. One of those things will happen next, right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
The V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to apparently talk with Stephen Jones imminently. In the meantime, I wanted to throw this out there. Caitlin Clark signed her deal with Nike. 8 years, $28 million.
But she only makes $300,000 for her whole contract.
She's going to make a hell of a lot more from Nike than she is the WNBA.
Serious question.
Base contract.
Is she the first woman basketball player to get maybe a signature shoe?
No, there's been signature shoes. There just haven't been a lot of them, especially not this quickly into your professional career.
Okay.
This is definitely like a new thing where immediately they're going into that signature space with her.
Cool.
Now, right now, we're going to do a little C block before Stephen Jones comes around.
All right, Kevin. Just trying to figure out exactly which one I want to roll with first because...
The best one.
All right, then.
Oh.
Does Mitch Garver deserve a standing ovation?
Yes.
Yeah, he's part of the World Series team.
He's not as maybe as important. I almost compared him to Tyson Chandler. Tyson Chandler
Mariner.
was more important to the 2011 Mavs than Mitch Garver was to last year's Rangers, but they both played important roles. Tyson Chandler had a bigger role on the Mavs, but he played a big role.
Yeah, and that's, so he's a Mariner now, though, and I don't know how I feel about cheering and clapping for a
You
Mariner.
don't cheer for him as the game goes along, just before.
So if he gets up and he goes to the plate, cheer loud enough to get a tip of the cap.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right now, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Now, I heard Jerry say that there would be opportunity to trade down, as there usually are in drafts if you want it. But I was curious, with the first 3-round picks and then not another pick until 174, do you feel the need to try and pick up another top 100, top 125 pick?
Well, I would tell you normally, which we always have looked at that, in that area, we've always looked maybe at a quarterback. It doesn't usually the case. That's why we went ahead and pulled the trigger on our 4th rounder with Trey Lance. And so that really, helps us out there. But, just in order to have a 4th round pick, no, we wouldn't just move down for that. I think Jerry was pretty clear in there. If it's if it's a player that we think's the player, then we're going to pick him. If there's an opportunity to trade down and we think either there's not the player or there's, 3 or 4 guys that we think may still be there, if we trade down and pick up another 3 or a 4, then certainly we'll entertain it.
Stephen, what's if you were to build the perfect running back for this offense, what would that perfect running back look like?
Barry Sanders works. Emmitt Smith works. Earl Campbell could work.
All right. Okay. In
all seriousness, obviously you like a back who's got versatility, a back who's not only, can run the ball between the tackles, he can run the stretch play outside, and he can catch the ball out of the backfield. And, oh, by the way, he'll, step up there and hit a linebacker right in the mouth pass blocking. I mean, those are the qualities you look for. Very rarely does a back, have all those qualities. But certainly, Mike's always looking for versatility, and that's why most of the time now you look around the league now, and there's a lot of teams that do this by committee because, it takes a couple of backs to hit all those points in terms of where you want strength in your running game as well as your passing game.
And what is the philosophy of the Cowboys on taking players with injury history or concerns versus players without injury history? Because y'all do seem to sometimes go, you know what, we're willing to take a risk at this round or with this type of player.
Yeah, I think it all depends on the injury. At the end of the day, you've got to get your hands around. We got our hands around 1 year with Jalen Smith that we knew we weren't going to have him for a year. And that's the hardest one to make. There's other ones that you make the decision that, hey, he might not be 100%, the first quarter of the season, but he'll be heading in that direction. And, by, halfway through the season, you'll have him full board. Then you certainly handicap that in a different way than you do the one I just talked about with the Jalen Smith. There's also the ones that have injuries that, could ultimately affect career longevity. So each one of them, to really be fair, is different. And then it's compared to what? What are you going to pass up in order to go with a player that maybe or that has an injury that might limit him into training camp and maybe even the first part of the season versus, one that's going to take a lot longer. All those things go into play when you ultimately make that decision.
One of the things that came up in the press conference is Jerry talked about, it was about Dak, but it's probably about a lot of players. Sometimes you just have to wait for a little bit more action. Is that more action in terms of hearing from Dak's agent? Is that in terms of watching how the market shakes out? Could you give us a little clarification on that?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. I mean, there's let's go, Dak seems to always be at the center of attention. I understand why. He's one of the quarterback of the Cowboys and one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But like a CeeDee Lamb, there's a certain wide receiver market out there right now. And then you always have situations where you have unique players that are coming up that are wanting to, maybe move that market. And certainly, when you look around the league and you see a Jefferson, you see a Chase, Jamar Chase, you see obviously CD, those things make it hard. And of course, I'm sure those guys have conversations with one another as well as their agents have with one another. And I'm sure they're, have their thoughts there. So a lot of times they can just be difficult. Certainly, Micah, he's still, he's got his tender this year. Then he's got, certainly, those guys probably aren't going away from us anytime soon. And so, you just don't want to really step out there. We don't. In our case, if we saw the right deal, we'd hit it. And, we'd make a deal. But, I think that wanting to see, as Jerry said, some cards played, I think probably works on both sides. And that's why you have to be patient on these things.
And then last thing I got for you, since you are so in tune with the salary cap, I'm hoping for clarification so we can understand this better. I can understand this better. Because of the void years and how that works, if Dak Prescott were to play out his contract, move on, is there still like a $40 million cap hit that comes along with him after he's gone? And does that add pressure to keep him here?
No, I don't think it adds. I mean, the pressure to keep Dak here is Dak's a supreme leader. He's outstanding. He's, I think he's second in MVP this year. We've won 12 football games 3 years in a row. I mean, obviously the elephant in the room, whether it's Jerry and myself, whether it's Mike McCarthy, whether it's Dak, whether it's CD, Micah, is we've got to have success in the playoffs. So, to me, that's the only thing there in terms of, in terms of what we're working through with Dak and what we can put around him.
And is that accurate on because of the void years that there'll still be a hit if for some reason he were to leave?
Yes. I mean, there is that. I would say that's an accurate number, but I don't think it puts pressure on you because obviously most of the time you're going into a situation where you are going to have a quarterback that costs quite a bit less if that were to happen. Certainly our thoughts aren't focused on that. They're focused on, what type of situation works for us and for Dak in terms of a contract extension for him.
Well, Stephen, just know that every time you talk to Kevin, he's still trying to apply for that job to be your cap guy. So don't ever forget, he always wants to do that for you, all right?
I'll keep you guys in mind for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. We'll catch up at the end Friday.
On with you.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And that's a key thing right there. And I promise...
That was a really good question.
I promise I understood his answer, but I just wanted to clarify that with the void years. And Stephen did say that number is about accurate, $40.4 million, give or take, that if Dak left, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if he did, that number still comes due.
Okay, what do you think is more valuable, that number or success in the playoffs?
I say it's success in the playoffs.
He said it. He said, hey, yes, that's real, but but success in the playoffs ultimately is what we, are basing a lot of these decisions on.
I hear you. I don't think so.
It's too big of a pill to swallow?
I don't think so, just because this Cowboys team doesn't want to seem to rebuild. If you were cool with rebuilding, then you could eat that number no problem. Because you're like, all right, well, we have $40 less million in cap. That'll probably help facilitate a better draft pick and blah, blah, blah. That is not the Cowboys way. And I appreciate his answer. I guess I just don't feel that that's the actual perception. That's not my perception of this franchise. They will look at it and be like, we can't eat $40 million. Let's give them the 5-year extension or whatever the number ends up being so we can smooth that number out across the extension. That's just my opinion.
And Jerry's whole, hey, the credit card company's coming to call at some point and you got to pay the credit card thing. Like that's not a signal that at some point we do have to just bite the bullet on this one. It's because they have never shown the propensity to do that.
I can't imagine what it's like to get questions as often as, let's just say, the Jones family, or probably a lot of other really high-profile people. But one thing in that presser is I did kind of think there was a few times when Jerry explained things as if the people asking the questions, whether it was Jane, whether it was whoever else, didn't actually understand the workings of the salary cap. And I definitely think they do. I definitely think she does. I definitely think we do, because he said, oh, we've been operating on the credit card system. And I was that's been that way forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he says he can see 2 to 3 years down the line better than just about anybody in terms of what the cap's going to be, that boggles my mind even more so why you wouldn't give CD the deal right now. Save some money right now. Why you wouldn't give Dak the deal right now. If you know more or less better than anybody else what the cap's going to be in 3 years, 2 years, feels like this negotiation would be pretty short. Sorry, that's not going to fit with what the cap's going to be, or sounds good.
Well, how do you know what the cap's going to be if I'm the agent? That's what I'm doing. How do you know? Well, because I'm the one creating it, dummy.
I mean, maybe so. I didn't love a lot of the things that got said in there. And the very first thing, we talked about it. I'm not trying to piss people off, but the very first thing that Jerry said was, we're proud of our roster and the promise of this team. And I know they talked about young players that will step up. But when Josh Ball's name continues to come up as a young player who can't even sniff the field at a position where you have need, I get concerned about that.
Yeah, but he's part of the 3 Bs, the big baller brand.
Then he's destined to succeed. I don't know if that is the case.
Isn't that the 4th?
I don't know about any potential relations
Labello,
there.
Lonzo,
but
the other one,
I get
Josh.
I get it. You have to sell.
Kevin, this is the C block still. So let me get to another thing I wanted to get to real quick, because I did have a question for you. Did you discuss the heart monitors for parents during the Olympics this year?
Oh, no.
Okay, because we know that Snoop Dogg and Kelly Clarkson and Jimmy Fallon are going to be involved some way. But this year, NBC's revealed that it plans to place heart rate monitors on parents of the athletes that are competing in the 2024 Olympics in Paris, as Reggie makes me say. With the live results of their heart rates being shown on the screen. So you get to see what whoever's running the 100 meters or whoever's swimming, you can see their parents' heart rate monitors going insane.
Okay. Or you're going to see
post celebrations,
how some of these athletes win so many medals because they got the ice water in their veins from their parents. I would love to see one of these swimming events and Katie Ledecky or whoever's parents is 80 miles per hour. Maybe it's a little tiny bit
heartbeats per second, minute
per minute,
hour.
And they're that person calm as hell. Their kid is going for the Olympic medal, and they're they got it.
Yeah, they got this. And they're oh my gosh. Or one of those archers. And they're oh my gosh, I'd be so nervous right now trying to shoot at this little thimble.
I would be nervous as hell. But I kind of think some of those athlete parents are going to be I got it.
Have you never seen the videos of the archers that shoot things through CD holes and stuff like that? It's awesome. They're amazing.
You've been spending a lot of time on TikTok, haven't you?
I love it.
What is your question, Mike?
You said somebody shooting something through CD's hole?
All right. Okay. We can't. Don't, please.
Mike,
please.
I know we're dealing with streaming now, but there used to be this thing called CDs. All right, and they has a little hole in it. All right, about yay size, and people shoot arrows through. They'll throw the CDs in the air and be like, "Whoosh," right through there. I'm like, what?
What did that sound like again?
Wink.
Okay, thank you.
Wink.
And that's the C block.
That's a good block, man.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Now we're talking.
Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner.
Get your Jags on!
The man who runs AEW and can maybe convince Mike to ask a question. It's Tony Khan right here on The Fan.
Tony Khan.
Miss any show?
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner and the man who runs AEW. It's Tony Khan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
Well, I know there's a lot of wrestling stuff that I want to ask you about. I want to get a couple football questions in. Can you tell us how your draft board looks and who you hope to take at 17 in the draft on Thursday?
I cannot tell you that, but I'm very excited for this week. It's going to be one of the craziest weeks I've ever had, and I'm very fired up. We've got AEW Dynamite coming up, 7 p.m. Central Time there, 8 p.m. Eastern, of course, here in Jacksonville, Florida. But 7 o'clock tomorrow on TBS, you'll all be able to see a great night of pro wrestling, and it's the start of a very busy week for us in Jacksonville. We've got AEW on Wednesday and Saturday night, and then this big week with the Jacksonville Jaguars draft.
Tony Khan joining us for future Super Bowl champion of the NFL with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And
he loves
my
Trevor,
guy, Trevor
Lawrence, Tony.
I'm a big Trevor Lawrence guy, Tony, but just help me out. I know there's a lot of things upcoming in the draft, but December hurt me so much. You guys had set yourself up so well beating the Houston Texans. Do you feel like what was the issue, and do you feel like it can get solved in 2024?
I absolutely think the Jaguars are going to have a great season in 2024. We got off to a really strong start in 2023 and didn't finish it. And I think combination of things, injuries and some changes we've made in the organization, things that we can address next year. I really believe in 2024 it's going to be a great year for the Jaguars and the Jags fans. We're all really fired up. I think it's going to be a great draft, and we've been doing some really exciting things in free agency this year, too, for the Jaguars.
Now, my last kind of Jacksonville Jaguar question is, because we are here in Dallas, we hear a lot about the Houston Texans. We're not far away, and obviously C.J. Stroud kind of took that division by storm as the season progressed. How concerned do you get about a quarterback in your division who's a rookie who looked that good that quick?
He did some great things. Really, really impressive as a rookie quarterback, and just in general, really impressive last season. I was very impressed. And I think it's going to make the division more competitive. We've been in the AFC South a long time, and definitely it feels like there's some really strong competition right now, some teams getting a lot better, and everybody's going to be feeling good, I think, about where their team's at coming out of this draft, because it's a deep draft, and it's an opportunity for all the teams in the division to get better.
You still prefer Trevor Lawrence over C.J. Stroud, right?
I would take Trevor Lawrence against anybody. I love Trevor. I think he's the absolute man and the right quarterback for the Jaguars. We really believe in Trevor Lawrence here, and we're all behind him.
Tony and I are on the same page.
Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that, Mike and Tony. Now, you used the word impressive. I wish I had better superlatives, or maybe we should just make up a new superlative to talk about the Bryan Danielson-Will Ospreay match from Dynasty, because I feel like I'm selling it short by talking about how amazing it was. So if you want to make up a word to talk about how great you thought it was, I think that would be fine.
You're right. I mean, there aren't a lot of adjectives that would live up to describing how incredible this was, but it was fantastic. It was amazing. AEW Dynasty this past weekend, it was a great pay-per-view event. If you haven't seen it yet, you can find it on demand, streaming, or on cable. It's a great, great show, and it's one of my favorite wrestling pay-per-views ever. And at AEW Dynasty, we saw a lot of great things, including Bryan Danielson versus Will Ospreay, one of the best wrestling matches I've seen, and we're all better off for having seen that match. It was awesome, and it's what AEW is all about, trying to put on the best matches every week. I mean, we put on great matches every Wednesday on TBS, just like tomorrow night, Saturdays on TNT, and this pay-per-view, I think we set a new standard for AEW. It was one of our best shows ever and some of the best matches I've ever seen in my entire life.
We frequently get texts that just say, "Whose house?" How awesome was it to see Swerve win the world title?
Well, it was fantastic. St. Louis was Swerve's house. The Chaffetz Arena was Swerve's house, and really the entire wrestling world is Swerve's house. I think everybody really rallied behind him. It was a great pay-per-view, like we said, at AEW Dynasty, and we crowned a new world champion, Swerve Strickland, and he'll be at AEW Dynamite tomorrow night. We got a lot of exciting things coming up tomorrow night on TBS, 7 o'clock. They're in Dallas, and every Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central Time. Really, really excited about our new world champion, Swerve Strickland, and a lot of great things happening in AEW wrestling right now.
I know you got the next pay-per-view Memorial Day weekend, Double or Nothing in Vegas, and the All In London. I'm kind of curious, what's that acceptance? What's that love that crowd like in London overseas?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. You know, I've spent so much of my life over there now working in English football in the Premier League with Fulham Football Club, and we're having a great season there. And the last few years have been really, really great for Fulham, getting back to the Premier League and establishing ourselves. And they were recently in Dallas, the Fulham Football Club, with our young players there for the Dallas Cup. And I've really loved the London fans and being able to bring the biggest wrestling event we've ever had to London. It was amazing. And the fans were a huge part of it. And the wrestlers, the fans, the city of London, everybody came together for a perfect night for AEW All In. I can't wait to go back to Wembley Stadium in August. It's going to be a great pay-per-view event. And, you know, we sold 81,035 tickets, over 81,000 tickets for this show last year. And we're off to a great start selling tickets for this year's show. And it's crazy because the show is still over 4 months away. And we have just a great crowd already. And we're going to keep selling tickets to that show. And I expect it's going to live up to last year's great event. The fans in London are rabid for wrestling, just like the fans there in Dallas and around Texas are some of the best wrestling fans in the world.
You know, because of y'all's interests in England and because the Jags would play over there, I always thought that potentially the Jags could move to London. Can you just shut down that dream right now?
Yes, I don't think that's necessarily feasible. I think we have a great situation here in Jacksonville, and we've been doing a lot of things, redeveloping the stadium. You know, we've redeveloped our practice facility. We built really, I believe, one of the nicest office and practice facilities in all of sports. And the Jaguars went from having probably some of the least nice offices in the NFL to the nicest. We have a great facility now, and we've put a lot of resources into this city, this community, and we love it here in Jacksonville. And I think we have a really good thing with the Jaguars playing in London every year. It's become a great tradition now, going back over 10 years. And we want to keep doing that, but also keep the great football here in Jacksonville with the Jaguars.
Now, you've been on our show many, many times. We always appreciate it. I have to admit, I think you're great. I also listen to the 83 Weeks podcast, though. Why do you and Eric Bischoff just not seem to get along?
It's an interesting question. You know, I think first of all, there haven't been that many wrestling companies that have risen to international prominence there aren't that many wrestling companies in modern history that have sold, tens of thousands of tickets to their events and sold hundreds of thousands of pay-per-views. And in that sense, Eric and I do have something in common, and I do respect his accomplishments. He's just got a show, this podcast, that's kind of largely devoted to taking shots at us, and a lot of it isn't really rational, logical, truthful. I don't think those things seem to matter to him anymore. But I do respect what he accomplished with WCW. It was a great company, and I think in that sense, I do respect him. I'm really very, very excited about what we have coming up this week for AEW. It's been a great run for us on TBS and TNT, and we're on TBS, like I said, tomorrow night. We're on TNT Saturday, And I think that's something I have in common with Eric. You know, there aren't a lot of people that have produced a lot of wrestling shows on TBS and TNT. So that's one thing we do have in common.
You guys always show plenty of love to Dallas, but with the expanded pay-per-view schedule, could we see a pay-per-view in Dallas soon for AEW?
I would really like that. I think that we could bring a great event to Dallas. It's something to keep an eye on. Maybe in 2025, I think would be great. We've set the calendar for this year, so 2025, next year, certainly Dallas is one of the top pay-per-view markets for AEW where we want to bring our events. I mean, you guys, obviously, just based on talking to you today, you saw AEW Dynasty in St. Louis this past weekend.
Yes.
I want to bring that kind of great wrestling to Dallas. You can see that kind of great wrestling every Wednesday, like tomorrow night on TBS, Saturdays on TNT, Fridays on TNT. You know, I love bringing it to TV, but there's nothing like seeing it live, especially the big pay-per-view shows. So you bet I can't wait to bring AEW's biggest events to Dallas, and I would love to do that next year.
Well, Tony, the first thing we're going to be partying in 2025 is us in New Orleans at the Super Bowl, right?
Well, that would be pretty cool. Nothing wrong with that. I would love that.
But maybe Dallas Cowboys make it too.
How about that? That would be a lot of fun.
I need you to not laugh at that about the Cowboys making the Super Bowl.
They're all in this year.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey.
Well, Jaguars Cowboys, we'd love to have that as a big game. That'd be a lot of fun for us. And I think we're going to have a great season either way, and really excited what's happening with the Jaguars, and also wishing all of you the best with what happens with the Cowboys this year.
Thank you very much, good sir. Dynamite.
Let's go, Jags!
Okay. Dynamite tomorrow, TBS, 7 o'clock off of a huge Dynasty pay-per-view. We appreciate your time very much, good sir.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on, and hope to see you all in Dallas soon, and hope everybody can tune in tomorrow night for Wednesday Night Dynamite, 7 p.m. on TBS.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Khan right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike Bassick planning ahead for next year's Super Bowl.
You hear that, Kevin? You hear what he said? The big game.
I
did say the big game. I heard that
hear
too.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, he said that? He can't say it? As an owner, you can't say that word?
No, you can't. Yes, you can.
You can't say it in general.
It's not a commercial. I got nervous, though, because we can turn our mics on and off, and Mike goes, yeah, hey, let me finish it off. I got something. And I was like, my mind started racing that I had no idea
He said,
where this was going to go.
We'll be partying in New Orleans. And he goes, and the Cowboys could be there too, huh?
And then he laughed. God.
Hey, I did warn him, though, that the Cowboys are all in this year.
You did.
So now the Jags are at least they're on notice
alert
that the Cowboys are all in.
I swear, I thought that was going to be your first question. Are the Jags all in this season?
They don't say silly things like that.
So there you go. Thank you very much to Tony Khan.
What a day.
I appreciate it, man. What a day indeed.
2 owners, 1 show.
Coming up next, we will talk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning. think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they have more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling.
Hopefully even better after our crosstalk.
Very enjoyable.
There were some fun times there.
I love preying with you guys.
Thank you very, very much. What do you think about the fact that Jerry defiantly said that the Cowboys are the 24th best team in the NFL? Now,
I was questioning my own IQ in that moment. Like maybe I'm the one that's wrong.
You're the problem.
Clearly, he just misspoke. We were joking about it off air. There was a wrestler who's challenging these two other guys, and he goes, "You're not half the man I am, and I'm not half as smart as you are." And you're like, wait a second, hold on. Did he just say? And so when he said, we're the 24th best team in the NFL, I thought, maybe, I don't know.
Why don't you start acting like it?
I don't know, man. They're off season. They seem to be shooting for that goal.
Yeah.
Any things of interest, revelations for you in that, or just you got to sell?
I think they're pointing the fingers at the agents a little bit here.
I did hear that as well.
I think they're a little upset that, and I thought the guys and gals did a good job of asking questions, probably don't get the answers that you deserve for your question. I thought Jane's questions were very good. And to me, Steven, he's taken it a little bit personally that these agents aren't willing to deal with him like he probably wants to deal with. And, I think Jerry took a little bit of offense that, hey, I'm here always working on these deals. And I think there's some truth to that. I do feel like, though, when you look at Todd France and him switching agencies the last time Dak was doing his contract, I don't think he necessarily was in any kind of hurry to get that done. So I'm sure that it's kind of a two-way street in that regard. But this is the first time that I've heard Steven and Jerry both point fingers at the other side.
What are you going to do about it? I mean, you're getting whooped by these guys. You are the sucker at the poker table. It's time to change your table image. And you do that by shocking the system, shocking the marketplace with, wow, they really meant what they said. So you got to pick some to be like, hey, we're not going to do what you want, and you're gone now. And then I think you regain your credibility at the bargaining table, because ultimately players don't want to leave the Cowboys. So you take a couple of people like you have now, whether that's a wide receiver holding out or a quarterback trying to extract MVP money from you as like the 12th best player at his position. And you say, okay, here's our guys we're going to let go. And there might be a temporary pill to swallow, but we're going to set a new standard moving forward that if you want to be with the Cowboys, cool. You got to play along with us a little bit. How did we get to this point where both Jones boys are just getting their asses whooped in negotiation, and they're not changing their strategy at all? I mean, this is like over a decade running. They've become the cavemen. Okay, because caving is what they do, Heggie.
Oh, I like that. And you're very right about that.
I think my favorite part was when asked about the lack of moves in this offseason was Stephen Jones pointing to last offseason and alleging that they won last offseason, and it didn't help them this year in the playoffs. After having maybe the worst draft we've seen them have in a long time, and then I guess making a trade, a couple of fifth-round picks for old corner and old wide receiver Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. They won the offseason last year.
And even I like those moves, but it was the same thing going up against the trade deadline. They were like, well, we already did our trade deadline stuff. And I was like, this just doesn't all happen in a vacuum. Like, you can still make another move. You can look at that and say, hey, we made two pretty savvy deals, but maybe we didn't complete the rest of the process.
Yeah, that's not winning the offseason because you made two nice deals.
I don't think they're interested in signing players other than their own. I think they've come to that realization right now that, that's something that when they're signing their own, that also justifies their thought of we're one of the best drafting teams.
Kind of inflates it sometimes, don't you think?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. But there is some. I know talking to general managers and stuff around the league, there is some envy with the Cowboys roster, the way that they've been able to put this thing together in some ways. But I just think to me that Steven is not interested in paying for another player. I mean, he feels like that. You know what? I know my guys. I know what I'm paying for, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go out. In the deals that he made, the winning the offseason last year, he got the teams he was trading with to pay half the freight.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked out for him in that way. Yeah, you're winning because you're not having to pay all the freight. So yeah, it's. I don't think he's interested at all in going out and spending any type of money, significant money, on somebody else's free agents.
Do you guys think, and I know it'll all play out, I would have thought the deal would have got done by now, but Steven did confirm to us that $40 million is about in the ballpark of what they would owe if Dak just walks.
Yeah.
Do you think with that in mind, with everything else you said, how much do you think it actually matters what he does this year in terms of a new contract? I hate asking that.
Is that kind of the same question I asked about, like, what's more valuable, that $40 million or success in the playoffs?
They're totally comfortable eating the $40 million because they're going to play Trey Lance at $18 million.
Right.
That's the trade-off right there. Instead of paying Dak, the $60 million, they're going to pay Trey Lance substantially less, and then that way it evens out for him.
And that satisfies a portion of Cowboys fans.
It balances the books for him, yeah.
It satisfies that group of Cowboys fans that are just done and fed up with Dak.
Do something.
And next year's cap is messed up as well, so there's no way around it. Either with Dak or without Dak, you're having another cap get-right year.
Humbling night last night for the Stars. A really tough beginning. What did y'all take from that? Because I still argue, I know they lost. I still argue that watching the game, I think Dallas is the better team. But I realize they're the less physical team, and they lost game one.
Yeah, the physicality jumps out, dude. I mean, 55 hits to 29, it's clear and obvious, and we knew that about this team. But the thing about Vegas is you have all these preconceived notions about what they are and who they've been throughout the season, and then it's like, well, this isn't the same team.
Agreed.
And you guys address some of the things that they've been able to do to circumvent some things, and Stone coming in making an immediate impact.
Good for them for knowing how to do that.
Yes, but defensively, like Otter didn't have his best night for sure, but defensively, just giant errors across the board for the Stars. And they couldn't get back. They could after a start like that, and you were in the building, Mike, and I think that sucks the life out of a building when 26 seconds into it, you got stuff flying all over the place, self-inflicted.
Yeah, I've learned that with Logan Thompson a goal for Vegas, any shot's a good shot.
Right.
Okay, he looks so shaky playing, and the fact that he has defenders in front of him that are so good, it seemed like every Stars pass that went to the middle sometimes was contested. Every shot they took was hitting a shin pad. The Vegas Golden Knights will block a ton of shots. That's what they do. That's how they play. They've got big defensemen. They play that way. They play the physical style. They're willing to get in front of pucks, and they know they have to do it because their goalie, I think, is shaky. We saw it with the last goal that he gave up. just the inability to be able to get the puck with the trapper there. I mean, that right there, that's inexcusable. That could have cost them huge. It didn't, but yeah, I think any shot on him is a good shot, and Dallas needs to find a way to see if they can get some shots through. But every one of those shots seemed like they were hitting some type of shin pad for the Knights.
Before we go, did I miss news on Kawhi Leonard today? Because the line went Mavericks 2.5 to LA 1.5.
I was wondering about the line myself. I just thought that it was that impressive.
Well, he was. I know yesterday they announced him as questionable for the game.
They did the same thing in Game 1. Has Tim McMahon tweeted anything
He was
out?
at shoot around.
Oh, Kawhi was?
Yeah, he was on the court.
So I'm just assuming Vegas is now putting the line more towards Kawhi's playing tonight.
Yes.
I mean,
that has
to be
too big of a swing.
Yeah, it's the only.
If it's moved 3 points in 4 hours.
There's no reason for that.
The
other than
insiders
Kawhi.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Kawhi's playing.
I do too, and I was thinking I kind of want him to play to disrupt the formula that they had. Because the formula that they had in Game 1 was magical. I think with Kawhi out there, it's a little bit more difficult, to play that system where you're using Zubac in the paint as much as you are, and who's the primary ball handler. All those things are going to shift, and even though he's a great player, I think the Mavs can benefit.
What is the next game Friday?
Yes.
Man, if they don't play him tonight and get a win and they rest him all the way till Friday.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Now you're in trouble big time. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I just reached out to somebody that might know.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can maybe get an answer here.
You'll hear some of that on G-Bag. Also, I'm just curious, short answer if possible. It's only one game, more likely to still win their series, Stars or Mavs? Or both?
Oh, Stars.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go Mavs.
Stars.
Cowboys.
They win nothing.
Incorrect answer. That was the only incorrect answer.
Rangers over Seattle.
I like it. Give Mitch Garver his love tonight, everybody.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll have Andrew Kizner, catcher, Texas Rangers, on at 3:20.
And it sounds like some...
Hey, I just got a text
yeah.
back, and my guy said it sounds like it.
Sounds like he's playing?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
that's why it had to move.
There's
3.
some
I was
potential
like,
breaking news for
this
you
son
there.
of a gun just moved quickly.
Looks like Kawhi is good to go for this evening for the Clippers.
Or the I want to discuss how that changes their rotations and all that
That's
stuff.
why you got to listen to G-Bag Nation.
I'm listening. I gotta go, guys.
Oh my gosh. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation off that breaking news. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, let's go Dallas, Kevin.
Let's go Dallas. I have pooped myself.
Liar.
I'm not a liar.
You can hear Kevin. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are off and running, and we are now just 2 days and 4 hours from the beginning of our draft coverage. It does start Thursday night at 6 right here on The Fan, and our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. There he is, Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive, and the number one influencer on Cowboys social media. In the Pimp Cup is Lucius Alexander, Master Control here. He has your G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30, LA Live at 5:40. Of course, you do have Eric Chiafalo and his nosebleed brother, Zach Wolchuk, enjoying his final day of full-time daddy duty here post-baby. Been a little paternity leave there for the Woolly Bully as they got baby Eliza home last week, and he's been living it up. But we're excited to have him back tomorrow as we do our final countdown to the draft. And, of course, you do have Carter Freeman coordinate your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And, guys, we're just about 5.5 hours here from Game 2, Mavs and Clippers tonight. Clippers now the 1.5-point favorite. I don't feel like I've seen an official announcement, but there's so much speculation on Twitter. Some people know. Obviously, Vegas knows. That line did move 3 points. I'm surprised the Mavs are still favored considering how Game 1 went. If I was Vegas, I'd say, hey, man, Kawhi or not, that was an impressive performance.
Yeah, I was similar. I mean, right after Game 1, they have the early lines coming out for Game 2, and it was still Mavs favored by 2.5 on the road. But now the Kawhi factor is obviously huge as you see the Clippers now favored by 1.5 here. So all signs pointing to Kawhi Leonard playing, but what type of restriction will he be on? What version of himself will he be? Remains to be seen.
Yeah. I did flip-flop yesterday, and salute to the texter who gave me the flip-flopper of the year.
Are you about to do another
4 times in a row?
Dude, I'm a legend. Okay.
You about to pull another move on us? You got another flip in you?
No, I'm not going to flip here. What I was going to say is I don't want...
Olympic level flipping. Yeah. Dominique Dawes can't even do this, bro.
This is a finesse flip.
Get this guy on a diving board, please.
So what happened is that, I just wanted to say that even though I'm picking the Clippers, it doesn't mean I believe in 100% of scenarios the Clippers are going to win. Like it's a surefire thing. It's sports radio. We're asked for predictions. I think the Clippers are going to win, but it's like, I don't know, 62%, 55%. It's somewhere in there, And I do believe the Mavs are going to come out inspired tonight. I think they're going to watch film and be like, oh, man, that was my bad. That was my bad. You're right, coach. Let's go get them. And I will not be surprised at all if the Mavs are bringing this thing back 1-1 tonight.
Well, that is definitely where my head's at. I got the Mavs in 6. That was to start the series. I still feel decent about that, but you're going to want to go ahead and get this game tonight in order to set that forward here. So, yeah, I think the Mavs will be able to get the victory. I'm looking forward to seeing what type of adjustments and things that they will be making here, not only with their 2 superstars, but what are the things that they're going to do to combat what Tyronn Lue was throwing at them. And I think it should be pretty obvious early on some of the differences there for the Mavs on both ends of the floor. So I'm looking forward to it, and I know Bobby Carell at Mavs.com at 4 o'clock today will give us some reasons for optimism.
I hope Josh Green plays a lot. I think you need more of him, maybe some less Tim Hardaway Jr. It'll be really interesting to see the tweaks that they make.
Yeah, getting out and running, man. When you have those young legs like the Josh Greens of the world, the athleticism and stuff, you got to be. That's something that the Mavericks have the edge in and need to take advantage of. They cannot be slow pacing because then you're playing right into the hands of the Clippers.
I wanted to ask you guys, do you feel like this is a must-win game tonight?
Yeah, I feel like when you're playing best of 7 games, I think they're all must-win. I'll say it again. I think the home teams are going to dominate this series. It's going to be the first team. If Dallas finds a way to steal this thing on the road tonight, then I think my attitude might change a little bit. I just think that the home teams here are going to have an advantage. And you talk about running and all that. It's hard to run when they're not missing shots. Just seemed like to me that every time the running was on the Clippers' end of them bringing the ball up when you were missing shots and not getting rebounds and things like that. So, yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. But even just getting into your half-court sets quicker.
Yeah,
you don't have to wait till there's 10 seconds left on the shot clock to start running your actions.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And that's something that's Dallas Mavericks of old.
Right.
That was old. That was pre-Kyrie. That was Luka deep into the shot clock and then trying to figure out a way to hoist a shot.
It felt like it was by necessity.
Yeah.
Now it is not.
Yeah. I just, like I say, I think that I would not be surprised if Dallas came back home down 2-0.
And it won't be the end of the world if that's the case. But
or 0-2.
It's still. I mean, that's why. Like when Hagee just asked us, like, who's more likely to win their series. I mean, losing the first game of the series at home, like the Stars did last night, is much worse than. Even though it was an embarrassing loss for the Mavericks, that's a road game in the playoffs that you're not necessarily expecting to win most of your road games there. So it's not the end of the world losing a road game, but doing what the Stars did last night, that hurts a heck of a lot more.
254 says, did Gavin just flip-flop about flip-flopping? I don't feel like I did. Maybe that's how you interpreted it, but I just feel like I was providing further context for yesterday's flip-flop. Okay, only got one for the week now. 903, I'm so tired of Tim Hardaway Jr. I don't care if they lose money or not. I don't want them to play him. I'm so tired of him. It's unreal. I am done with Tim Hardaway Jr. I feel like part of continuing to play him is the idea of trading him at some point because I don't see that there's a lot of value in a guy that can get hot, you know? I just don't feel like, hey, what's your asset that you're bringing here to this playoff series? Well, I can get hot, make a lot of jumpers if you pass it to me. Are you going to pass it? Are you going to play defense? Are you going to rebound? Are you going to dribble drive? Are you a threat in transition? Are you a fast break guy? Nope. But I can get hot sometimes, and when I do, we win those games. So I could see how if your offense is struggling, let's go Tim Hardaway Jr., give him a green light, see if he shoots us back into this game. But in any other scenario, I'm like, man, I want guys that are, more versatile with their skill set and can play defense and rebound. So I don't know. I don't think you would use playing time like that in a playoff series, but I do think making that sort of a decision for the organization would not be one that they would take lightly, and there's a lot of things to consider. I mean, you're talking about, not the best of value, but a trade idea was floated last week. What if you could move Tim Hardaway Jr. for Klay Thompson? Now, I wouldn't do that. Right? Because I want out of that contract, and I wouldn't want to assume a new 3 or 4 years on Klay Thompson or an older player. But it's not like Klay Thompson is valueless. So you need to take that value that is Tim Hardaway Jr.'s ability to get hot and turn it in for something better than Klay Thompson, or maybe not better than Klay Thompson, but a better fit for what your team needs right now. And I don't know. I just think there's a lot that goes into that. Other game twos tonight, you got the Suns visiting the T-Wolves. Minnesota is up 1-0, and Milwaukee hosting Indiana. Bucks lead that 1-0 on Dame Dollar's epic Game 1 performance there. He came out shooting. Is Giannis back tonight? Do we know?
I don't believe so. But I will check on that to confirm.
That's pretty impressive that they could win without him. Pacers are a dang good team. They're going to be well coached if Rick's there.
Yeah, they are. I kind of felt like in the series that maybe that if you're into like placing bets and stuff like that Indiana would have been a good bet against they'd had some success against the Bucks. So but the Bucks that's a championship pedigree team. The problem is they're trying to get used to a coach that hasn't had a whole heck of a lot of success at times when it comes to these things.
Had a lot of chances, hasn't he? A lot of bites at the apple.
Yes, yep.
Dallas, a Game 1 defeat on the ice last night. Man, Vegas is feeling that Stanley Cup swagger again, and I don't know what you make of that. 4-3 the final. I do feel strongly, though. I feel much more strongly. I'm not flip-flopping on this Stars pick. Obviously, they're not going to sweep like I picked them to, but maybe this thing goes 7. But they're gonna make you earn it. I feel like with the third period that I got to watch last night, now they outscored them 1-0 in that third period, but that's when I got back from soccer practice. I felt like watching that game, Stars the better team. But stuff happened in the first 2 periods that obviously created a Golden Knights victory. But, listening to everything that's been written and said about it by you guys, I don't think there's any reason right now to lose the faith in the Stars. But, hey, you got to tip your cap to Vegas, especially getting healthy. They aren't like your typical 8 seed, are they?
No, they're not at all. And they dealt with injury really the entire year. You look at the top teams that lost games. They were right up there amongst the leaders with the number of players that they've had, how they've had to go through their roster, the depth that they've had to have. But they showed championship pedigree last night. They didn't, the shots they took, they didn't have many of them, but they made them all count. They're standing in front of the net, they're getting pucks, they're tipping pucks in. They're willing to play that The Hockey Hawk yesterday was on. Gavin Spittle was on with Sean and RJ talking about forechecking, how difficult they make it getting out of your own zone. Defensively, they're an outstanding team, and but when they get it going, they can make you look pretty bad. But the Stars, it seemed like to me that every pass that they tried to make in front was contested, and then every shot that they took couldn't get on net. And they were and Vegas did a great job. I just don't think, and I've watched a couple of these other teams play in the playoffs. Vegas's goalie Logan Thompson, he could have
he can be had.
He could have a game where he could give up 6 goals.
But their defense is so good.
But their defense won't allow it.
Right.
They won't allow it. And but that's kind of where I think this thing is going to come down to is, can Dallas find a way to put pucks on net that can get through and make they've had some great they had a great chance. I think the officials missed an offsides. They got a questionable offsides call, and then you had a goal that got called back on an offsides call. You took a penalty, as soon as the puck drops, you're in the penalty box.
Yeah.
Those are things you cannot do against a team that's got their names on the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, Mark Stone, he had the lacerated spleen, and then he arrives back, and just in the blink of an eye, he's already impacting the game. I'm like, this guy ticks me off, dude.
Yeah, they just come back together, and they're not missing a beat. What the hell's up with that? They're getting all the help, all the bounces. I don't know. I don't think that's reality for the next 4 to 6 games.
I did love the crowd at the intermission when they were doing the
player interview.
The player interview with Stone.
Leah Hextall
You couldn't even hear the questions or anything, just booing his ass. I was doing the same thing in my living room, waking up my kids.
Dude, the hockey fans are so passionate there at the AAC. It's awesome to watch them work and be part of the atmosphere. 2:06 sounds like no more soccer practice for Gavin. Stay home and watch. You're their only hope. I'm up 1-0 right now on my couch, and I don't know what the hell you guys were doing in those other 40 minutes of game time. But I don't know. I was last night. It was amazing. For the first time, I went to this facility called Foro. It's off Preston Road, north of 635, and you're over there in this giant urban sprawl of Preston, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you come around this corner, it's like there's an office building and some apartments, and then boom, it just drops down into this giant valley where they have 15 soccer fields and 2 sandpit volleyballs. You had to go down these long stairs. I'm like, how the hell are we still in the middle of Dallas right here? But we were. And it was an enchanted evening with the perfect weather and everything.
How does that, I wonder how that place plays when it's hot and humid. Can you imagine playing, it's like playing in a pit.
Yes.
That
turf, you know how hot it gets.
That's the thing
ridiculous.
About it. I remember going to visit Grambling University one time, and they play in a stadium, a sunken field and all that, with trees, and I'm thinking, I can imagine the mosquitoes and the heat and humidity and all that having to deal with all this.
But in mid-spring with a nice little breeze and a sunset, man, I wouldn't give that up.
July, though, you're hoping for a rain out then, if it's going to rain at all.
Yes. Yeah, July and August. We played a tournament in Austin last year, in mid-July, and I'm like, girls, we're never doing that again.
That's hard on your team.
Rangers host Seattle tonight. Where are the Mariners in your rivalry rankings? Because of what happened last year. You don't have a lot of history here, but man, that one hurt. That stung a little bit, and they might be your closest contender here. They are in the standings right now, anyway.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's wondering, should we be more fearful, big picture, of this Mariners team or the Astros? I'm still going to make it the Astros. I'm not just going to just completely abandon the idea that they can get something going there. We saw them last year and how once you get into August and September, they play a different brand of baseball. So I will still stand with that. But I guess, the thing, if it would have really torpedoed the postseason there for the Rangers after dropping the division in Seattle, right, in the final regular season game and series of the year, then you go home shortly thereafter, because now you're having to play on the road and you can't do that, then it would be something that we'd all be talking about right now in a huge way. I cannot wait to punish the Mariners every single time we see them this year. But they ended up going on the magical run, so it doesn't affect me as much.
Yeah, they did steal Mitch Garver, but I'm kind of there with you right now. I'm kind of putting them on rival watch, because it seems like they got a real solid team. They invested in some pitching, and they're sitting at 11-11 here.
Little rivalry watchdogging over there. I like that.
I like that.
It's a new spin.
The guy I kind of sports dislike, maybe some sports hate.
Yeah.
At J.P. Crawford.
Oh.
He always seems like there's something going on where guy's on base and he finds a way to get some type of little hit that hits the chalk, and then next thing you know they're scoring runs and all that. But they got a good team. I mean, with Rodriguez and stuff like that. That's the challenge. France, Rodriguez. I mean, they've got some really good.
They
players.
are good, man.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark has a deal with Nike, 8 years, $28 million, signature shoe line on the way. Nike's doing some really cool things, building shoes for the ladies and whatnot, get a better fit, I guess, for them. The Dallas Wings sold out their season tickets for the first time in history just for people to try to get a couple of tickets to see Caitlin Clark when she's in town. That's quite an impact on the market.
So you buy the season ticket package for the one game, then is what you're doing, right?
Yeah. Is it 1 or 2 games?
2 games?
I'm not sure, but I know it was a very popular move.
I got to see Chicago, the Twin Towers up there going down. Yeah. So
Did she determine
maybe 2 games now, huh?
Yeah. Did she determine a nickname? Did the Windy City Barbie, or what are we going with?
Yeah, I think she said it. I can't remember at the moment.
Okay, I know we were trying to help her out there.
I didn't like it. I mean, if she likes it, I love it, but I didn't like it.
The really cool thing about the WNBA is though there's epic superstars on every team. The talent's not diluted.
No,
every team, you're like, oh, I remember when she was dominating UConn or South Carolina or Tennessee or whatever it was.
Is Clark the first woman with a shoe deal in the WNBA?
No, there's that Ionescu I know of.
She got a deal?
Sabrina Ionescu has one as well.
Okay, I did. I was thinking, man, I don't know of many, but good for Caitlin Clark and good for Nike for jumping on that.
I liked the deep dish diva for Angel Reese in Chicago, but she's settled on Shy Barbie.
Yeah,
she was the Bayou Barbie.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's
trying to keep it as close to home as possible.
I like Lil Reese.
Yeah, that was good too.
Lil Reese is good.
Yeah, I like Lil Reese.
We got G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. More hoop next.
Yeah, let's hit a little rim sesh. We witnessed the rare double bang postseason moment last night. That's next here in the nation.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Come back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one is in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get the rare postseason double bang moment from Mike Breen at Madison Square Garden. It was chaos in the association last night. Let's start with the Knicks.
2-point game. Ball knocked loose, and Maxey gets knocked down. Hart takes it away. Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining.
That would prove to be the game winner there. Dante DiVincenzo, he had 2 cracks at it. He nailed it the second time. And kudos to him for keeping the confidence up. When you pull up there and you're trying to hit a big bucket and you miss it and then that rebound comes back, you're quick to hot potato that thing somewhere else. I already had my chance, but he said, no, this is my time. You don't give me 2 opportunities at this. He absolutely got the bucket, and it was chaos because the Sixers just completely fumbled the end of that game in a huge way. Their own Sixers broadcast were doing the broadcaster's jinx there in the final 45 seconds or so of the game when they had the Knicks they were at the line, the Sixers at the line with a bit of a lead, and they're like, well, all you wanted to do was win one of these games to steal back home court advantage. You've done that. We look forward to having fun on our post-game show. And then they got DiVincenzo'd.
That's incredible, and you're right. It reminds me of a play Dante Exum made a couple of weeks ago. I think it was in Golden State. He had 3 cracks at it. And one trip down court, he missed both of them. The other team gets the rebound.
Yeah.
And you're back now. Was it Golden State? The second time they played Golden State in like 5 days.
Yeah.
And then he gets the ball again, and you're like, don't shoot.
Anybody else?
Yup.
Boom.
Swish.
Confidence. Yeah, it was, and Nick Nurse, the Sixers head coach, is claiming he was kind of calling a timeout there at the end.
Said twice he was trying to call timeouts.
And you look back, and it was a half-hearted one. And then he got real serious about it once it was too late. Then he started really being a cartoonishly just emphatic about wanting the timeout. But you could tell he was not sure he wanted the timeout as his team was screwing up the inbound. And there was definitely some fouls, and you can blame the referees plenty there. And LeBron did that after the Lakers game, not happy with the way things were handled in his own game and looking back at this Knicks and Sixers scenario in the final few seconds. But it was crazy, and the Knicks get the dub.
Can we take a moment to just recognize how great Jalen Brunson is and how amazing it is that Mark Cuban decided to sell the team so we don't have to worry about nonsense like that happening? I mean, I know they got Kyrie, and I think Kyrie's better today, but Jalen Brunson's like 7 years younger.
Right. The duo of Luka and Brunson would have gone for a decade.
The most unlikely superstar I think we've ever seen. Brunson. His size, his lack of great speed, his short arms. How is he dominating like this? I don't know, but he is. And I'm here for I love it.
It's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks the way it's happened on our end from the Mavericks standpoint, but nobody was believing it. Even after he had his great run there at the end and becomes a New York Knick, everybody's going, well, they overpaid for him. That's for sure.
Right.
I mean, he's definitely not going to live up to that deal, but whatever. It's the hometown kid. It's family. That's fine. And then he continues to surpass everyone's expectations.
Yeah, the Mavericks even had that thought about him. They were worried about overpaying him.
For all the reasons Dawson mentioned. Like, I'm looking at you, and I can't understand why you are good.
I will say this, though. The one guy in that organization that was always talking about him to me was Rick Carlisle. Rick's like, we're not giving this guy enough credit. You talk about where he, tough kid, played at Villanova, national champ, all those things. Bet against me type of guy. Rick always told me, man, this guy's special. This kid's special. Not everybody sees it. This kid's special. And I'm like, yeah, one of those things. But, he was right about this kid.
He was absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, the first game in the NBA last night was fantastic with the Knicks there getting the victory and going up 2-0 on the series versus the Sixers. And then came the follow-up and the NBA encore in Denver between the reigning champions and King James. And it was a 20-point lead that was surrendered by the Lakers, only for Jamal Murray to go one-on-one with Anthony Davis at the buzzer.
Time. I love it. Don't call it. Tie ball game. Worst can happen. We go to overtime. Murray makes a move.
The Nuggets have won!
Nah. Kevin Harlan and Mike Breen both getting it done in a huge way last night. Great games, great calls, big moments, and you cannot underestimate the heart of a champion right there, and that's exactly what the Nuggets are. And that shot that Murray hit at the buzzer was over Anthony Davis. Anthony, what happened on that final play?
To kind of piggyback off that one, can you take us through that last play and just what happened and what unfolded? What was, I don't know if you were screened or what happened on that last play?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Mic drop. That's pretty much it. Good description.
He tried to close
correct
out.
there, Anthony. Thank you.
He tried. He tried to close out. He couldn't get there, and he ended up in the, it's so, if you watch the replay of it, he ends up like in the Denver bench. Like everybody's like swarming to their guy, and he's like laying in the Denver, amongst all the trainers and everybody.
He's heartbroken.
Heartbroken over there. But
it was fun. It was fun.
It was.
Hopefully the Mavs make it fun tonight for us.
Appetite has been whetted.
There was a couple of games last night, whether you go hockey with what's going on with the Islanders and people like that, losing 3-goal lead against Carolina, and then last night the Lakers blowing a 20-point lead. Man, that's tough when you don't come back from things like that.
That would be so awesome if they can make it a series with Denver at least. You can't rule them out. Them getting the victory. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. It's Lucius.
Slip, slide, trying to provide. I got to get to this real fast because some of these have a lot of audio on it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Kind of long pause. All right, let's get right to this one. Shout out to my man Ruben. My man Ruben sent me this one right here. Since you were just talking about the Knicks game last night in Philadelphia, you said it was a broadcaster jinx, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is the Philadelphia thing. This is what they do, bro. All right, we got this guy. His name is Philly Take RB on YouTube. He does play-by-play of the Sixers games, does reactions and stuff and whatnot. This last night during the Knicks game, boy, he was talking big stuff, and then it just fell apart on him.
Oh, what's going on, New York fans? I don't hear you. Boy, you could hear a pin drop in the garden right now. Somebody killed the damn crops because the garden is sour right now. What's going on, New York fans? You don't want to burn jerseys? Larry gonna knock down the first. Guys, get this to 1,500 likes. We're almost there. We could play the song 4 times, man. And the second one is missed. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. We're gonna be live every game of the series. Bring in the passion. Larry pokes it away from Brunson. Knicks get it back. 8 on the shot clock. DiVincenzo, Brunson for 3. Oh, he got the bounce. He got the bounce. Are you joking? Yeah. Larry, the inbound to Max, he lost it. And then he goes up and grabs it. The ball's on the ground. The Knicks just got it back. DiVincenzo with 3. What the hell is going on, bro? Ball's on the floor. DiVincenzo for the lead.
What a turn of events, man.
Oh, man. People are tuning in to watch this instead of the game or at the same time as the game?
Sometimes you watch it at the same time as the game. You just know, you watch the game and turn it down the volume or whatnot. I do that a lot.
And the timing's good enough? The technology is good enough? Yeah.
Sometimes.
I got to try that, man.
Sometimes. I mean, if you like your favorite personalities or whatnot, yeah. All right, let's see what else I got for you boys right here. I went back to the LA City Council meeting. Those things need to be shut down. They need to be shut down. I can't believe this is a real thing. This man with a goat puppet in his hand is talking to the LA City Council, rips them all with a goat puppet in his hand. And I said it should be stopped because a woman in front of him, I was watching for a long time, she was crying.
Oh, no.
She had serious stuff, and this guy was waiting his turn with the damn goat puppet in his hand, moving it around back and forth like he was, the goat was looking at something. I was like, yo.
He was going through his routine while she was having a moment.
Come on, man. This needs to be stopped. Yeah, he rips a whole LA City council member with this goofy puppet in his hand.
Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Yeah, Pumpkinhead, all the goddamn items, and general public
3
comment.
minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment.
So now, today, Kevin has taken a reversal. He's not up anymore. Let's give him a hand. Oh, my God. Holy
Oh, my God.
I guess you looked at your benefit package and like to keep it past November. And on number 13, he has emancipated a Central Avenue apartment building, a complete hole. Current price wouldn't walk a dead dog on that street. He's never been there, right? What a piece of your district is, Current price. Now let's talk about the juicy item.
What?
Yes, from the Big 1-5, the Buckethead community has put a new person, Douglas Epperhart, on the board of useless neighborhood commissioners. He's been serving for years, so we support the nomination. Congratulations, Buckethead somehow found someone qualified.
Jeez.
And of course, Tracy Park keeps up with those RVs. We're going to go down tonight at Delray and make a count on how many RVs are down in Delray. And don't forget, as I always say, on a happy note, the city council.
General public comment?
Yeah, general public comment.
Watchdogging the hell out of those council members. It's going to walk off.
Absolutely.
He called somebody Buckethead.
Yeah.
The Buckethead
Wasn't
community.
that your nickname?
That's my nickname with Mike Lombardi. Buckethead.
Buckethead is hilarious. Call somebody Buckethead is so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Oh, they call somebody else Pumpkinhead in there.
Peter King.
You pumpkin pie haircutted freak.
All right, let's go to this one right here. We're ordering a quarter pounder at the McDonald's.
Ooh, this could be me.
Ordering a quarter pounder at the McDonald's. Wasn't that the first burger, the quarter pounder, by the way? I think so.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Don't give me the line.
This is not me though, Lucius, because I'm a double quarter pounder guy.
Okay, hey.
Actually, let Lucius know.
Let me know which state you think this happened in.
I'll take a quarter pounder.
Pounder?
A quarter pounder.
Oh, okay.
And a
quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh yeah, quarter pounder with cheese.
Oh, snappy. Snappy snap. Quarter pound her. Pound her.
Oh, jeez.
That's right.
The Simpson sisters.
Yeah.
Pound her. It ain't no small around here now.
What?
A small shamrock shake.
Oh, we're out of shamrock.
Okay, a small strawberry shake and a small Coke, and that'll be it.
Oh, I see how y'all get down.
I don't know what that last thing means.
That's got to be Florida, right?
I don't know where it is. I don't know. Pound her. Yeah. She was grooving. I'm pretty sure the jaw was moving back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whole time at work. I'll get the mopping and I'll do the fries too and take orders. You guys just go ahead and take your break. Feeling good this morning.
No, I've just been drinking this week.
Yeah, I just been drinking. I had Tito's last night.
Yeah.
All right, that's it, man.
Okay. We got 3 good ones.
We do.
Is it your Knicks game with the Philly Take RB reaction on YouTube? Of course, the title's been vacated because CA went 5-time last night. Nobody was more happy about that than him. He wants to see that clip retired. Send him some love on social. Tell him to not diss a freaking peer on him.
Somebody said West Virginia vibes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very, very.
Hey, they took her baby. They took her baby. Her.
Is it the LA City Council meeting? Had a man with a goat puppet ripping all the councilmen? Or is it the McDonald's drive-thru? That's going to be my vote, Chief.
I'm going to go with the council.
He had a freaking puppet with a goat, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna ride with the quarter pounder.
Second time we've had a ventriloquist on this show,
Yeah.
by the way, since the Super Bowl.
I'm gonna
Ryan,
go with our West Virginia McDonald's
by a score of 3-1.
Chi-Town Hoochie. Who said that? That's not.
Is that for girls?
That's for Caleb Williams.
Chi-Town, yeah.
He's about to be a bear.
Hello.
Congrats to the
Where's
McDonald's.
the meatpacking district?
Krusty's Corners brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Where are we going with it, Brian?
Yeah, my offensive line big board's out. I'm going to point some guys out you need to know. We'll do that next.
I smell some draft talk coming there. 2 more sleeps, ladies.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Vine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time now for The Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Now here he is, King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It was nice to be with Wolchuk today. He hosted the draft show with us. So nice to have him.
LFG, Wooly.
Be a part of that. And he says the little one's doing well. She hasn't been going to the restroom, but then she went to the restroom last night. So they were excited about that. She's been backed up a little bit, but she's good to go now.
Is that why Wolchuk was hitting you up for those Metamucil fiber thins, Dawson?
It was funny. It was funny. He was bragging how much she went to the restroom, and then it stopped.
When it stopped, yeah.
And now he's like, oh, a little scare there, but
the old broadcaster's jinx. Man.
Everything.
You're never too young to get your fiber.
Never too young.
Dawson and his boo-boo biscuits.
I've convinced the little one they're daddy cookies.
Daddy cookies. Guys, this morning was out getting my walk in, and I was talking to a general manager buddy of mine. And I was asking him about the center, Jackson Powers Johnson, and if there were some health concerns there for him. And he said there's been some things reported about this player health-wise that aren't true.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
And so I said, well, okay, tell me what he goes, we feel like the guy is clean. And I mean clean in a way of some of those
hygienic
things, some of those things that you were really worried about with him that he struggled with, some of those injuries that they said, no, that those things kind of checked out. So this again is another team that has cleared Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, on their board. I do not know how the Cowboys feel about him. I need to figure that out. Got a couple of days to do so. But I was encouraged by what this general manager told me with as far as the health goes. I thought this was going to be a flat, just red flag, can't take the guy. But he's like, nah, this guy, it's not as bad as everybody thinks it's going, or it has been. So let's see if in fact that maybe can help the Cowboys a little bit. We need to, like I say, we need to figure that out.
I love that, man. If he's healthy and he goes ahead of you, that would be my preferred thing, to get Barton or a player that I would prefer.
Yeah.
Because you know how I am with the injured guys.
I know.
You could tell me they passed, and I'm like, well, they passed for you, but there's injured players all over pro sport that really shouldn't be here, would never be on my team.
By the way, this list I'm working on 105.3 The Fan, our website. I've got up they've got the offensive lineup and the defensive lineup. So it's my
trenches.
It's my rankings by round, and then the number next to that person is where I have them on my stack. And I want to get in because I talked to my general manager friend, and I asked him about some names of these offensive linemen. And I asked him about Troy Fatanu from the University of Washington. And I said, listen, I think if Dallas had Fatanu, Barton, and Latham from Alabama. Now, Barton is the center from Duke, and Latham is the tackle who some people projecting to guard from Alabama on the board. That would be, they could take one of those guys. And he flat said, Latham is not going to be there for you guys to pick at 24. So I kind of felt like the guy that wouldn't be there would be Fatanu from Washington, the tackle. But he says you have a better chance of getting Fatanu and Barton than you do Latham. And I kind of felt like, oh, okay.
Is that a good?
Yeah. So I feel like Latham is the 19th best player on my board. Fatanu is the 22nd best player on my board, right there. And then when you go down to with Barton, we've talked about him. He is my 23rd best player on my board. So, like I said, maybe that's a. We'll see how it all plays out. for the Cowboys if one of those guys are. I do believe if Barton is there, they will take Barton is who they will take. But if you're one of those guys or gals that's a fan of Latham, the Alabama tackle, it doesn't sound like that he's going to get to Dallas, according to this guy, my general manager friend there. All right, I'm going to point out a guy that I'd like to for everybody to take a look at, or at least us talk about. And I'd like to talk about Roger Rosengarten from the University of Washington. And I've got a third-round grade on him right now. I think I got a pretty good group of third-round offensive linemen here. I like Roger Rosengarten from Washington. I like Blake Fisher from Notre Dame, who plays right tackle. And then this Javen Foster from Missouri. I feel like those are three guys that if Dallas is looking for somebody at 87 in that third round, these are all three guys that I would consider taking. Rosengarten could play left or right tackle. He plays right tackle at Washington. He's a really good foot athlete. Blake Fisher was a right tackle at Notre Dame. Feel like that he's got the athletic ability as well to shift over to the left side, but he's made a ton of starts as a right tackle. So you have to consider that. And then Javen Foster from Missouri is a really tall, kind of a little bit of a lighter guy when you talk about weight, in the 306 to 308 pound range, but a really, really good athlete out of Missouri. But those guys are three names that I would look at for possible if the Cowboys take a center and maybe you're looking for a tackle at 87. Rosengarten sitting 73rd on my board, Fisher 77, and Foster 88 on my stack right there would be guys if you're looking for tackles.
Could those guys start for you as rookies?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. The one I think they would start right off the jump would be Rosengarten. I just think he's got that kind of ability to be. He's just, like I say, they've all played a ton of football, but I feel like that he's an interesting player because when you watch him play, he does a really nice job of setting up how he pass blocks. And I mean that in a way of sometimes you drop with depth and then width and then your hands and your feet. He'll short set you. And when I mean short set you is like instead of dropping back, he'll just take you on at the line. So if he varies the way that he pass blocks. And so that kind of throws.
Kind of looks like a run block. And
yeah, it looks like run. Yeah, he's trying to kind of throw off, and he's really cagey the way he does that with his ability to like all of a sudden you see him. He sets, then he short sets. And now he's taking the guy on the line of scrimmage. The guy's got, thinking he's going to get up the field, and then he gets him on the short set. And so you could see him vary those pass rushes or pass blocks, and I think he does a really, really nice job. I want to point out a guard for you in the third round as well. Christian Mahogany from Boston College. Got him as my 82nd best player on my board. And what I like about Christian Mahogany, he reminds me a lot of like Ron Leary. And I say this in a way of respect because when Christian Mahogany, there's times where Boston College hasn't been very good and they've been out of games. But this guy, as Ron Leary did when he was at Memphis, played extremely hard. His team would be down 30, 40 points, and this guy is just driving people off the ball. I'm watching the Miami game, and they throw an interception basically to end the game, and he goes and makes the tackle when they're down 30-something points. He's got that kind of pride, but you watch him play. He's a really good foot athlete. He can pull. He can play with power. He works good with the guys around him. So Christian Mahogany, if you kind of start to hear some names, maybe not we'll see with the Cowboys. Another guy to keep an eye on is Delmar Glaze out of Maryland. I think that's a guy that the Cowboys have kind of got some focus on. So Mahogany, Glade, Pooney from Kansas, all three guys that if the Cowboys were looking for a guard, I think that that maybe that's the area that they would go into. We mentioned the centers. I think Powers Johnson's the best one out of Oregon. Graham Barton as another one that I think a lot of Cowboy fans hope for. Zach Frazier from West Virginia. We've talked about him a bunch. I do want to talk about Hunter Norzad from Penn State real quick, if I could. If you get back into the fourth round.
People are draft horny right now.
Yeah. Well, the centers you have, like I say, we mentioned We mentioned Powers Johnson, Barton Frazier, Van Pran out of Georgia is another one I think that's kind of a third-round guy. But if they get down in the fourth round, Hunter Norzad from Penn State, have him player 106 on my board. And here's a guy that's a little bit of he's probably not the athlete of the other ones ahead, but you start to talk about a tough guy, a guy that works well with the guys next to him, a guy that can get movement in the run game, a guy that stays on his blocks. He gets Velcroed onto people, and his ability to get some push, I think, is pretty impressive. His ability to stay in front of his man as a pass blocker, I think, is pretty impressive. He's getting down to that point where he's the last guy that I feel like is better than what you had with Biotish. I'm trying to say, where's the point where I'm like, okay, everyone past this line is not as good as Biotish.
Yeah.
Hunter Norzad, Penn State, I think he's the last guy of the center.
Once he's gone, we're done.
Once he's done, then it's about Bo Limmer
and hoping they take steroids.
Yeah, exactly. But Norzad would be the last guy on my list as far as that being better than what you had.
Is there any active hoping they take steroids in NFL front offices? Like, wow, it'd be nice if this never.
I've never heard.
You've never hoped that?
I've never walked.
You never hoped it?
No, I never walked down in the weight room and stuff and heard strength coaches talking about it or anything like that. So yeah.
It seems like such an obvious opportunity.
In the 80s.
Just hiding in plain sight, the good ones.
We were playing Nebraska and people like that, yeah. I mean, our team at LSU was all steroid team. Our defense, all our senior.
Look at that.
No, I'm serious. No,
it was a huge thing in the 80s.
No, it was everywhere. It was in college football. That was
the views expressed by Brian Broaddus are Brian Broaddus and Brian Broaddus only.
Been a long time ago, but yeah, not naming names, but yeah, we had involvement.
But it was everybody.
Everybody
Thank you, man.
Everybody but me.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. NFL News Today is coming up next. Where are you taking us, brother?
The most flimsy NFL report you've ever heard, plus landlines and cheeseburgers. That's what the NFL does next here in the nation.
Oh, my goodness. It's spring cleaning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to talk with the Rangers Player Show. Andrew Kizner set to join us here. Rangers backup catcher. It's time now, though, for your NFL news of the day. Here's the Chief.
Goodbye, Matt Ryan. Hanging him up. Thought he already did that last year, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But
some of these retirements are like, okay, yeah, go ahead and make that official.
Yeah. I guess he was. This last year was like a wait and see. Maybe a team needs me as the season goes along. Get a quarterback banged up, but Joe Flacco ended up being that guy. It wasn't even Matt Ryan who got that opportunity. Matt Ryan retires with the 6th most game-winning drives in NFL history. Tom Brady is first in that particular category. Peyton Manning 2nd, Drew Brees 3rd, Roethlisberger 4, and Dan Marino 5. Then you get to Matt Ryan. So I know they were discussing with Sean and RJ this morning, like any chance of Hall of Fame, and I would say 0 chance. 0% chance for Matt Ryan Hall of Fame.
I would say that's false.
You think there's a greater than 0% chance that Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer?
I do. I think that, if you look at who, sometimes the Hall of Fame is sometimes the Hall of Good. Go back and look at Bob Greasy. Go back and look at Lynn Dawson.
Are these champions? I mean, Bob Greasy's a champion.
Yeah.
Didn't he quarterback the undefeated Dolphins?
He did,
okay. I don't know who the other guy you said.
But Lynn Dawson also was Kansas City in the early 60s.
Champion?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing about it is that I think these numbers, drive a lot of this voting. And I think what you're starting to have happen is voters that are now, they're able to vote in a way that I've seen Matt Ryan play. It used to be where some of these voters, when you're voting on guys from, like I just gave you an example, Bob Greasy and Lynn Dawson, some of these voters never saw these guys play. They're like, oh, okay, well, we're voting on who's that? Yeah. But if you look at, I think nowadays these voters that are current, there is going to be a push for Matt Ryan to get in. How many Atlanta Falcons do you have in the Hall of Fame, by the way, too, is another thing that they'll consider.
I don't know the answer to that question, but
it's like I said, I think Claude Humphrey.
Obviously Claude, yeah.
Claude Humphrey, Tommy Nobis,
Nobis for sure.
Yeah. So Deion Sanders.
There's a name I recognize. Yeah. Well, Matt Ryan, it would be really, really shameful if the NFL allowed Matt Ryan
or Eli Manning.
I would say Eli Manning. At least he's got 2 Super Bowls, and that's not not a first ballot situation. Eli Manning getting in only on the fact that you won 2 Super Bowls.
Exactly. Eli Manning is a 500 quarterback. If you look at his career record, I think he's 113 and 113 or some silly thing like that. I mean, but he's going to get Hall of Fame consideration just for the thing that you said. There's going to be a push from the New York media to get a 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback in.
Yeah, and I would think even Eli would need to wait a little bit. He shouldn't be a first ballot situation, but ultimately he gets in on 2 championships, and that feels a little bit more like the standard there. If you're a quarterback and you got a Super Bowl, you're probably going to have the nod. And had Matt Ryan won the Super Bowl the year they blew the 28-3 lead, where you're the Super Bowl champion and an MVP, perhaps even a Super Bowl MVP in that case, then all of a sudden now you've done it. But he's most synonymous with the biggest collapse in Super Bowl history.
See, that's the thing about it is if you look at all-time greats with numbers and no Super Bowls, Dan Marino's your number 1 guy.
Yeah. I feel pretty strongly like Dan Marino stacks up with anybody, and I do believe Matt Ryan is significantly better than Eli Manning.
Yeah.
I mean, so you would put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame before Eli Manning?
Yeah.
No.
I would.
I'd put neither of them in. But I think Matt Ryan's the better player. I think Super Bowls is, just such a thing that it's going to get you elevated. But a hard, objective analysis of Eli Manning's career statistical profile, he was very mid. And you'd be shocked, at the quality of quarterbacks that he compares, or the lack of quality. I mean, what is it? 366 touchdowns, 244 interceptions for his career. 20, 18, 25, 27 picks,
turnovers in the pocket.
It's unbelievable
fumbles.
what he did.
Yeah.
Careless with the football. Not a great athlete. Decent pocket quarterback, played with great defenses and running game. And they went on, like Cinderella type runs.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd be fine with Eli Manning being left out of it. If it's...
I plan on it. I mean, I would, if I was a Hall of Fame voter, I would line up against him.
You would not be voting for Eli Manning.
No, I would not.
And you would not be voting for Matt Ryan either, right? Or you would?
If it came down to a vote of Matt Ryan or Eli Manning, I would vote for Matt Ryan.
Okay. But we all agree neither one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though we know Eli Manning is going to get in. Eli's getting in.
No, I think that.
You think Matt Ryan's probably getting in?
I think Matt Ryan's going to get in.
They're both getting in.
Yeah.
Is this the most flimsy report you've ever heard? Adam Schefter. I see this. Our guy, Rashee Rice, former SMU wide receiver, now a champion with the Chiefs. We know the car accident situation that took place here on 75 just a month or so ago. And Adam Schefter reporting that Rashee Rice is expected to serve a multi-game suspension from the league.
Yes, I think it was that big of a deal.
Detrimental.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, a multi-game suspension. You've told me nothing. You've told me that anywhere from 2 to infinity games, he will be suspended. Thank you, Adam Schefter, for the knowledge bomb.
We've been knew that, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We've been knew that.
Let me know when you get something a little bit stronger than that, because right now it's anywhere from 2 to all the rest of the numbers on the board here.
And my guy Adam, I had to watchdog him on his Dak comment about them drafting a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, I go, you really hearing that Dallas is going to take a quarterback? He goes, well, you don't think so? You don't think they're, and I go, so you don't know so? And he goes, well, it kind of lines up. And I said, well, they've got, and I tried to explain about Trey Lance. And he's like, so it was more of an opinion than it was, but it was taken as Adam Schefter's reporting news.
Mm-hmm. Can't be doing that.
Can't be doing that.
They're desperate for any kind of headlines on a slow news day.
Well,
they're like,
not with the draft going on like this. And so I guess that the Dak Prescott thing, there's, who is it that somebody admitted that worked at CBS? Somebody I was listening to, that might have been Doug Gottlieb, that was admitting that on some days you could throw certain teams and players out there and it's going to draw attention to what you're doing. There was a term for it. Wish I could remember, but he's like, yeah, on a slow day, what do? You throw a Dak Prescott out there or a Dallas Cowboys or LeBron James, and you're going to get eyeballs.
Well, Broadus, you're on record. The guy you'd most like to see the Cowboys draft in round number 1 on Thursday night as we party at Pluckers, pick 24, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah, it's me.
Oregon Duck, the center.
Yeah,
and
he's a little crazy.
He's a little bit crazy, yeah. And he also is pretty impressive with the way he can eat. And if you know anything about his days at Oregon, apparently he got his own cheeseburger at a local Eugene brewery. And so listen to him. This is a clip from College. This is local news. Listen to this dude and just his excitement for offensive linemen and himself and this cheeseburger opportunity.
Quarterbacks get to throw their touchdowns. Receivers get to catch them, and running backs get to run them in. Let me get burgers named after them. And I think it's a tribute to all the linemen that came before me, and they're going to come after me. This is for you.
What a legend right here. He's doing it for the linemen that came before him and the ones that will be coming after him. This is a double patty cheeseburger with the fried egg. Sorry about that, Broadus. But it's also got pulled pork on it as well. So it's basically a triple meat situation. 2 beef patties, 2 cheese. You got some pulled pork. Then you got the fried egg, and then some level of sauce. So I think he did a nice job putting this burger together in his name, the JPJ burger.
This seems like a great idea if he stays healthy. Man, if you got a clean bill, this could be like the next Jason Kelsey. He's got the personality to go along with it.
Yeah, what kind of crazy are we talking? Brother said he was crazy. Are we talking about defensive player crazy or like World of Witchcraft kind of crazy?
No, just defensive player crazy. Yeah.
Okay. Likes to hit people.
Yeah, he's not. He's not.
He's a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
He's
that's what I'm saying.
He's not black magic guy or anything. No, we're
could be D&D guy too, though.
100% Pokemon and stuff, you know?
Pokemon.
Yeah. He also kind of sounds like the fat kid in Little League that hits dingers on the Little League World Series.
Yes.
He's now a skinny kid that's hitting dingers.
Is he skinny kid?
He's skinny kid now.
Skinny kids now. Yeah.
But yeah, Lucius, if you don't mind, you can play the beginning of that again. Listen to this guy. He's on local television. He's talking about his burger, but you can hear him licking the grease off of his sausage fingers.
Quarterbacks get to throw their touchdowns. Receivers get to catch them, and running backs get to run them in. Let me get burgers named after them. And I think it's a tribute to all linemen that came before me and they're going to come after me. This is for you.
What a legend. The NFL also announcing.
Penny Sewell might have a burger named after him at Oregon, right?
I just think Jackson Powers Johnson, if you're a burger guy like that, if you're an eater like that, you get down in here to DFW, all of a sudden, I mean, his name will be on a menu in no time, dude. Like, he can have signature dishes, barbecue dishes, like whatever. I just feel like he'd be real comfortable here.
Sounded like he couldn't breathe. I wanted him to drink something. Have a sweet tea or something with that burger, bro.
Yeah, don't forget to wash that thing down, Jackson. My dear God, bro. Breathe a little bit.
It's like our pastor the other day that was having trouble, right?
My boy was parched. NFL announced Applebee's is now the new official grill and bar sponsor of the NFL.
Somewhere Lucian's uncle? Is he your uncle?
No, that's my dad,
Your
but
dad?
he stepped away from the Applebee's.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he stepped on away.
Did they change the happy hour?
Hey, dude, you can only have so many Dollaritas before you just fall over.
I've had my time at the Applebee's. I've had a good time.
Is it the clientele there not?
Nah, he loves the clientele. They miss him. He says, "Oh, there they go, texting me right now. Paul, where you at?" Yeah, well, I had to step away, boys. I got a big old house to take care of.
He had a damn good run, though.
Yeah. Hey, man, Applebee's is America's restaurant. I love Applebee's. They got everything in there. People talk a lot of crap about it, but that's where you want to see Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Chili's Twitter got really fired up that Applebee's is the official bar and grill of the NFL. And, I got love for both here. But I do think I've frequented Applebee's more in the last decade or so. Like college, Applebee's was
Where do you put the Waffle
a staple
House?
pop.
As far
The Waffle House?
As far as America's.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. We're going bar and grill. This is specific to bar and grill.
I was about to say, so
but
Waffle House is America's breakfast place. Is that what you
I would say.
I would say that. 100%.
Especially in the South.
Man, I'll tell you what, I feel
maybe
so...
a Denny's or a Sherry's up north.
Sherry's.
Yeah.
You know Sherry's?
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Wow.
I got an Aunt Sherry.
Many a plate of French toast at 3 a.m. at a Sherry's while smoking cigarettes still back in the 90s.
Man. You guys getting to rip heaters and consume your breakfast at the wee hours of the morning is something I will always be envious of.
Special time.
The good old days.
It wasn't
for
even
real.
separated by a wall either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that side and this side.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm used to the Golden Corral where there was like a 3/4 wall that sort of divided the smoking and the non-smoking.
No, man. You
just intermingle with everybody in there.
Ashtrays used to be on the table. It used to be part of your cleanup thing. Like, clean this ashtray for the next person.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
I tell you what, man, there was nothing better than flying on an airplane and having people in the back smoking it up.
Genius.
That was wild, wasn't it?
Crazy.
You were just dealing with varying degrees of secondhand smoke.
And you didn't care.
No.
You just sat
normal.
there. You're just normal. You're just like,
I mean, most people's grandparents smoked, and like half the parents smoked. So it was just like kind of what people did. Okay, we got to run G-Back Nation because it's time now for the Rangers Player Show, and Andrew Kizner joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about my friends.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, here we go. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show here on The Fan. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation, 866-90Nation, windownation.com for buy two, get two free, pay nothing for 2 years. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been hurt in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. A salute to Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Catcher Andrew Kizner set to join us. The Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? 2 for 4 in Sunday's 6-4 win over the Braves. He had the bomb ski and 3 ribbies. And Andrew Kizner joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. How you doing, sir?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
And thanks for joining us. We're doing great. Rangers Mariners tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. When you have like 3 RBI in a 6-4 game, you are literally the decisive guy. You go yard. How much fun is that?
Oh, it's definitely a lot of fun. But I think the story of that game was the pitching. I thought our pitching was absolutely outstanding to hold a really, really good lineup like the Braves to only a couple runs. They were pretty dominant. So, yeah, hitting that homer, scoring those runs was great, but the pitching held it down for us.
Hey, Andrew, I always wondered about catching in the major leagues. And when you get hit with a foul tip and then the umpire goes out in front of home plate and gives you time, do you appreciate that, or is that something like just get back behind the dish? I'm ready. Don't worry about me kind of a thing?
It is nice to have a little bit of a break. I try to communicate with those guys best I can. Sometimes it just nips you. It doesn't hurt too bad, and you want to keep the pitcher in their rhythm, in that momentum. But there's other times where you get hit in some bad spots that you need a few minutes to kind of breathe it out a little bit. But, it's a pretty cool relationship between the catcher and the umpire, and, both of us are back there going through it. So I try to give him some time too if they end up wearing one as well.
Yeah, and I was does it bother you though when an umpire puts his hand on your back? Does it mess with your balance, or you're like, do you tell him beforehand, hey, listen, man, please don't touch me while I'm doing this, kind of a thing?
I feel like in the big leagues, a lot of these umpires are pretty good. Like, they work with you and communicate pretty well with you. There's not a lot of guys that really put a lot of pressure on you, but there are some guys that do. And we kind of talked about it. And the main thing is I want those guys getting comfortable so they can get a nice view of that pitch too. So I don't want to take them out of their game. So we try to work with it as best we can. And, if I have to set up a little bit earlier, to make sure those guys can get in position without putting too much weight on me, then sometimes that's the adjustment you have to make.
You ever had to bark at one? Like, bro, that was way too much.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You almost pushed me over.
Yeah. Some of those guys are a little bit older, so if they need a little extra support, I try to hold them up.
There you go.
Hold them up a little bit.
Whatever it takes to get the strike, right?
That's right.
I love it. Andrew Kizner, how do you like working with this pitching staff?
This staff is great. I mean, we got a lot of guys that are that have really good stuff. A lot of good pitches. They're able to throw pretty much any pitch at any count, move it around the zone. Mike Maddox does a good job with this staff. I worked with him in St. Louis for 4 or 5 years. We were together there. So, we have pretty good communication about the pitchers, the starters, the bullpen guys. And, we're always able to set up a really good game plan and go out there and execute it.
Andrew, you mentioned about, work with Mike in St. Louis and stuff. And as baseball fans know, St. Louis has a great history with catchers. Talk about the education that you got, early in your career, working with Molina and guys like that in St. Louis, and how that's kind of carried over to how you catch today.
Yeah, I was influenced by a couple different Cardinal great catchers. One of them, Mike Matheny, who was the manager. I never played for him in the big leagues, but I was around him a lot in spring training my first few years with the Cardinals. And then obviously, playing behind Yachty and playing with Yachty for quite a few years over there, you're able to learn a lot from those guys that have been around and have caught in so many games. They just have so much knowledge, not only about, the fine details of catching, the fundamentals, but also the game management. And I think that's that's one thing I really was able to pick up from those guys was how do I maneuver a game? You know, how do I work with the pitching staff, and how do I go out there every single day and try to win that ball game? So I think really that game management is what I learned most from those guys.
What's your favorite Mad Dog story?
There's a lot of them. I don't know how many are appropriate for radio on air, but Mad Dog's a great guy. He keeps it fun. He keeps it interesting. Definitely a great addition, on the staff. It's always fun being around him.
We were sitting close to their dugout last year at a certain game, and I'm not going to say who it was, but dude gets thrown out on the base pass for the other team. And Mike goes, "How about that, you stupid bleep?" He can get after it, can't he?
Yeah, Mad Dog. When you've been in the game of baseball for as long as Mad Dog's been in there, you know how to have a good time. And like I said, it's great working with him. He keeps it light, he keeps it fun, and he definitely keeps it interesting.
Hey, Andrew, as with all these pitchers from different parts of the world, have you ever had any situations with translation problems or anything like that? Or do you have to learn words when you go out there and talk to your guys?
I think pretty much across Major League Baseball, especially the guys from Latin America, their English is really, really good. Okay. I mean, those guys are able to, you can have conversations with those guys. You don't really need a whole lot of translation or translators to talk to the guys from Latin America. I have had some experience with some Asian guys, some Asian players that you do have to go through a translator. But for the most part, there's not a whole lot of language barrier. Mm-hmm. Those guys are pretty good. They know English, and we're able to communicate effectively.
So I hear you were quite the athlete growing up. You were the infielder, and you were playing quarterback and whatnot. So could you spin it? What was the scouting report on Andrew Kizner, the quarterback?
Well, I'm playing baseball now, so that should tell you one thing. I'll tell you what, football was always my first love growing up. I always wanted to play college football, play in the NFL. And it really wasn't until I got pretty much through my freshman year of high school that baseball really became my number one focus. I just was a little bit more projectable on the baseball field than sitting back in the pocket. So, I think it worked out for me.
As a guy from Virginia, were you a Commanders fan growing up, or did you take another liking to somebody else?
I probably should say I was a Cowboys fan for all the Texas folks listening in, but I actually grew up a Steeler fan. My dad's from Pittsburgh, so really I had no choice other than to be a Steelers fan, which was obviously great in my childhood because the Steelers have, been pretty good for the last 20 plus years.
Yeah, did your dad wear everybody out about it, though? Was he one of those guys that had on, like, his Andy Russell jersey and all that, like walking around the house yelling at people in the yard and all that stuff?
No, he was never that crazy of a Steeler fan, but, when the Steelers were in the playoffs, he would unplug all the phones and turn off the cell phone and make sure he was locked into the game.
Steelers fan in the childhood and then more of a Dolphins fan when you got into adulthood, huh?
Yep, that's right. I am a Dolphins fan now.
So is your wife a Dolphin cheerleader or formerly a Dolphin cheerleader?
Yeah. So my fiance Allie, she cheered for the Dolphins for 3 seasons, and that's really when we met was when she was cheering for the Dolphins. So I had a lot of good times watching her on the sidelines, and that I always felt that was pretty neat. She jokes with me all the time because she was cheering for the Dolphins before I ever made my major league debut. So she always jokes that she made it to the show before me.
Is she a better athlete than you?
She is really athletic. You should see her throw a football. She can really throw a football. It's pretty impressive, to be honest. But, she's, if I had just a quarter of her flexibility, then I would, my catching would be on another level.
How did you meet her?
We met down in Jupiter, Florida. When I was in spring training with the Cardinals and she was cheering, and we just kind of met down there, and that was probably about 6.5 years ago, and got engaged in December this past year and have the wedding set for December of this year. So a lot of exciting times ahead.
Heck yeah, dude, that's awesome. Rangers catcher Andrew Kizner with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Well, I mean, I gotta think, like, physically, you could do the stunts throwing girls up into the air. I see the way you're built. You're an absolute animal.
Hey, I don't know if I can do that, but you know, that takes a little bit extra upper body strength. I got a little bit more lower body strength, so.
I was guessing you were a 3 leg days a week guy. That was my guess. Maybe it's the over. Maybe you're 4 or 5.
Yeah, I try to keep my legs strong. You know, when you're squatting as much as really any catchers do, you know, a lot of people think, oh, you need to keep your legs fresh. But actually, for me, I feel like I have to keep building my legs up over the course of the season because, you know, 6, 7, 8 straight months of playing baseball can really tear down that muscle.
So if you were going to do, like, if you had a bunch of spectators in the weight room while you were in there and you had to impress them, would it just be loading up the back squat and just rocking and rolling, or would it be a different leg exercise? You're probably lunging your balls off.
Yeah, there's you know, we have a really good strength and conditioning team here, and they do a nice job of mixing it up, so I never get like too fatigued with one specific exercise or movement. So it's a constant mix of, you know, 2 leg squatting, you know, 1 leg stuff to kind of isolate, you know, each specific leg. So those guys do a really nice job of keeping everybody fresh, keeping them healthy, and obviously getting everybody strong.
Well, speaking of strength in the legs, let's see how well you know your teammates. Jared Sandler had this analysis about one of your teammates. Let's see if you can guess the Ranger that he is talking about here.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Is that all the info I get?
That's it.
That's all you got there. It's the only hint. It's the only clue. I'd be happy to play it for you again.
I think I heard it pretty loud and clear. I don't know. I mean, we got a lot of guys that have pretty strong lower halves. I don't know who he could be talking about.
Well, maybe you go through the clubhouse and you start doing a little peek ski next time we get you on here. You give us the answer, because I can't give you the answer, Andrew. I mean, the competitor in you wouldn't even want me to do that.
That's exactly right. Don't tell me I have to get back on. I'll come back with an answer.
Love it. Hey, we'll talk to you down the road, man. Congrats on the game-winning home run the other day, and best of luck to you. Give him help. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. There he goes, Andrew Kizner, Rangers catcher here. The Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
Yeah, and for appearing on today's show, Andrew Kizner will receive $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. Join the fan this Thursday night to watch the draft with us and win great prizes. We'll be at all 8 Pluckers locations. For G-Bag, Gavin and Lucius will be at the Arlington location, and Eric will be at the Pluckers in Grapevine. Go check it out.
All right, we have Bobby Corella coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be talking Mavs with him. It's a huge game 2 tonight as the Mavs try to draw even with the Clippers. But before we get there, we'll go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats, and give you some highlights as well of the Cowboys press conference today as they continue to get ready for the draft. That's next in the nation.
But first, let's get you on over to Platinum.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We're going to get some baseball stuff brought to you by Uber Eats here in just a second. A proper round tripper. Jerry Jones was incredible today. He said we're very proud of this roster. We feel very, very good about the promise of this roster. We feel great about what we've been in free agency. We're all in. He also said there's no question that we've been operating on a credit card, and they're going to have to diminish the supporting cast around Dak Prescott. So he had a lot of balls in the air, balancing a lot of plates, and at the same time, and we'll go through more of that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. He mentioned that the Zeke contract was why they couldn't re-sign Tyron Smith. I mean, it was legendary. I feel like it was more transparent and honest from Jerry, though. Even though some of his ideas were contradicting at times, might have been frustrating for Cowboys fans to listen to. I appreciated the honesty on a couple of those, and I think more accurately set expectations. And I think maybe what he realized was something that I thought around the time of the Senior Bowl was that kind of losing credibility when you say we're going all in and everything's great when your actions just don't match up with it. And maybe today was a step back in the right direction of actually being able to take something Jerry says seriously. There was some good selective honesty in that presser. It's time now for the Chief and a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We will get Rangers versus Mariners coming up 6:30 pregame here on your home of the champs. It'll be Logan Gilbert, the right-handed pitcher, coming out there for the Mariners, which is good news for the Rangers and trying to get the Dubsky. This lineup is much better versus the righties. And so hopefully you'll get some good opportunities. Maybe it's the first Wyatt Langford dong ball of the season. I know a couple of Tolos have already put the call in there, doing the home run picks with Jared on Twitter. And so shout out to Eric Goodman on Twitter who put in the call for Bangford to get that first one. That'll be awesome. I think he just needs to see that first one go in, and then all of a sudden the floodgates can start to open up on you.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't go too much longer, though. Wow. Might start to get a little in his head at this point, but yeah, I imagine by the time we get done with this, Langford's going to be over 20, maybe over 25 home runs and setting up for a year two where, he starts to really develop a reputation as a legit power hitter. But a lot to figure out, and he's just now for the first time over these last 3 weeks seeing big league pitchers who have a scouting report on him and are doing their best to get him out. So it's a big step up. I would say his ability to make solid contact and hit for average is a huge step in the right direction at this point in his career.
Well, the Rangers activate Jonah Heim and Jonathan Hernandez. They option Sam Huff and Owen White to Round Rock, and then Josh Sports sent to Double-A Frisco for the rehab assignment. So just knocking on the door there, Sporzy making his return to the bullpen, and that'll be much needed. Hopefully he's ready to get back to his October self.
Yeah, him and Jonah, gives you a great opportunity. I mean, just a little bit less. I know we just talked to him, but, Kizner's hitting 150. Jonah, last time we heard from him, was like hitting game-winning home runs and, playing great behind the plate. I think he is, one of the underrated great players on this baseball team.
It's funny, going around the bases here, right? In 24, I just noticed this. In 24 games, can you tell me the Los Angeles Dodgers record?
No, 14-10.
Before the season, I would have said 24-0.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of thought that the Dodgers were not going to lose a game, right?
Ever.
Dodgers are 13-11. Does that kind of?
It puts things in perspective, man. Not to freak out about where the Rangers are sitting at right now. That's for sure.
I guess that's what I was trying to kind of. I was just looking around the league and I was seeing, okay, the Orioles are playing well, the Braves are playing. We saw that with our own eyes. Phillies are playing well. The Guardians are playing great. They're 16-6.
Yeah.
And it just kind of put in perspective, like with the Rangers, I was looking at their, like, okay, they're 12-11. And the Dodgers are 13-11 as well.
I think it's a great point, Brian. It's, to me, why you need a buttload of games to find the best team in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, over a small sample size, you just can't take much from the data. I don't know how you would ever scale back a season if you wanted to do that. The market's saying, man, too much baseball. It's diluting the market. We want, to give players more days off. You couldn't do that, because you would have an inferior product for determining the best team. And, I think the expanded playoffs actually does it a tremendous disservice. Even though we benefited from it. Yeah. You should get a much bigger value from like winning your division when it comes to the playoffs than what you currently get.
I'm kind of grateful because I don't always expect my team to win the whole thing or win the division.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, if my team, like last year with the Rangers dead heat with the Astros and then lost on percentage points, right?
Just get in. You only win 90 games. The Diamondbacks get through really, really great teams.
Yeah.
A 7-game series just isn't enough.
Yeah, you see plenty of good teams kind of just middling around 500 right now, waiting to take off, but no team is more historically terrible than what the Chicago White Sox are right now.
Really?
3-19.
They are a bad baseball team.
They're 3-19.
And last night, they made history. For the first time. Go ahead, take it away, Sound.
For the first time in Major League Baseball history, a team has been shut out 8 times in their first 22 games.
Holy crap. What a disaster, dude. Really, really unfortunate situation brewing with the Chicago White Sox. And I actually have this clip from Friday. This is Ozzie Guillen hearkening back to a White Sox time, but this is him from basically over the weekend talking about a player who he coached that he absolutely hates to this day.
Oh my God, Nick, nobody can compare that with Nick Swisher. I hate Nick Swisher with my heart.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. You want to get into that a little more or no?
No, not really, but I think he hit me back. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I can't.
You guys just didn't get along. Didn't work out.
No, I know. I never talked to him. I was managing him, but I don't like the way his attitude was all fake.
Yeah.
And I don't like fake people.
All right. So he was only in with the White Sox for 1 year, and then he moved on.
It was 1 year too long.
Okay.
He sounds like this sounds very much like the relationship that Mickey and I have. That like he doesn't like me, I don't like him, kind of a thing.
Equal hatred.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yeah, but it's cool because we know what's going on here. But the White Sox, they only scored 45 runs. I looked that up.
That's incredible. I just looked up their stats and like
45, and they've allowed 123.
They're all hitting like Andrew Kizner.
Yeah,
158 from Vaughn, 158 from Benintendi.
Yeah,
Gavin Sheets is leading them at 254 with 10 ribbies.
Wow, dude, it's bad. The White Sox lineup is about as bad as what the Houston Astros rotation is right now, and they're getting the Verlander bump, and we'll see how long that can last for them. But sitting at 7-16, and the pitching staff has been terrible with a 5.10 ERA, which is worst in the AL. And JP France, 4 starts, over a 7 ERA. Hunter Brown, 5 starts, almost a 10 ERA. And Eric Getty is 2 starts, almost a 12 ERA. So they are absolutely desperate to have Verlander return and be consistent and be consistently healthy. He's so far 1-0, feeling pretty good after this Friday night start, but they need him in a huge way right now because what the Astros are doing, I mean, they're hitting the ball very, very well, but they're 7-16 because their pitching staff is an absolute disaster at the moment.
Catastrophic event. How far below are they going to be 500 before they get it turned around? I think right now you're missing an opportunity only being 12-11. If we could get playing some winning baseball, you might be able to put that 12-15 game cushion in there that I feel like you would need to hold them off because they will be heard from. I'm not counting out the A's or the Astros.
I'm counting out the A's, but not the Astros. The Atlanta franchise record for stolen bases, 190 for Ronald Acuna Jr. That was taking place last night there in Atlanta. So congratulations to him making history. Having that much power in his bat and then the ability to steal the bases the way he does. I mean, my gosh.
Would it be Otis Nixon?
Is it Jerry Royster?
Who did he pass?
I don't know. That's what I was curious. I was curious all the time. You're quick at typing, a lot faster than me. And everybody likes when I read the internet too, by the way.
Rafael
Ramirez?
Furcal?
For call.
100. He had 189 most stolen bases.
Okay.
Since the Braves had moved to Atlanta, but now it's 190 for Ronald Acuna Jr.
That's not very many. Like in the 80s, that's like 3 years for Ricky Henderson or Vince Coleman.
Didn't Ricky Henderson steal like 100 1 year?
Oh, yeah. You go get you 100 bags, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
A proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats there with the Chief. Wolchuk will be back to man that helm and others starting tomorrow. He makes his triumphant return from paternity leave. Send him some last day love on social media. And, of course, he'll be captaining the draft ship Thursday night here, 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, it's time to talk some Mavs. Huge game 2 tonight in L.A. against the Clippers, and Bobby Carella joins us next here in the Nation. What are you going to do?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is now time to talk Mavs as Bobby Carella, an expert Mavs insider, Mavs.com, joins you now here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are we doing?
We're doing great. We all picked Mavs to win this series. Obviously, Game 1 was humbling. How easy do you think it is going to be for the Mavs to make adjustments and have a better result tonight?
You know, on the one hand, I think it'll be pretty easy because they did just about everything you could possibly do wrong in the first half of that game. And in the second half, I mean, it was a totally different game. Now, granted, they were down 29 points before they touched the ball for the first time in the third quarter, but it seemed like they might have found a little something. And so if you can just avoid having the worst half of your season for the second game in a row, then I think they're going to have a much better chance to win the game. That said, the Clippers are going to have a chance to make some adjustments too based on what happened in the second half. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be like a cakewalk by any measure, but I mean, I certainly expect at minimum a much, much, much more competitive game tonight from start to finish.
Yeah, I think if I'm the coaching staff, I want to see what that looks like with an inspired performance. You know, I have to imagine pride gets on the line. They look at that film, and there's going to be a lot of guys fired up to make a great impression tonight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, in the first half, the Clippers, they started something like 7 of 11 from 3. And, you know, they hit a couple backbreakers, right, like late in the shot clock where you defend well for 22 seconds and they're still able to knock one down. But, you know, part of the reason that those couple makes stick out so much is because those were really like the only times where the Mavs strung together 20 good seconds of defense. Like a lot of the Clippers shots, especially in the first quarter, just came too easy and too early in the shot clock. Like they weren't really having to work for anything. It was Zubac's post up, dump it down, 1 dribble, 2 dribble, turn and score. Or like swing, open 3. And, you know, the Mavs just didn't really make them work very hard. Where was that number one defense down the stretch? And at halftime, the switch flipped. And I mean, out of respect for the Clippers, like they still shot 50% from 3 for the game. It's not like they simply stopped playing after halftime, but the Mavs did make them work just a little harder, and they were able to string together some stops, force some turnovers, and get out in transition and make something happen. So, I mean, a switch definitely flipped. It's got to be frustrating for Mavs fans to see, like, why did it take a 29-point deficit for that switch to flip?
Yeah, Bobby, what do you think Tyronn Lue, what he threw at them, how unique was some of the things that he was doing, and how easy will it be for the Mavericks to be able to combat some of those things?
I wouldn't say that what they were doing was necessarily unique. I think in the first half, especially in the second quarter when things were getting real uncomfortable and the gap was widening, you know, the Clippers did mix up their coverages on Luka a little bit, and there wasn't really like a rhyme or reason to it. Like some teams, if Luka's on the left side of the floor, they'll double. If he's on the right side of the floor, they'll drop. And if he's in the middle of the floor, they'll switch. Like, to where they are doing different things, but you can kind of figure it out over 48 minutes and be able to guess what they're doing. But the Clippers were just mixing it up almost every time down the floor, even, you know, not out of a timeout where they would have a chance to talk about it or whatever. So there was a little bit of cat and mouse there between the Clippers coaching staff and Luka. But what they were doing with their guys on the weak side, what they were doing with their low men, and kind of like how they were defending in rotation, none of it was super unconventional or, you know, really hard to make sense of. I mean, they played a good, clean game. And, you know, maybe it took a little bit for Luka to figure out what they were doing. But, you know, really, I think what hurt the Mavs a lot, especially in that first half, was, you know, role players like Dante Exum, Derek Jones, Maxi Kleber. Those three in particular just kind of maybe a little hesitant, a little reluctant to put the ball on the floor and attack. And the Clippers were really, really packing the paint with bodies. And so, you know, there were a couple plays where Jones in particular was able to put the ball on the floor, but he was greeted by 3 or 4 guys at the rim, and he wasn't able to get all the way there and finish. He had to settle for a kind of like floater push shot, and that's just not really his game. So, you know, I think with the way the Mavs play and with kind of like the strengths and also weaknesses of their supporting players, so much of their offense is predicated on Luka and Kyrie breaking their guy down on the perimeter and getting into the teeth of the defense. And so until those guys are able to do it every single time down the floor, it's going to be a little tougher for everybody else. And so I think, you know, their success has to start and finish with Luka and Kyrie for sure.
Hey, Bobby, a team that's old and plays slow but knocks down shots. How do you combat that? You know, with if you look at how the Clippers play.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the Clippers are going to mismatch hunt Luka a lot. You know, we saw them do that almost every single possession, trying to force Luka to switch onto Harden or onto Paul George. And so a lot of pressure is going to be on him, not only to help carry the load on offense, but also to dig in and, you know, pull his shorts up and get down in the stands and defend every single time. And if you can do that, you know, if you can be, if you can have some good, solid point of attack defense and prevent breakdowns, then you can force the Clippers into a lot of slow, drawn out, long, isolation heavy possessions where there's really not a lot of penetration. You know, they're not forcing the Mavs to get into rotation. You're not finding open shooters in the corner. You know, the Mavs kind of can grind their offense to dust if they just have discipline on the perimeter. But where they got in trouble, especially in the first half, was, you know, for starters, it's much harder to defend after you miss a shot because you're having to get back in transition. But then also, if you're hanging your head or if you're just not communicating, or like Daniel Gafford picked up a foul like a minute into the game, and so for the rest of the first quarter, he was kind of having to defend with one hand behind his back. You know, that's whenever you can start really getting exposed. And then also, you know, Terrence Mann himself had 4 offensive rebounds, and he's like 6'2", 6'3". So it's on everybody to not only force a tough shot, but also to finish the possession. I mean, it was really, you know, in my estimation, upon rewatching the game, it was a lot of just like attention to detail stuff and intensity in the first half. And Kyrie Irving kind of echoed that after the game. So, I mean, they have to take care of those details. Otherwise, you know, they are going to put themselves in some tough situations.
Bobby, is the fact that the game was played during the day have anything to do with how the Mavs came out, or is that just being too simple?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Clippers are going to play during the day too, you know.
But I was talking to some folks with the Mavs. I was talking to some folks with the Mavs, and they were talking about Gafford and that he didn't particularly play well in day games. And it just kind of made me think a little bit about that. I don't know. I was just trying to offer something that looked really bad out there the other day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's something to think about. You know, Gafford did definitely come out with, you know, maybe a little less juice, a little less fuel in the tank than he normally does. But some of that could also be just, hey, he wasn't expecting that level of physicality and intensity.
Yeah.
You know, and he and everybody else are going to have to pick it up tonight. But yeah, I don't really. I'll make excuses for some of the guys all day, but I don't really want to use the clock as an excuse.
Sure.
Here we go. It's Bobby Krell, Mavs.com, Chief.
How important are the role players and the shooting? And I know that this is not the best shooting supporting cast that Luka has ever played with, but I mean, who are the guys that you feel like you can trust to knock down some shots here? Is it Exum? Is it Green? It can't be Maxey or Derek Jones Jr.
Yeah, and the Clippers were really daring Jones, especially to shoot. You know, they did close out on him hard a couple times, but for the most part, they were going to let him and let P.J. Washington and let Maxey shoot. I was pretty surprised that they actually did close out pretty hard on Exum a few times. So I wonder if they see his percentages and, you know, kind of consider him to be a threat. But yeah, I mean, you know, throughout the season, when those guys in particular, like Exum, Jones, Maxey, and Josh Green, when any or all of them have been struggling, they do tend to pass up threes, or maybe they think they have a shot, but they kind of like pump fake or hesitate for just a second. Now they don't anymore, and they're like, oh, what do I do? And then the next thing you know, there's 5-6 seconds left in the possession, and you're having to settle for something worse. So, you know, those guys are going to have to just shoot without a conscience. You know, they're going to have to be confident and let that thing fly, because if the Clippers are going to continue defending Luka and Kyrie this way, where, you know, they're not necessarily hard doubling, but they're just loading the paint and just putting limbs and bodies and size everywhere, then those gaps around the rim are going to be really, really tiny, you know, and those shooters are going to have to let that thing fly. They're going to have half a second to get rid of it before Russell Westbrook's comes screaming out at you, waving his hands like a maniac to freak you out.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to put that thing up with confidence and see it go through, because if those guys can heat up, even if one of them can heat up or two of them can heat up, suddenly the Clippers can't sell out so much to stop that dribble penetration, and all of a sudden it makes Luka and Kyrie's job easier. So it's kind of this symbiotic thing where the better Luka and Kyrie play, the better the looks are for everyone else are going to be, or if those guys that are getting looks are knocking them down, then all of a sudden Luka and Kyrie are going to have a whole lot more space to work with.
When the Mavs are on defense, was game one, is it Ty Lue just hunting Kyrie and Luka and forcing them into some tough spots?
Yeah, it was a lot of hunting those guys, and I mean, the Clippers they shot something, I forget what the stat was, I saw it on Twitter. They shot like 65% on tightly defended threes, and they took like 13 of them or something. I mean, they made a lot of tough shots, but yeah, I mean, it was a lot of trying to force Luka or Kyrie into the action against Harden, in particular, and sometimes against Paul George, and then using the Mavs as maybe, there were communication breakdowns, or they were trying to commit to a double team, which allowed the Clippers to play 4-on-3, and then you're able to, play tic-tac-toe and find the weak side shooter or the guy at the rim for a layup or a dunk. And so, I think if the Mavs try and, the Clippers are such a good shooting team that I don't think the Mavs can overcomplicate things on defense. Like, I think they have to switch all this stuff and just say, Luka and Kyrie, we need you on offense, but we also need you on defense. We can't double team and blitz and trap these guys. They're too good of playmakers.
Yeah.
And the Clippers are one of the best shooting teams in the league. They got guys that can knock down shots up and down the roster. We cannot afford to leave those guys open. We need you to make it tough on Harden and George. And the luxury that those guys have, if Luka's on an island against Harden, the luxury you have is, first off, Harden is left-handed, and he always is going to finish with his left. He's not going to go right or shoot right or finish to his right. So just stay to his left hand, steer him into your big man, because the Clippers kept size on the floor, so the Mavs can too. Steer him into your big man for some protection at the rim, and all of a sudden you don't have to shut him down. You can just take away his fastball and allow your big man to clean up the mess, after it's over. So if they can defend as a 5-man unit, I think they'll be fine. But if you start trapping and blitzing and stuff, then you're really leaving a lot to chance with some really good open 3-point shooters.
It's Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. Is there a player you'd like to see more of tonight?
Well, I think Josh Green made a really big impact in the second half. He kind of he always brings a lot of energy and kind of athleticism in the open floor. And another thing that he did is just run around a lot and force the Clippers into some wild passes. Attack the glass. He can jump really really high. And if the Clippers are kind of systematically, slowly, methodically picking you apart, then maybe introducing a little bit of chaos in there could be really good. And of course, we know the Clippers this year, top half defense after they make a shot, but they're a bottom 10 defense after they miss a shot, and they're very, very poor defending in transition too. And Josh Green is one of those guys that can turn defense into pretty easy offense because he's just so dang fast in the open floor. So I think that he'll get more minutes. Of course, with Josh, the problem throughout the season is kind of the same as we see with guys like Maxey or Dante or Jones, which is what we've already said. If he misses a couple threes, he is less likely to take that next one when he's open. And then they need the shooters to keep shooting. And if Josh can just find a little bit of confidence and a little bit of rhythm from the perimeter, then he can do everything else in the series needed to get 20 or 30 minutes a night. No doubt about it.
Do you expect to see Kawhi tonight? Seeing the line change in the game makes us all feel like Kawhi might be getting the nod.
I don't know. I mean, he was on camera at shoot-around. I've heard all sorts of things ranging from he's definitely playing to I don't know if he's going to play in this series. It just depends on who you ask him today. So I don't know. I mean, if he does play, I'm not really sure if there'll be like a minutes restriction on him. And he hasn't played since March 31st. So, it kind of makes things tough for Dallas because you're prepping to play like 20 or 30 minutes of Kawhi ball and then 20 or 30 minutes of Harden ISO ball. And that's two totally different ways of defending. So, the Mavs are going to be able to think on their feet tonight, and just got to hope for the best for everybody involved.
Chance for Jason Kidd, I think, to take another step and like nailing down a good reputation as a guy who can lose game one and then have the adjustments. Do you have a good idea of what those adjustments could be?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to push the ball more. In the first half, I think they were a little frustrated, annoyed, kind of getting in their feelings a little bit, and they were just playing way too slow. That plays into the Clippers' hands, on both sides of the ball. I think on offense, push the ball off a make or a miss, get out in transition, run skip ahead, beat the defense before the defense can get set, and then whenever the Mavs are on defense, put a little pressure on Harden. Don't sit back. Hey, Derek Jones, pick him up all 94 feet. Josh Green, Dante Exum, play 94 feet of defense. Basically do to Harden what the Clippers were doing to Luka. Just making the simple act of getting the ball over midcourt kind of a pain in the butt, and if you can do that, all of a sudden you're wasting their time and wasting Harden's energy. And then also kind of do the Ty Luke thing. Whoever Harden is guarding, go attack him. Luka was attacking Zubac a lot in the first game, and it didn't really work super well. I thought Zubac had a great game at both ends. Let's test out Harden tonight. Can he defend Luka? Can he stay in front of Kyrie? And if not, then all of a sudden you're going to force the Clippers to make some pretty uncomfortable decisions. So that's what I would do, but I'm just a guy on the phone with y'all. I'm not the head coach, and hopefully J-Kid can find the answers.
But
go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, but Bobby, I mean, you kind of laid it out for us, though. The Clippers, when they do miss shots, their defense, their transition defense, isn't good enough. Is that really the simple key tonight? Is hope that the Clippers don't hit their shots?
Yeah, I mean, well, you want to force a miss, obviously, make things tough. And then I thought the Mavs did a much better job of just having some more integrity at the point of attack, not getting beaten off the dribble in like one or two bounces. But I mean, you have to rebound as a 5-man unit. If the Mavs are going to have a big man on the floor, sometimes that big man is going to be able to scoop up the board, but sometimes he's going to have to box out 300-pound Ivica Zubac.
Yeah.
So, hey, you're Kyrie Irving, you're Josh Green, Tim Hardaway, PJ Washington. Get down there and get the rebound. And then also maybe take some chances too. Maybe play the passing lanes a little more, apply a little more ball pressure, force some uncomfortable decisions so that you can maybe force some turnovers and get out in transition. I mean, they were doing all this stuff in the second half, but really a lot of that was nowhere to be found in the first half. Like it really felt like in the first half we were watching the ideal LA Clippers basketball game.
Sure.
In the second half we watched the ideal Dallas Mavericks basketball game. It's just, it just so happens that the Mavs spotted them 30 points before they were able to finally, find a rhythm.
Bobby, you're a treasure for Mavericks fans, and we want to thank you for your expert perspective, and enjoy the game tonight, sir.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com here. Joining us once again. Game 2 is tonight in Los Angeles against the Clippers, and I feel like it's a must-win, but this Mavs team can get hot. It won't be the end of the world, but the history of teams that go down, 2-0, even if you're coming home, it ain't good.
Yeah, I've said it all along. I just don't feel like whoever finds a way to win a game on the visiting team's floor, that's your chance right there.
That's when the series starts, man.
Yeah,
series hasn't even started yet.
I would not be surprised if Dallas is 0-2 tonight.
Well, I would not be surprised if Chief has a top 10 for us in Wolchuk's stead.
877-881-1053. Choose your own destiny. Should we celebrate National Picnic Day or should we celebrate Jack Nicholson's birthday? That's next in the nation.
Take your
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. So you got Mavs-Clippers tonight at 9 o'clock. You'll have Rangers baseball coming up at 7 as they are going to host the Mariners. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10, hosted by Chief. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. The people have spoken. On National Picnic Day, we will celebrate the 87th birthday of Jack Nicholson, which took place yesterday. So happy belated to our guy Jack here. You can text in your favorite Jack of all time, or you can text in your favorite Jack Nicholson movie. I actually have in front of me 2 lists. I have the most famous Jacks in all of history, and I also have Jack Nicholson's top 10 movies of all time as voted on by the people. So all the Jack will be had over the course of the next few minutes. I did want to show some love to the Lakers fan who ate a punch last night that I was not expecting in the crowd. Did you see that, Lucius?
Yeah, I seen that, bro, right to the jawbone.
Oh, my.
It surprised the hell out of him, too.
Yes.
He didn't think it was going to happen. But what should you think?
You get around the Jokic bros.
What are you thinking?
Yeah.
These guys that make Nikola Jokic look small. His brothers are just giant Serbian security guards is basically what they are. And they were obviously in the stands last night in Denver cheering on their brother as Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets climbed back from down 20 in the second half to the Lakers. And Jamal Murray hits the fadeaway baseline jumper over Anthony Davis at the buzzer for the victory. But at one point, I believe at the end, in sort of in the celebration there, you get a Lakers fan that's a little bit mouthy. He's upset. His team just gave up a huge lead and gave up a huge victory. And I guess he had the wrong words for the wrong guy. It was Nikola Jokic's, one of his brothers. And the brother is a few rows up, so and that's the advantage play.
Yeah, the punch down, bro.
Yeah, when you're fighting from up and get to go down, you don't want to be the guy fighting in the stands that's having to look up at this guy, because now this dude is just bigger than you no matter what. And this Jokic brother is a giant, just angry, ornery human being, and he threw a punch on this dude that I mean, if you just saw the punch, you would think this is going to KO anybody in that building. But this Lakers fan just ate that thing, dude.
I mean, it must have got him on the forehead or something, because I'm surprised his nose wasn't splattered or he didn't go falling. I mean, Jokic's brother's got to be 280 pounds, and it's a lot of muscle.
Yeah, it is. And I think you're right. The punch, though it was strong, was a little bit more in the nose, cheek, eye sort of area as opposed to a jaw shot. If you get that guy on the jaw there, that's a sleeper. But this dude just ate that thing. I guarantee
it's swelled up today, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's swelled up today. Yeah.
He's very proud of it today.
Yeah.
I'd be taking social media pictures.
Breathing funny out of one nostril.
Yeah. I don't think Jokic's brother one is getting back in an NBA arena for a while.
No. The NBA is already doing their little investigation here. There's not too much to investigate.
So are the police. The police are looking for him as well.
Oh, they?
Yeah, they're looking for the guy that got punched to see if he wants to press charges because no charges have came up, and they're also want to talk to the brother.
Yeah, he's just standing there like talking like, dude, screw you. And he's like, no way, this giant guy is climbing over rows of people to punch me in the face. And salute to him for kind of standing his ground, even though he was like, I don't know, 10 inches shorter and 100 pounds lighter. He looked like a pretty tough guy by his own right.
What a quick jab thrown there, too, by the Jokic bro. Like, he's a giant human being. He kind of jumps down. He's wearing a Chuck Liddell mohawk on his head. I mean, that should tell you all you really need to know about this guy.
I want to see him in some celebrity fights.
Yeah, we need to get some of that, dude. Because
I want to talk to that dude.
Yeah.
I want to see your situational awareness. You're not aware of this?
Yeah.
These guys have been in a fight before. You ever seen this before? Are you new to the NBA?
I mean, at any point would you think about, you know what? I'm gonna run down these stairs or I'm gonna run up the stairs. I'm gonna put some distance between me and bro. You kind of got to just stand there and see what he's gonna do, right? You don't want to look like a chicken.
You got to hit him with the, hey, you got it, my bad, you got it, bro.
Yeah, bro. Dude, I don't want to fight.
You got it.
Yeah, man.
Look at that.
Yeah.
But maybe this Lakers fan knew.
I'm drunk. My bad.
Lakers fan knew that he could take a punch. You know, that's the thing. Like, if you know you can take a punch, you know you can take a punch.
This dude thinks he's going to knock me out. He doesn't know what I do.
Very, very impressive, though. Yes. Shout out to that Laker fan. And I would love to have a conversation with that guy. And it looks like the police are efforting to do so as we speak. So anyways, let's get into the news of the moment, which is the top 10 lists of the day, and a lot of folks texting in their favorite Jack of all time. What do you guys prefer? Do you want to go through the Jacks, or do you want to go through Nicholson's IMDb for his top 10 movies?
Okay, I know I got into trouble yesterday for a couple of, takes that were off the center, according to some people, but I do want to say I don't think Jack's movie catalog is that good.
Crap. Yeah. This guy, man.
I don't think it's that good.
It's top.
Undercutting Jack Nicholson's career the day after his 87th birthday.
Does he have a single truly great movie?
Oh, man.
He didn't even do that many of them.
You don't like the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
I did love that movie. That's a good movie.
Easy Rider? Did you like Easy Rider?
I haven't seen it.
Chinatown.
Okay, Chinatown.
So you got to go back 70s.
They spent a whole lot of money on that.
You got to go back nearly a half century.
He's
just stopped
80,
working,
bro.
Yeah. How does he keep bringing in all this money? He just watches Lakers games and is a millionaire now?
You Good Men?
Few Good Men is amazing.
That's pretty good.
I think it's
that's,
like
that's 90s. That's like
there you go.
90s, yeah.
I think it might be back end on movies because he already gets a big. Hoffa's great.
Hoffa's in there, yeah.
Hoffa is great.
Look at Broadus understanding the catalog
This is the one guy that I would watch movies, though.
Oh, this is your guy?
I mean, this is the one guy. Pritzi's Honor, Lucius. Did you ever see that?
Never
one?
seen that one.
Okay, he's an assassin that falls in love, and it's actually pretty.
Kathleen Turner.
Yeah.
Angelica Houston.
Yeah,
I liked As Good as It Gets. I thought that was a good one.
It was a good one. Hey, shout out to the rom-com.
Yeah. He was a grumpy old guy that hated rom-coms. I think I related to him.
The Shining is good. Shining is great.
Shining was incredible.
Dawson.
Yeah, Shining was good.
Have you seen The Departed?
The Departed is good. I forgot he was in there.
Departed.
How about a smoke? You want to smoke? You do smoke? You don't smoke? What are you doing? Fitness freak? Yeah, go bleep yourself.
I think he's still he's got a higher ratio of fame to good movies than any actor out there.
Okay, so he does have a lot of B movies.
I mean,
yeah.
A lot of B movies, but when he hit, he hit.
Yeah.
Young gals are still throwing themselves at him.
It's Jack, baby.
Like cheating on their actor husbands to get with Jack.
He's on the beach with a big old belly eating a sandwich, a whole sub sandwich with no napkin or nothing, just a sub sandwich, bro.
He's definitely reached the point of no F's to give.
Yeah. Belly out, bro.
Yeah. Belly out, sandwich in hand, heater in the other.
Yeah.
Sunglasses on, day or night, inside or out.
Crazy ass hair.
Yeah, hair look like a Thundercat. Yeah, standing up on his head.
That hair hasn't seen a comb since the 80s.
Yeah.
And she's 23.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is going on? It makes me reevaluate everything women are looking for. I just don't understand you at all.
You should.
Anger management was good too.
He's
Adam
arguably
Sandler.
the best Joker.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The most quotable Joker. Even though the other Joker says, "Why so serious?" This Joker right here, Jack Nicholson's Joker, has quotes, man. You would have hit a man with glasses, would you? You ever dance with the devil on the pale moonlight? I say this to all my prey.
That's good.
That's awesome, dude.
Wasn't Heath Ledger better though?
Yeah, Heath Ledger, like he was a real psychotic type of person.
Yeah. But some say there's no Heath without Jack. You know what I mean?
Okay. There you go. I like that.
The Last Detail comes in at number 10 for the catalog here of Jack Nicholson. 5 Easy Pieces comes in at number 9. Easy Rider Lucius at 8.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's 1969, I believe. Yeah.
Batman at 7.
Let's go.
The Departed at 6. As Good as It Gets.
Yes.
At 5.
Good movie.
Where's Barry London? Barry London.
Cute little dog, too.
Yeah, good looking dog. Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4.
They spent a whole lot of money on that one.
1974, I believe.
Few Good Men at 3.
Is that Paramount? I think it's Paramount.
Look that up.
The Shining. It's number 2. And the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest comes in at number 1. So you guys nailed this catalog. You absolutely nailed it.
Saw that in film school.
He was in Terms and Endearment, too. Another one.
Is it a no-brainer for you guys that he will come in, will Jack Nicholson, on the top 10 Jacks of all time?
For sure.
I think so.
Is he a top half Jack or a bottom half Jack?
He's going to be top half.
Top half Jack?
Yeah.
Right above Kennedy.
Yeah, Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy's going to be in that. Jack Kennedy. That's not what you can do.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going
to finish it.
It was a speech about going to the moon. We're going to the moon.
We're doing it because it's hot.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering how many of you will know some of these Jacks here. And maybe, like Jack Sparrow's getting texted in a lot. You can give me a fictional Jack. Sure. You know what I mean? Jack Daniels?
Jack Daniels is a good one. Tennessee Whiskey Man.
Who's your favorite sports Jack of all time?
Nicholas.
Okay, Nicholas, or I was going to maybe Lambert?
Dempsey?
Jackie Stewart, car racer.
Okay, if we're throwing Jackie's in there, then Robinson needs to be extremely high up on the list here. Chan. Oh my goodness, man. There might be a separate top 10 Jackies we could do. But Jack McBriar.
Jackie Chan?
Yeah.
I love Jackie Chan movies because he does not want to fight you guys. Come on, please.
Yeah.
And then he watches 30 of you fools in a row.
Yeah.
Please, man, I don't want to do this.
He'll climb up like 3 buildings trying to
do this to you.
I hate that you're making me do this to you, man. And it was all his own stunts, too. Like Tom Cruise gets all the love, but it's Jackie Chan. My favorite thing about a Jackie Chan movie is waiting to the end, and it's 2 minutes of bloopers where he's trying to do the stunt, and he hurts himself.
Yeah. Falls flat on his stomach at 43.
Man,
hits himself in the nards.
Yeah, he's like trying to jump through a car window and just smashes his face. Top 10 Jacks. Let's see. Jack in the Box, Jackie Moon, Jack Lee Lane, Jack Lemmon.
Lane.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Johnson.
Yeah, boxer.
Another boxer.
Jack the Ripper.
No, Jack Johnson is a guitar player, isn't he?
I think there's 2.
Okay.
Oh, it's Jack
White.
Jack Johnson. Jack White, yeah. Jack Johnson was the boxer, I think.
Singer-songwriter Jack Johnson. He comes in at number 10, actually.
Okay.
Banana Pancakes guy.
How about the dude with the beard?
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, God.
Jack with the beard?
Yeah, isn't it Jack with the beard?
Jack Black?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
School of Rock.
Yeah, School of Rock was fantastic. He's on this list here, extremely high. Jack McBriar comes in at number 10. You'd probably know him if you saw his face. He's just a goofy supporting actor in some movies. Just kind of a straight edge, funny guy. Jack Harlow.
Took steroids at LSU with me.
Jack Harlow comes in at number 9. Jack Whitehall at number 8.
Oh.
British comedian.
Yeah.
You have Jack Kerouac. He's one of the most influential authors of the Beat generation.
Oh, okay.
The Beat.
Not super familiar with his work.
Beatniks, cool, man.
We're at the coffee house. Yeah.
Jack Johnson at number 6.
Tenacious D.
Jack Nicklaus at number 5.
Wow, 4 better.
The White Stripes, Jack White at number 4. That's a Mount Rushmore. Come on now. Jack the Ripper at number 3.
London Zone.
Serial killer.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson is number 2. We are honoring him a day after his 87th birthday.
We said he was going to be the higher up.
Yeah.
Jack the Ripper should be at the bottom of the list, bro. He's a murderer.
I know. We have this infatuation.
He terrorized everybody.
Just
could walk around London without it.
Is a real icon. But Jack Black is number 1, your most famous Jack in all the world.
Yeah, before you could get shamed into appreciating like murderers, they got famous as bleep,
Oh, yeah.
Like the Bonnie and Clyde biography was crazy to me.
Yeah.
How people were like cheering these people on. They're shooting cops.
Yeah.
Billy the Kid.
Yeah. They had a record-setting funeral here in DFW, Bonnie and Clyde, or one of them did. It's crazy.
Yeah, there was
DFW zone.
There was a video of like their car was all shot up, right? The FBI or whatever finally got them.
Got that in Louisiana.
And people found out about it, and they like rushed the scene, and they're like trying to take their clothes off, and it was a really weird time, I guess. Different time. Now, you will be quickly reminded you should not be celebrating these people. You'll be shamed away from that kind of behavior.
Lucius, which gangster they caught in a movie theater? There was a famous gangster that I think that they got in a movie theater.
Well, wasn't that Oswald?
Well, I know they got. Yeah, that one was for the.
I don't know.
Abe Lincoln was in a theater.
Ooh, that's a good one now, though.
It might be John Dillinger.
It was Dillinger.
John Dillinger.
Caught at the pitches.
It was air conditioned.
At the moving pitches.
It was air conditioned, and that's why he was in there, and that's why he got caught.
At the Biograph Theater.
Yeah.
BOI agents moved to arrest Dillinger as he exited the theater. He tried to flee but was shot.
Dang.
The deadly shot was ruled justifiable homicide.
Yeah.
All righty, thank you for the top 10. We'll check back tomorrow. Between Stars and Mavs, which team is in most trouble? We'll discuss that. Have an edition of The Finest coming up at 5 o'clock. Then we'll be into the Expressway. And before you know it, Sands will be talking to you, getting you ready for Rangers pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle and you're on your way home right now, you're thinking, man, this car's too old.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
More film study, more insight, more insiders. America's best radio draft coverage happens right here in DFW on The Fan. Our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and by Zero Res.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Which team are you more concerned about, Mavs or Stars? The Stars, the better team, but they're down 1-0 as well after Vegas scored first in Game 1. They won it 4-3 last night. In the morning news here, I don't want to mess up her last name. It is Leah Asimakopoulos, has written a story about how the Stars gave up the first goal consistently throughout the regular season. And then last night you take the penalty on the first shift and they get a goal. And that is something that needs to be remedied if they are going to achieve their goals here in the postseason and do what we thought they were capable of over the last couple of years. And now as the #1 seed, we feel like they have the best chance to do it. But down 1-0, that has definitely changed. Is it the Stars you're more concerned about? Or is it the Mavs who have thrived playing team defense and helping out Luka and Kyrie, but now they find themselves in an epic matchup against the Clippers that has like 4 guys that can just blow right by the defender at the top of the key, can put you all in pick and roll. And now if you help, they're the best distance shooting team in the league. They're going to make you pay if you help. Their playmaking is, really great. And I don't know if the Clippers are a real contender or a real threat, but I think against this Mavs team, they're a very tough matchup, Chief.
Yeah, because they shoot the ball so well, and the Mavs just don't really have the supporting cast that can really shoot the lights out. You have some guys that can get going a little bit streaky, but consistently the Clippers are able to do that. I think it's interesting because these are equally difficult series where you're playing a very, very quality opponent. And the Mavericks don't have home court advantage in this series. The Stars just lost it last night. And these are both veteran teams with championship DNA to some extent. I mean, Ty Lue, Kawhi Leonard, you know what they bring to the table there. And then obviously what the Golden Knights do. And there's a similar question of, is either one of our teams here, the Stars or the Mavericks, up to the physical challenge? Up to raising their level of play and intensity in a postseason atmosphere. And you saw it last night firsthand with the Golden Knights being a much more physical team. And this isn't a surprise about the Stars. We know, hey, they can flourish in the regular season, but then all of a sudden you crank up that physicality in the postseason. Are they built for that? That's a question that is not being answered in a way that you want it to from the Stars' perspective. And in Game 1 versus the Clippers, I mean, the Mavericks talked about it plenty after the game, like the physicality. We weren't up to the challenge. Which one of our teams is going to say, okay, forget this. We are here to meet this challenge and meet this physicality that our opposition's ready to have in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the thing that scares me the most is I want to believe the Stars, but if you listen to what Gavin Spittle and others on their podcasts have talked about, it's the physicality that teams that play that way against the Stars give the Stars problems. And so to me, this is something that it's not new. If somebody is going to try and forecheck or, get you off the puck or, drive you into the corner, that's probably, you've seen it. Yeah, the Stars have done a great job all year, but they've had struggles with teams that play a physical brand of hockey.
Yeah,
and
what
so
can
to
happen?
me, that wasn't surprising last night. What was surprising to me was I was surprised of how poorly I thought Vegas's goalie was, and Dallas didn't take advantage of that. And maybe they will in the series.
Yeah.
But they've got to
get some pucks on net.
You got to get pucks through.
Yeah.
How about get pucks through?
Sure.
They showed last night, you get a puck on the net, Thompson can misplay it.
Absolutely.
So that's how do you get pucks through that defense?
Well, and then trying to be too perfect, trying to set up the perfect pass.
One too many pass.
That's a struggle. And then when you're not the more physical team, getting fired up to be like, we're not backing down from anybody.
Yeah.
And in the first minute, you get called for a penalty. or in the first 90 seconds, Daniel Gafford runs over a dude, after giving Zubac all the space you would ever want as a big man. You're like, holy crap, is anybody defending me? So it can throw you off balance when you're not the more physical team trying to become physical. And if the refs think that you're, out of character or you're taking it too far, now you're in foul trouble and now you can't try to play physical. And it's just, it can create a bunch of problems. And that's why both teams are down 1-0. Yeah. Is that a heart pendant you're wearing over there, Chief? What is that piece of jewelry?
Yeah. This is, I guess it's my birthstone. My grandfather gave me the necklace, and then my uncle had the little heart deal to go with it. So I was like, sure, I'll throw that bad boy on there. Yeah. I have a cross chain that me and all my brothers have a different iteration of from graduating from high school. Our grandpa was a big jewelry guy in South Florida, made sure to get us all one, but my cross is a little bit too pointy. Yeah. And so with the babies, it's a bit of a hazard. Okay. So for the last 3 years, I've just had to just take that thing off and it's just hanging. That's usually my everyday chain, but now over the last year or so, I've been wearing this bad boy. So just crept out there a little bit.
The Miami guys can really put the necklaces together, can't they?
Oh my gosh, dude. My grandfather, this is the same one who was doing, selling the drugs to Mercury Morris in the 70s. He is, it's pinkies, it's rings everywhere, it's bracelets, it's 4 or 5 chains at one time.
The different era.
Now, is his shirt off or just super unbuttoned, or how's he doing that?
He'll mix it up. He'll go shirtless on you. He'll go deep V. Get him a white Hanes V-neck, and it shows all the way down to his belly button. He's not upset about that one either.
This is
my dad's dad.
Okay.
He will stay up. He will just live on one of those jewelry infomercial channels. He is just peppering that phone line.
He's got the gold coins and all that, on the necklace.
Oh yes, dude. Yeah. He is all about that right there.
We're all about the football's finest about every night at 5:00, and we're heading for an edition of that. And then some Cowboys content coming up at 5:20. We have an NFL Draft Big Board report. Who are the mockers saying the Cowboys are going to take Thursday night? Plus a ton of Jerry quotes from today's press conference. But an edition of the finest is next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. Draft traps every NFL general manager must avoid next here in the nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
Network. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Cowboy stuff coming up at 5:20. We'll hit the expressway, taking commercial free to the top. Of course, LA Live, 5:40. Right now, it's an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
We'll get to some draft traps to avoid for all 32 here in just a moment. But
it felt like I fell into a bunch of them in the early 2000s, this football team.
Yeah. My gosh, it was just booby trap after another, just
you know what, I'd
hiding in plain sight.
I'd give anything to go back and not just go back and have a little bit different path. I mean, I was working at pro personnel and we're working in college and just knowing better, and I think that if Jerry and Steven could go back and the things that they know working with Will in those early 2000s, they might have. Maybe this team could have found a way to maintain a little bit of that Super Bowl run that they were having there. But that was just a lot of bad drafting there. A lot of bad drafting. Yeah,
that's not what you want.
Not at all.
If you could take Will McClay back to about 98, drop him in right there and get going.
We could have used Will's organizational skills.
Yeah.
Now, Larry Lacewell was Jerry's best friend, and I think Lace did a fine job. I owe him everything for him bringing me to Dallas, but there was things that we could have done differently. Of course we could have, setting up the boards and maybe the discussions that we could have had about the type of player that we were looking for. I think Will could have done a really good job of getting everybody on the same page.
But you were in a period post-salary cap implementation. It was kind of like the Wild West, and the rules were being determined. There wasn't like a set of things that you could have in mind, and then you have Jerry at the helm wildcatting on top of that.
This is what, if I had the opportunity today to be at that press conference, I would have liked to have asked Jerry this question: do you regret implementing the salary cap? Because to me, and he later on said, it makes the football so competitive. It makes the game what it is today.
Yeah.
But if anybody could have benefited with a non-salary cap, probably Jerry Jones.
It hurt Cowboys fans more than any team in any sport.
Yeah, he's helped make the NFL what it is today.
Yeah.
But in reality, that salary cap, as much money as they generate, not having a salary cap, he could have gone on a Yankees kind of run.
Both Jerry and Steven have talked about how they're number one in business. When you bring up that they haven't been awesome on the field, they talk about how proud they are for making the most money or being worth the most money or whatever it might be. I think if Jerry had the truth serum in him or a lie detector test, he loves the salary cap. Everything's going perfectly for him. He wanted all 32 teams to be capable of saving the weekend with great ratings. And now
you're right about that's why I think he explained that.
Yeah.
But in reality, it's the one thing right now that they were today talking about that they're struggling with. And I don't mean struggling with it that they don't understand it or Jerry says, I know where the cap is going to be in 3 years.
Well, it's funny because I believe he said something about not knowing about what cap situation they were in at the Senior Bowl when he talked about all in. Today, that was something that came out of his mouth. Sorry, at the Senior Bowl, I wasn't fully familiar with my salary cap as the general manager and owner of the football team.
Okay, then he also said, though, too, and it's a fair point. He also said, though, he has an idea where he thinks it's going to be 3 to 5 years from now. So, to me, does he know 3 to 5 years from now that he's not doing any deals or they're not currently having any deals done? Does he know that this is not going to get bigger? Is he nervous about that outlay of money that potentially the cap is not going to grow like it did $30 million this year? Does he know something that it's like Mark Cuban selling the team in the TV deal with the NBA?
I don't know if the NFL is going to have the same limitations that the NBA and Major League Baseball are because they play mostly on network TV on Sundays.
Yeah.
I see it.
If he knows, I wonder if he knows something is like, it's not going to go up like I think it is. And I'm worried about currently, I've got 3 players I'm going to have to spend well over, $150 million on, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I mean I think that would be a pretty big surprise, just knowing how big these TV deals get with the NFL. I mean they're playing in a different stratosphere than the rest of these leagues and trying to get.
Jerry made the other owners billionaires. Jerry Jones by what he's done.
Yeah,
but I wonder if you get the truth serum.
He grew the pie so much.
I'm going to ask him when we go to his party. I'm going to ask him do you ever regret doing the salary cap or bringing on the salary cap? Because he could have that team could have thrived with the money that they generate right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He'd be throwing money around. You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. Diana Rossini of The Athletic says teams trying to move up for a quarterback calling Washington are being told they are not moving. Washington's general manager Adam Peters has publicly stated the Commanders feel great about staying at number 2 and picking their quarterback.
All
so
right.
you won't be getting any
Call
type of
Elliott
movement
Wolf.
there.
Call Elliott
But
Wolf
yes.
at 3. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Peter Schrager with Pat McAfee saying he says he thinks that Drake may and Peter Schrager over the years has been pretty dang dialed on a lot of these.
On Arizona, he's especially good. He has been. I think
he's boys with Coach Bro. So the Kingsbury years,
5 to 6 years, he had completely nailed the Arizona's pick every single time.
And he's in general one of the better predictors of where these guys are going to end up going.
Got good sources.
He absolutely does. He says he thinks Drake May goes at number 3, and he's hearing that the Vikings and Giants are the ones trying to get up to get him. So talking about dancing at 3 with your guy Elliott Wolf and the Patriots.
Yeah, Elliott will sell you a pick.
The Vikings have the connection point with Josh McCown, the quarterback coach, coaching Drake May in high school. So that's an obvious connection point. The Giants seem to be very, very interested in him. They're like, hey, we tried the Duke quarterback. That didn't work out for us. Maybe the Tar Heel quarterback can get it done for us.
Maybe the one that's 9 miles away.
Yeah.
That's about how close those schools are.
And he says, by the way, if the Patriots are not sold on May, you could make a deal with the Vikings or the Giants so that they get to come up to 3 and take May, and then you trade back as the Patriots, and you could still maybe end up with J.J. McCarthy. That's playing a pretty dangerous game, but just throwing that out there as maybe a Patriots opportunity.
Okay, this is something, if you're a Cowboy fan, you need to worry about a little bit, because if the Patriots make the trade with the Vikings, that puts the Patriots ahead of you picking in the first round. So now you have to worry about a totally different set of needs for another team. You might have an idea what the Vikings are going to do with their pick, but if they trade with New England and New England gets both those picks, then all of a sudden now you've got
it's like, does the Patriots need an offensive lineman or whatever?
Yeah, they're. Let me put it this way: the Patriots are very interested in who you're looking at Dallas, because if they make that trade, they go right ahead of you, is what they're thinking.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's an interesting caveat right there. It looks like if the first opportunity for trading to really go down seems to be that 3rd pick there with the Patriots, and if they don't, maybe at 4 with the Cardinals. But teams are going to want to get quarterbacks, and it looks like 4 are going to go in that top 10. So that's and potentially even 5 if Adam Schefter's right about his report about the Falcons at 8 being interested in Penix. So that would be 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. That's just ridiculous. And we know the number 1 overall pick is going to be Caleb Williams. And Pablo Torre had on his podcast a former NFL scout talking about Caleb Williams and some of the the things surrounding him, crying and things like that with his mom. But the quote that he has is, he scares the bleep out of a lot of NFL teams because the book on him is he's just kind of a weird kid. One general manager told me it's like if Prince played quarterback. So that is the comparison to a from an NFL scout and really
Prince
an NFL
short,
general manager.
A little short, but
we all know Prince is a hooper.
A true athlete, right?
He's a hooper. He's a hooper.
Blouses.
Yeah, the footwork was insane.
When you're in these spots, though, to pick a quarterback, if you're trading back out of a quarterback, it better be because another one is still going to be there that you happen to like better. You're just getting better value picking up additional picks. And, whether it's Caleb Williams or May or anybody else, I would also ask my guys, don't fall in love with your own assessments, okay? Like league-wide, these guys are highly rated, and league-wide, every team swings and misses.
Yeah.
So if the consensus is this guy's a top 5 quarterback, don't be like, yes, but I don't like that he paints his nails.
Yeah.
Get out of here, okay? There's lots of different personalities. We only get so many chances in the top 5 to take a quarterback. If there's one here and we can't trade back and get one that we happen to like better, we're taking the guy. I don't care how many of you hate him, okay? Teams repeatedly swing and miss. If we're here and we don't get a quarterback, but we get some other good players and we're never inside the top 10 again, we ain't ever finding a quarterback. This is our best shot. We're taking whoever's there. That'd be my approach, Chief.
I'm with you. If you're picking in the top 5 and you don't have your quarterback situation handled, then just get one of these guys. Unless you are just completely unsold on all of them and you can get a ton in the way of draft capital. But
and
trading,
you're planning to tank next year because next year's draft is loaded with QBs. I'm flexible.
Yes. Yeah, there's specific scenarios, but for the most part, if you don't have a quarterback and you're picking in the top 5 or whatever, top 10, then you need to go get your guy because that's the greatest thing that can happen to you if you nail on one of these quarterbacks. Now, Shale Kapadia of The Ringer has the 6 traps every NFL general manager must avoid on drafting because drafting is hard. But he says smart NFL general managers can help their team's chances if they follow these handy rules. So, Broadus, let me know what you think about this. You have the first rule is the, quote, we know ball trap, which is basically overrating your ability to evaluate talent.
Yes, true.
That's something you see plenty, right?
Yes.
These guys, they have some hubris about, but I can see the
smarter
talent.
than everybody else. Yeah,
right. And that can get you into some trouble here. And he's like, we have countless examples that show us how hard it is to evaluate these prospects.
It is.
Whether it's Tom Brady being picked 199th overall or even Pat Mahomes having 9 players selected ahead of him.
Right.
There's just no way to really know. But he says, they take in all the information, make decisions that they feel good about, and try to assess their processes every year. The bad organizations operate with the false confidence that they have an imaginary edge in identifying talent.
True.
Number 2, trap to avoid on draft night. The, quote, this guy's different trap, ignoring historical evidence to justify a selection, for instance. And he's actually going into the tight end conversation because Brock Bowers is a guy who out of Georgia is supposed to be the best thing since sliced bread at the tight end position and very likely goes, brought his top 10?
Yeah.
Top 10 pick?
Very, very likely. No lower than 15.
And he's not just poo-pooing the idea of taking Brock Bowers, but he's just, the idea is like, man, these first-round tight ends don't really do much damage. We've seen, history will tell you, 9 tight ends have been selected in the first round of the past 10 drafts, and those players have combined for 0 All-Pro nods and 1 1,000-yard season. So the team that is going to be like, yeah, but Brock Bowers is different, and maybe he absolutely is, but he's just saying that's one of those things you got to be a little bit careful about. Yeah. History tells you drafting the first-round tight end is not going to bode well for you, but somebody's going to take that chance in the top 10. And what do you say about Brock Bowers? He's 5th or 6th on your board?
He is 7th, I believe.
7th on your board?
Yeah.
So you believe in him, and you would take him in the top 10, despite the fact that the tight ends in the first round haven't necessarily hit over the last, it's been 2 decades or so.
Been a while.
It's crazy because it seems like something that should be measurable. Your hands are great. You run good routes, and you are actually a good blocker. That should add up, but there's an intangible inside the great tight ends.
Actually, 6.
That can't be measured.
6th on your board.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts should be an all-pro soon, though, right?
He should, and to me, that's the type of you wonder when sometimes these players go to a scheme. Yeah. Is it the right scheme for him? Is it, will coaches? We'll see if things change for him in Atlanta. That's a team that they have all these skill players, and you're kind of like going, why are they not more productive on offense?
Yeah,
it might be with what your coach was dealing with too. They moved on from that guy, so maybe a new coach will make a difference. It's weird that Atlanta finally had a top 10 defense, couldn't do anything because their offense was not any good.
Yeah. The entire league has just had serious trouble trying to figure out
quarterback was bad.
Who the best tight end is in any given draft class. We'll see if Brock Bowers can fix that. Now the plug and play trap. one to avoid overrating the possibility that a prospect will make an immediate impact?
Well, see, that's a trap that the Cowboys play with all the time.
Last year?
Well, it comes in with their offensive linemen. They're really big on.
I thought that was a Mozzie Smith thing.
No, I think
these guys plug and play, surefire.
No, they plug and play offensive linemen. That's the one thing I think they count on. I don't think they counted on Mozzie Smith being that. I think Hankins was their guy, and if Mozzie Smith developed where he was taking reps from Hankins, that was okay. But they believe that they could draft offensive linemen in the first round and put them in and they'll start. They do believe that.
Trap to avoid number 4, the C.J. Stroud Puka Nacua trap. Looking at rookies from the previous year's class and thinking you'll get this year's version of those players. You're just kind of selling yourself on the expectation that they can meet. Like C.J. Stroud was historically dominant at the quarterback position last year. Say what you want about Caleb Williams and all the hype and just how impressive he is. If he comes anywhere close to having the season that C.J. Stroud had, you will be extremely happy if you're the Bears. If you have the expectation that Caleb Williams is going to be just as impressive as a rookie as C.J. Stroud was, you're probably going to be fooling yourself just because of how ridiculously impressive C.J. Stroud was last year. And same goes for Puka Nacua. It's not every day you're drafting one of these guys where Nacua got drafted and he's setting rookie records at the position.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys in this draft though. That Ladd McConkey I talked about him yesterday from Georgia, and then Ricky Pearsall from Florida. You're talking about two very similar guys to how Puka Nacua plays. You can play on the outside, you can play in the slot. You can kind of move them all over the place. Sure-handed, run after catch. If you had to fall into that trap, I got a couple of guys there that are very similar to what you saw with that Rams guy.
I mean, and that's delicious content for the media, right? Like you give us a player comp, you're like, hey, it could be this year's Puka Nacua, and you're like, okay, cool. But for teams, you want a fundamental understanding of the probabilities, right? So that's what that comes down to. If I'm a GM, I'm like, guys, we need probabilities for play calling. We need probabilities for deciding what our playbook looks like, play design, and we absolutely need probabilities on draft night so none of these narratives or fantasies can pollute our thinking.
You set expectations just far too high for some of these guys. Then you're super disappointed.
Wyatt Langford.
Trap at number 5 here to avoid on draft night, operating under the assumption that your coaching staff will be able to get more out of a prospect than his college coaches would.
Rod Marinelli.
It's crazy. These coaches, they tell you like, oh no, we could coach it out of him. We could do this. And then, the example I always use is Kerry Collins, who you played quarterback for Carolina, the Giants. I mean, was in the league for forever. And Kerry Collins has a hitch in the way he throws. His elbow, there was a hitch. And I heard coaches, we could coach that out of him. He never, 13, 14 years, however long Collins played, always had the hitch. Nobody could coach the hitch out of him. So sometimes coaches think they can do something with a guy. And then in actuality, they're like, we need to get another guy because we can't coach it out of him. That's a problem.
The 6th and final trap to avoid here is picking players based on who has the highest grade and ignoring the importance of positional value. So that's pretty obvious there.
I like that. Yeah.
The running back is the highest graded player on your board, but there's the pass rusher or the corner or the left tackle that is, pretty close. Go with that.
Yeah, and I think at all times you have to be ready to take a great player, and regardless of position, unless it's running back, kicker, or punter. I'll take a linebacker. I'll take a DT. If they're better, I don't care about positional value there, especially with modern linebackers and how much you're asking them to help in the passing game and how much that big defensive tackle can help you stop the run while also playing coverage. I think those are key pieces. But positional value is massive. You don't need to look any further than what would a good player at this position be available as a free agent right now? Why would you be trying to draft a guy who's going to make $10 million if there's like $30 million options out there? 3 times the value. And on that rookie contract, those are the kinds of things that add up to a championship roster. Boom. You save $20 million on an all-pro player if you hit. Okay, we got to run, nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll take a commercial free to the top. LA Live coming up at 5:40 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Have to chat Diamonds Direct, though. These guys are amazing. Their name says it all. I mean, the real deal Diamonds Direct shopping experience. You step into Diamonds Direct, the energy is electric, the welcome is...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.